Hello everyone and welcome to SimpliCode's YouTube channel. Today we'll be taking you through the JavaScript Basics Full Course. This course is designed to cover every fundamental aspect of JavaScript. So by the end of this tutorial, you'll be able to learn JavaScript up to the extent that you can create certain apps like a calculator app using JavaScript only. We'll start this video with an introduction to JavaScript and why one should learn JavaScript. Further on, we'll cover almost all the basic JavaScript topics like operators, loops, arrays, objects, functions, and much more. Towards the end, we'll create a calculator app using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript only. So before we begin, let me tell you guys that we have regular updates on multiple programming videos. So if you are a programmer and wants to learn something new and exciting, then consider getting subscribed to our YouTube channel and press that bell icon to never miss any updates from SimpliCode. So without any further delay, let's get started. JavaScript was developed in the year 1995 by a person named Brendan Eich. Brendan was working for Netscape Communications while he developed JavaScript in 10 days. There were a few changes in the name of JavaScript. Initially it was Mocha, which was later changed to LiveScript, and then it finally became JavaScript. The start of JavaScript wasn't that good as so many developers who were using Java at that time. They considered JavaScript as a language for designers and non-engineers. No one ever knew that this small side scripting language would have a great future. Today, more than 90% of the websites out there, they are using JavaScript somehow. Many of you guys gets confused with Java and JavaScript. Let me clear it for you that both Java and JavaScript, they are different languages. They have almost nothing in common. Many people say that JavaScript was named after Java as a part of a marketing strategy to gain wider acceptance and recognition. In 1995, Java was a buzzword when JavaScript was developed. That's why they renamed JavaScript after Java. Let's move on to what is JavaScript. Have you guys ever been through a website where you can see images that slides automatically? One such website is Amazon. The home page of Amazon, where we can see different types of ongoing sales, is an example of JavaScript. In layman language, JavaScript is a lightweight scripting language used to make web pages more interactive and more lively. Earlier, when JavaScript was developed, it was only a side scripting language to do basic tasks like you can add pop-ups in your web page or you can make your web page more interactive. Nothing more than that. But now, the whole scenario has changed. With the help of JavaScript, we can create applications as well. If we talk about applications, let's take an example. Let's suppose we want to create an app. We can create it in Android or in iOS. But we have to learn few different languages to create those apps. For Android, we have to learn Java and XML, and Swift we have to learn for iOS. But with the help of JavaScript, you can create hybrid applications which can work on any platform without any problem. Tech giants like Google, PayPal, Amazon, and YouTube, they are using JavaScript these days. The evolution of JavaScript in the past few years was unbelievable. Suppose you want to create a single page website. Every one of us is familiar with Gmail, let's suppose. So Gmail is a single page website which looks more like a desktop software than a website. So Gmail is based on Angular.js. It is a popular framework by Google which is free of cost, and it is totally based on JavaScript. Now let's go over some of the features of JavaScript. These features are actually why it is considered that using JavaScript is advantageous over other languages. So let's start with some of these points. JavaScript is not a proper programming language. Indeed, it is a scripting language which works in the runtime environment just like Python. So there are few other languages like C++ and Java. They need a compiler to work. But with JavaScript, you don't need a compiler. Once you are done with the script, it will interpret and show you the output in the browser directly. Next up is lightweighted. JavaScript can provide programming facility to some extent. In JavaScript, you don't need to specify any data type or return type. which helps in making development more quicker. That's why it is known as lightweighted. JavaScript is both client-side as well as server-side technology. Client-side technology runs on the user's computer, whereas the server-side technology runs on the web browser. Initially, when JavaScript was introduced, it was introduced as a client-side technology. But with the introduction of Node.js in 2009, one can now work in the backend as well. There is a way to validate the user's data before sending it to the web server, and we can do that with the help of JavaScript. The data will be checked for correct form and value. All we have to do is start a loop, give it the condition to check the data. JavaScript is also platform independent, although originally designed to work on browsers only, but now it is a platform independent language, which means once you are done with the script, you can use it on any browser or platform without any problem. JavaScript is an object-based scripting language, although many programmers do not consider JavaScript as a true object-oriented programming language due to its lack of class concept. It does support other features of object-oriented programming, like it supports encapsulation, it supports polymorphism, and also it supports prototypal inheritance. The last but not the least feature of JavaScript is case sensitive. So when it comes to keywords, identifiers, names and functions, JavaScript differentiates between capital and lowercase letters. We have to keep this in mind while programming. Now I will quickly go over some of the JavaScript applications where JavaScript is currently being implemented. First one that comes to every person's mind is web development. It was also the main motive behind developing JavaScript. We have technologies like Angular, we have Node.js, we can create beautiful web pages. Also, JavaScript can be used along with HTML and CSS to make those static looking web pages more engaging. If we talk about other applications of JavaScript, we can use it in app development, either mobile app or web app. Like we took the example before that how hybrid apps made with the help of JavaScript can take over traditional Android and iOS app. One of the most important and unique application of JavaScript is in smartwatches. The Bangle.js is an open sourced smartwatch powered by JavaScript. Gordon Williams, the man who is currently working on this project, it is said that this new open sourced stack built around JavaScript will replace the onboard firmware soon. The next application of JavaScript is client-side validation. As we discussed earlier, JavaScript is used to validate the user data, whether the user's input is correct or not, by cross-checking it with the given condition. Like the user wants to enter in your website and you want it to be a user with @gmail.com in his email ID. So you will give that condition to JavaScript and it will cross-check it with the user's information. Like when the user will try to enter in your website, it will check that if @gmail.com is there or not in the user's email ID. So it can validate the user also. Apart from that, one more application of JavaScript is game development. JavaScript can be used to make fully fledged 2D or 3D games using different libraries. Although most JavaScript game development focuses on creating games used in browsers only. Till now we have an idea about what JavaScript is, its features and its applications. So if you want to learn JavaScript, you need to do some basic things to make your learning experience more smoother. Let's take a look at the prerequisites to use JavaScript. The first one is the basic knowledge of HTML and CSS. To use JavaScript along with HTML and CSS, you first need to know how HTML and CSS works. See, HTML is used to create the structure of a web page, while CSS is used to style that web page. In order to use these two with JavaScript, you need to have the basic knowledge of HTML and CSS, because if you want to learn a new language, first of all, you need to know why to use that technology. And to learn JavaScript more efficiently, you need to have the basic knowledge of HTML and CSS. It's better to have a web browser that supports JavaScript like Google Chrome or Mozilla Firefox. Or you can use Safari as well if you are using a MacBook. You will need an operating system like Windows, Linux or Mac operating system to learn JavaScript. A computer with minimum 512 MB of RAM would be enough for you to start learning JavaScript. But I will recommend you a computer with 1 GB of RAM or 4 GB of RAM for a better experience. You can use any text editor. You have Notepad, which is free and is already available for Windows. If you don't want to use Notepad, you can use other free softwares like Sublime, or you can use Visual Code. In this particular course, we will be using Visual Code, and I'll tell you how to install Visual Code and what are the features of Visual Code. Also, suppose you do not have any prior knowledge about JavaScript, don't worry about it. We will take you through the whole course and we will ensure that you can understand JavaScript. Let's start this video with some facts about JavaScript. JavaScript is the only programming language that a browser can understand. 25 years ago, when developers were thinking about a language that a browser can understand, there were a few languages that were present in the market at that time, just like Java. Still, there were some problems with these languages. That these languages need a server to work with the browser. JavaScript, on the other hand, can work directly with the browser. You write the code in the editor, the browser will go through it, it will interpret it, and then runs the program. The popularity of JavaScript increased with time. Being a language which can do so many tasks, whether it be designing a website's front end or going through any website's backend, JavaScript can do anything. By the end of 2018, over 95% of the internet was powered by JavaScript. Means almost every website out there is using JavaScript in some way or another. Do you guys know about Stack Overflow, a website for every programmer? Don't worry, you'll get to know about it once you start with the programming part. Stack Overflow states that JavaScript is the most popular programming language used by the developers. Let me quickly run you through the reasons why one should learn JavaScript, and then we'll briefly elaborate each of these reasons. JavaScript has the most powerful frameworks. JavaScript is constantly growing and is a well-paid job. JavaScript is beginner friendly and it has the largest community. JavaScript provides wide range of usage as well. Let's move on further and see why each of these reasons is important. JavaScript has the most powerful frameworks for every task a user wants to do. Like for designing a single page website, like you want to design a website like Gmail, you can use Angular.js. If you want to design UI components or user interfaces for single page application, you have React.js. You want to develop a mobile or a desktop application, let's suppose, you have Vue.js for that as well. Basically, you can do anything with powerful JavaScript frameworks. Next up is constant growth. One of the main reasons behind one should learn JavaScript. JavaScript is one of the fastest growing languages and stands among the top 10 languages used by the developers. With so much increase in mobile market, mobile web development has seen an immense rise in need of interactivity, which is possible only with the help of JavaScript. That's why JavaScript is continuously growing and there is no way that JavaScript will go down shortly. The developers working in JavaScript are well paid across the world. Anyone who wants to be a web designer or a web developer needs to learn JavaScript. It is a must-have skill for being a good web developer. We will discuss it in JavaScript jobs section. JavaScript is an easy to learn language compared to many other programming languages like Java, Python and PHP. JavaScript provides easy entry points to the world of programming. The best thing about JavaScript is that it comes pre-installed on almost every web browser. So you don't need to set up any environment to start development in JavaScript, which means you can start coding right away. JavaScript has the largest community among all the programming languages out there. Community size does matter when it comes to programming language because the larger the community size is, the more help you would be likely to get. Currently, JavaScript has the biggest Stack Overflow community. It has overtaken Java in terms of community size and is still growing at a rapid pace. Wide range of usage. In my opinion, one of the most important reasons why one should learn JavaScript, by knowing JavaScript, you can build an entire website from its backend to the front end. Apart from that, you can also build a full-fledged mobile application. For the backend, you don't need to learn other programming languages. Node.js is enough. With a bit of knowledge about database and APIs, there is nothing you can't do with JavaScript when it comes to website development. Let's move on and discuss few jobs you can take up after learning JavaScript, and we'll also discuss their average salaries in USA and in India. So the first one is a full stack developer. A full stack developer is one of the highest paid jobs in web development sector. A full stack developer is equally proficient in client side as well as server-side development. A full stack developer earns around 9 lakh per annum, which is quite a decent amount of money for a person living in India. But if you are a full stack developer in US, you can earn up to $100,000 per annum, which is a huge amount. A front-end developer is the one who deals with the front end of any website or application. It's obvious that a front-end developer will not earn as much as a full stack developer, but the amount of money a front-end developer earns in a year is decent. A JavaScript developer works on the front end and sometimes back end also. A JavaScript developer may be responsible for the whole website or just a few aspects or pages of different websites. They earn quite well when it comes to salary. A JS developer in US earns around $75,000 per annum, which when converted to Indian rupees sums around 55 lakhs approx, which is a huge amount. Designing a UI is an interesting job as it needs creativity along with skills. It's always fun to design interfaces to attract users. One should need a lot of creativity for this job. The amount of money a UI UX designer earns in India is around 7 lakh per annum, but it can go up as much as 20 lakh per annum, depends upon the skills possessed and creativity of the designer. So choose your career wisely. Let's start this video with the introduction to DOM. DOM stands for Document Object Model. It is an API for HTML and XML documents, which helps JavaScript to understand what is there written inside the HTML document. API stands for Application Programming Interface. To understand API better, let's take an example of a restaurant. Imagine yourself in the restaurant. You are sitting at the table with the menu. The chef in the kitchen is also part of the system. The waiter here works as a messenger between you and the chef. That's what API does. It works as a moderator between JavaScript and the HTML document. DOM defines the whole HTML document in a hierarchical form to make it understandable for JavaScript so that other JavaScript functions can work over it. It represents the entire document in the form of object and nodes. Whether it be elements or text or anything stored in the document, the entire page content can be accessed or manipulated by JavaScript. DOM is not used with JavaScript only. Other languages like Python also uses DOM. DOM was designed to be used independently. To begin with DOM, there is nothing special you have to do. Different browsers have different implementation of the document object model. Every browser uses DOM to make the web page of the document accessible by JavaScript. Let's move on and see what is document object model with the help of an example. I believe you guys have the basic knowledge of HTML and CSS, a prerequisite for this course. Let's start things off with a basic HTML example. Here we have a code that consists tags like HTML, head, body, heading tag, etc. We have the HTML tag here, the opening HTML tag and the closing HTML tag. Inside the HTML tag, we have the head tag, which contains the document's header part. Inside the head tag, there is a title tag that contains the title of the web page. Then comes the body tag, which contains a heading tag and two div tags with IDs as div1 and div2. A div tag defines a particular section in the HTML document. The ID used within the div tag, it is an attribute basically that has to be unique within the document to make the element unique from other elements. Next up, we have a paragraph tag with a class attribute within it. CSS and JavaScript uses classes to select and access specific elements. Don't worry guys if you have no idea about it. Let us first see the output of this code before going to the document object model of this whole document. So guys, this is the output of the previous code we just came through. Here we can see the title of the web page as well as heading after it. There were two different div tags used in the code. Here is the output of both the div tags. The question here is, where are those ID and class attributes seen in the output? The answer to this question is there's nothing on this web page that can show both of them. We can use them in our CSS file or through JavaScript to specify the containers in which they are used. So we have concluded how a normal document works and how the browser interprets the HTML code. But how JavaScript uses this code is a bit different. That's where DOM comes into play. When the actual HTML document is loaded in the browser, another representation of that document is created, known as document object model. Here's the model you can see on your screen. Each of the tags used in HTML document is correspondingly represented as objects in the DOM, like starting from the HTML tag and covering all the other tags like head, title, body, and few more. The same hierarchy as there was in the HTML document goes with the document object model also. Document object model is simply the same HTML document with different representation. The reason behind this different representation is that it's easy for JavaScript to interpret this format. JavaScript can't understand tags, but it can understand these objects. JavaScript can easily manipulate these objects using different functions, which we will see in future while working on these functions. For example, if you want to access the text present inside the heading tag, you can do it by accessing the heading tag with JavaScript. You can also work on the style of this text with the help of JavaScript as well. JavaScript uses the concept of nodes. It can access nodes of the document object model. There are many types of nodes present in the DOM. The basic three types are element node, attribute node, and text node. The element node consists of all the tags used in HTML document, like the head tag and the body tag. The attribute node contains the attributes used in HTML document. By now, I hope you have understood the concept of attributes. So JavaScript can access these attributes as well, and the user can work upon them as per requirements. The text here in the HTML document, that is simply. It can also be accessed with the help of JavaScript. It is the value of that particular element. Before installing VS Code, let's discuss a few things about what is an IDE. So IDE stands for Integrated Development Environment. It is a software application basically. It comprehends facilities to a programmer for software development. Just like Photoshop makes it easier for us to edit photos, in the same way, IDE makes it easier for a programmer to write code. If you want to write code, IDE will help you write that, and it will help you in software development. There are a number of IDEs present in the market today. We have Sublime, we have PyCharm, we have Komodo, we have Notepad and Notepad++ as well. But in this particular course, we will be using Visual Studio Code, or VS Code we can say. So let me run you through some of the advantages that why we are using VS Code for this course. So first of all, VS Code is free to use as it is an open source software, so you can use it without any cost. It supports multiple programming languages. There is nothing like you need any web support or work on different editors for different programming. You can use VS Code for different languages. Extensions are also one of the main reasons behind using VS Code. See, you want to work on a programming language it does not support. All you have to do is add an extension, search for it, and you are good to go. It will also not affect the speed of the editor as it runs as a different process. It can also detect code snippet whether it is complete or not, like you are using a variable in your program and you forgot to declare it. VS Code will do it for you. This property is known as IntelliSense. Besides all these properties, one main key feature behind using VS Code is it is cross-platform. It is available for Mac, it is available for Linux and Windows as well. I think there are enough features we have discussed till now. There are many more features. We will discuss them while installing or while working in VS Code. So for now, let's move on to the installation process. The installation process for VS Code is pretty simple. Just go to Google and search for VS Code. The next page which will open, here you can see that the first link available is from their official website. Click on that and you will go to their official website. Here in the front you can see the download. You can download the stable version from here only. Or if you want to download it for your according to your PC's specifications, you can click on the download button present at the top right corner of your screen. Here you can see that VS Code is available for different platforms. It is available for Windows, for Linux and for Mac as well. You can download it from here as well. So if you want to download it for Windows, you can click here. It will take you to another page and it will start downloading VS Code. Once the download completes, open the setup file from your downloads and it will take you to the license agreement page. You have to agree with all the terms and conditions. You can go through the full license, but then it will take a lot of time to go through all this. Once you click on it, this window will open where you have to select the location you want your VS Code to locate. Any ID you install, the default location for all the editors is the same. You can click on browse and select any other location if you want. But for now, I'll be leaving it as it is and I'll click on next. Now this will open and you will click next from here. Now it will ask you some questions like if you want to create a desktop icon or not. Select all of them and click on next. Now click on install and it will install VS Code for you. Sit back and relax, it will take time. So once you are done with the installation process, click on finish and the Visual Studio Code will start automatically. So here we are, you can see that we are on the welcome page. So let's start with these icons present on the left side of the editor. This icon here is Explorer. So VS Code works with the folders in your system. Click on open folder and just search any folder, or you can take any folder of your choice. So here in my PC, I'll go to work and I'll take JavaScript as my folder. I'll select it and see. It will open the folder and I already have a few programs written over here like this. And I have a few more programs like this and this. You can open any program from that folder by using this Explorer option. You can open any program present in that folder. So basically what it does, any program you make in Visual Studio Code, you will save it in this folder only. So it will be easy for you to open any program anytime. Next up, we have the search button to find any keyword or word present in your code. Whatever you write here, it will show you where it is present in your code or in your document. So let's suppose I write here Simplilearn. See, it will show you Simplilearn in your main screen. So you have a shortcut key for this also. Press Ctrl plus F from your keyboard and write anything here. Like it's written Simplilearn here. Press enter and it will show you the result. The third option here is for version control. If you want to use any version control, like you want to use Git, VS Code has very good integration with Git. The next button here is for debug, or it will run your program. Once you are done with writing the code, click here and run and debug. Just open it with Chrome. You have a shortcut for this as well. Press F5 from your keyboard and it will do the same. The next button here is for extensions. Here you can find many extensions given by the VS Code community. They are free to use. For now, we will use these three extensions. The first one is HTML CSS support. Just click on the search button, write HTML CSS support. The first option, click on that and install that extension. Similarly, you have to install few more. You have to install JavaScript and TypeScript nightly. And you have to install Live Server in the same way. I'll tell you the use of Live Server in the next video when we will be writing our first Hello World program. Let me end this video by giving you a shortcut. Let's create a new file here. Click here, create a new file. Just close it. Create a new file. We will name it as new.html. So it's new.html here. One thing you have to keep in mind, while saving a file, make sure to save that file with .html extension. Here we are about to start writing our first program. So just write exclamation mark and press enter. It will do this. See, it will write the basic HTML code which you will need in almost every program from now on. So you don't have to write this code every time. Just do it this way and start writing main program. We are using VS Code Studio as a text editor to write the script here. We have already discussed the benefits as well as the features of VS Code in the previous video. So as I have already mentioned, you must have a web browser with JavaScript enabled in it. So if you are using Google Chrome, it's quite easy to enable JavaScript. Let me take you through it. Open Google Chrome, go to settings and just write JavaScript in the search option. Go to site settings and scroll down. You will find here JavaScript. Allow it if it's not allowed. In my case, it's already allowed, so I'm good to go. Once you have downloaded the editor and you are done with the environment setup and all, you can start writing the program. So let's go to VS Code. We will open a new file here and save it with a name. Let's open a new file and we will save it with name first.html. Make sure to save your file with .html extension, as it will make it easy for the computer to understand that this particular file is an HTML file. So in the last video, we installed an extension named Live Server. Let me tell you how to use it and what are the benefits of using Live Server. So let's write a basic HTML program, or just press the exclamation key and press enter. Here we are with the basic HTML program. We have not done anything yet, just edit it a little bit. We'll add a heading tag, and inside the heading tag we will write a heading. Let's suppose we are writing hello. So now right click on your desktop and click on open with live server. What this will do, it will open your program in the browser. See, it's the basic thing. So let me tell you what its benefits are. It will open your program in the browser, and whatever changes you are making in the programs will be directly shown in the browser the moment you save them. See, just use Google Chrome or whatever browser you are using, and in the VS Code side by side. We'll be using it side by side now. Let's suppose we'll change something here. Let's add a word here, hello world. And the moment we save it, it will be reflected in your browser as well. So that's the benefit of using live server. We will be using it during our whole code. So now we are done with that. Let's start with the program. So here we are with our basic HTML code, which has only tags in it. It will print nothing if I remove this heading tag. Let me remove it, and the moment I save it, it will print nothing. So guys, let me give you a brief introduction to these tags. These HTML tags are used to render HTML files properties so that the browser can differentiate between simple text and HTML tags. You can use as many tags according to your requirements. In our first program, we will write a single line statement over the browser. For that, we will need the script tag. Don't worry if you don't know much about script tag. Let me tell you briefly about this tag's functionality. It is used to embed a client-side script language. Remember guys, script tag is used to embed JavaScript with HTML. This is where HTML and JavaScript comes together. It may contain the scripting statements or point towards the external script through the src attribute. We will see the src attribute as well. We'll use the script tag inside the body tag, or we can use it wherever we want to use it. Like, it's not necessary to use it inside the body tag only. We can use it anywhere in a program. So let's start with this. First, let's start the script tag. We are done with it. Now the script tag, we have to type an attribute. The attribute is, the type is, it's a text file. We are done with our script tag. To write on the web page, we use a very basic command, the document.write. It is a JavaScript method using which you can print anything on the browser. Let's see what document.write can do. Let's write here something, document.write, and any text you want to write inside it. Let's suppose hello world, welcome to SimpliCode. So guys, we are done with this. We have written a text over here, hello world, welcome to SimpliCode. Let's see what will happen when we save it. Press Ctrl+S, and the moment you save it here, it will be reflected on your browser. Here you can see in our browser, it's written over here, hello world, welcome to SimpliCode. We can define JavaScript in an external file as well. Let's see how we can do this. How this script tag will point towards an external JavaScript file. Here what you have to do, you have written script, just before type, use an attribute src and give it the source of the file. But till now we don't have any JavaScript file, so let's create a file first. Name it as script.js. Remember, you have to save it with .js extension. We are done with it and we are good to go. So here we will write document.write and any text you want to write here. Hello world, welcome to Simplilearn. We will save it. The moment we will save it here, there's something wrong, I guess. Okay, we have not given the source code of that JavaScript. So here we will have to give the name of that file. It was script.js. The moment we will save it, see, the text is changed here. Initially it was hello world, welcome to SimpliCode, but now it is hello world, welcome to Simplilearn. This document.write is not interpreted by the browser. That's because this script tag is now pointing towards an external JavaScript file. Anything you will write inside this script tag will not be considered now. So we are done with this script tag here. We now have an idea of how to embed JavaScript with HTML. And now let's see some of the features of document.write. So let's suppose you have written this text here. Let's erase it and see what else it can do. Let's give it a task to add two numbers. Let's suppose we have given here 9 plus 3. Let's see if it works. See, it will give you the output directly here. Document.write 9 plus 3, it will give you the output as 12. Similarly, you will do any mathematical task, any calculation you want to do. Let's suppose 7 multiplied by 8. You can see here 12, 56, 12. Let's give it another one. 9 multiply 5 minus, let's suppose 3, and save it. See, 9 into 5 is 45, and if you minus 3 from 45, you will get 42. Here is the answer for as 42. 56 is for 7 into 8, 7 multiplied by 8, and 12 is for 9 plus 3. So with that, we are done with how to embed with JavaScript with HTML. Let's move on to another concept in JavaScript, that is console.log. Console log is a function in JavaScript that works the same as document.write, but it will not print anything in the browser. Let's give it a try. Let's clear this and suppose we write here console.log and give it a command. Save it and see, there is nothing printed on the browser. Let's write something in the body tag. We'll use a heading tag and write something here. Let's go again and go to body tag. We'll use a heading tag here as well and write something here. Let's suppose we write SimpliCode. Save it. See, this is printed on the browser. To open your browser's console, go to browser, right click here and go to inspect element, or you can use Ctrl plus Shift plus I, which I normally do. Here you can see the console option. See, it has many options like elements, consoles, sources, network, and many more. But for now, let's focus on console. Here you can see the text printed here. So what's the point of doing this? Whenever we write a code, we usually have many variables and functions and a lot of these kinds of things. We don't always know what to expect as the output. Maybe we expect a particular result, but we might get something else. One way of debugging our code is that we can pass a value to this function here only, and we can check the result of that value out of the code. Let's add two numbers here. So if you don't understand it, basically what we are doing for now, we are writing a small piece of code, like the program is not that big, but later on when we are good with JavaScript and we'll use JavaScript as a primary language, the size of the program will go longer and longer. So not every time you are supposed to check the output of your code by doing that only. So if you are using any variables or you are using any functions, you can check the output here only if you have to use that variable in that way or you have to change something. So you will get it here only. That's the use of console.log. Let's add two numbers. Remove it. A is equal to 5 and let B's value is 8, suppose. Okay, we are done with these two numbers, and what we'll do, we will write console.log. We have given it the command to add A and B. Let's see if it works here. See, the value of A plus B is 13. You can see it here in console. The value is 13. You can see it here. So here we can see that the output is 13. You can do any complex calculation here in the console. It will give you the correct answer. You can see here script.js:4. The number after the column is the line in script.js. Here in our file, we can see that the console.log command is in line number 4. So here it is written that it is line number 4 here. So if you click on this, you can see the script.js opened in a very small window, and you can edit it from here as well. So this is not a random line number. To prove this, let's go on to a program and let's move this to another line. See, now the console.log is in line 11. Save it, and here you can see this also changed to 11. So let's make this more complex. Add another variable C. We'll add another variable here. Let's suppose we add C here. We'll give it a more complex equation. Let's suppose let C equals to the moment we save it, it will give it the answer. Oh no, we are done with the equation. Let's change it here also. The value of C is, let's see if it works or not. Press Ctrl plus S, it's saved, and the value of C is 7. Let's see if this value is correct or not. The value of A was 5. 5 into 3 is 15. 15 plus 8 is 23. 23 plus 4 is 27. 27 plus A minus 25. Value of A is 5 minus 25 is minus 20. 27 minus 20. The value of C is 7. Say it's correct. Check it yourself if you can do something more interesting with this console.log, or you can do something more interesting with document.write. So console log allows us to debug our code, and we can use it if we are not sure about the output in a lengthy program. Before moving forward to statements and comments, here to take a note, while you are performing any calculation, let me show you. See, if you are performing any calculation, let's copy it from here and paste it here. So yeah, if you want to perform, let's add two numbers, like we want to add 45 and we'll add, let's say 5. We'll save it, and here you can see the answer is 50 here, right? So if you want to perform any calculation, you have to write as it is. You can't write any calculation within inverted comma or double inverted comma. Let's try this. If you want to write any calculation within a single inverted comma, the moment you save it, it will print it as 45 plus 5. What the browser will do, the browser will interpret it as text and print it as it is. So there will be no change. So keep that in mind, take a note of it, and we are done with it right now. So let's move on to statements in JavaScript. So guys, whenever you use any programming language, you give the computer some instruction to perform any task or activity. That's common in all programming languages present out there. Like you are giving computers a few instructions to do a particular task. These instructions you are giving to the computer are known as statements. You see the code written over here. This document.write function is an instruction or statement given to the computer to write something on the browser. Like if you are writing hello world inside this function, it will print it in the browser as it is. And same for addition, subtraction, multiplication, and whatever you are writing inside it, it will basically print it on browser. Like let's suppose if we write here something else, let's suppose we write here inside double inverted comma, welcome to SimpliCode. We save it. We are basically giving it the instruction to write this on the browser. So what it will do, it will write it as it is on the browser. These are the instructions we are giving to a machine to perform a basic task or to perform a certain task. So if you are writing a whole program for designing a website or for anything, you must be using more than one statement. You will use a lot of statements in a single program. So all these statements are separated by semicolons. Like here you can see after every statement I have written a semicolon. It's necessary. Let me show you an example. See, we'll remove this statement and we'll copy this line and paste it in the next line and write something else here. What we can say, this is our first program we will write. Like suppose I've written it, I'll give it the semicolon here. The moment I'll save it, see, you can see here it's written that hello world, the first statement is interpreted and written over here. Then second it come to welcome to SimpliCode. See, here you can see that I have not written any semicolon, but it's still showing the output. So let me tell you something interesting. So if you remove the semicolon from any of these statements here, it will work fine, which means JavaScript will forgive you for these small errors you do. But it's always a good practice to put a semicolon after every statement, because while writing a whole program in future, you will use n number of statements. And let's see what happens if you try to write more than one statement in a single line without any semicolon. Let's do this thing here. Write more than one statement in a single line and I'll save it. See, it won't work. The moment I put a semicolon here and save it, it will work fine. So that's why I am saying that it is a good practice to use semicolon after each statement. Hope you guys are getting this. Let's move on to comments. So a comment is also common for almost all programming languages. It's a line in programming language which do not have any effect on the output of the program. See, it stays there in the code, but it does not affect the output by any means. A comment may be a multi-line comment or a single line comment as well. To write a single line comment, we just use double slash in front of that statement. Like here, if we see, the output is hello world, welcome to SimpliCode. This is our first program. So to make this first statement a comment, what we'll do, we'll use 2 forward slashes in front of it and it will become a comment. So the moment we will save it, this hello world is disappeared from the output. So this is how to use a single line comment. A comment won't affect your program by any means. Let's move on to multi-line comments. To write a multi-line comment, you have to use a forward slash along with the asterisk sign. See, if you want to make these 2 lines as comments, to end a comment, we will use asterisk sign with a forward slash. These 2 statements are comments now. So the moment you will save it, welcome to SimpliCode is also disappeared from the output. That's how comments work. They won't affect your program's output, but comments are very useful in programming. It's just a note for the programmers to remember what they did at that particular part of the program. Suppose you write a program. See here, the programs are not that large and the coding is not that much. But in future, when you write a program, maybe the program will be of more than 500 lines or more. So suppose you write a program with more than 500 lines and come back 20 days later. So at that time, you can't go through the whole code. This is where comments will help you in JavaScript. It will help you to remember what you did at that particular part of the program. Variables are named storage that a program can manipulate. As the name suggests, a variable is a value that can change according to conditions. Variables refers to those memory blocks inside the computer where we can store information. Let's suppose you want to store any value inside your computer. So variable will represent the location of that value. In simple terms, variables are cups with stuff inside them, and you can use that stuff later again and again according to the way you want to. Before the introduction of ES6 or ECMAScript we can say, which is the updated version of JavaScript, variables were declared using a single keyword only, which is where. We'll try to declare a few variables here. We'll see how where keyword works. So let's comment this thing first. So let's declare a few variables. Let's suppose where a equals to 15. We will declare where b and the value of b will be 6. We will declare where c and the value of c would be a plus b. So here we have defined 3 variables a, b and c. A is a variable with value 15 stored inside it, and so is b. The value of b is 6. But c is a variable that will contain the value of a plus b. Let's try to print this on browser. Document.write, and we will print the value of c. Save it, and here you can see the value of c is 21. That's the correct answer. So similarly, you can also print a and b as well. Let's print a and b as well here. What we will do, we'll copy this line, we'll paste it for a, and we'll update this here as well so it won't create any confusion. So here you can see the value of c is 21, the value of a is 15, and the value of b is 6. It shows the value of all the 3 variables we declared. But with the introduction of ES6 or ECMAScript in 2015, 2 more ways were introduced to declare a variable. These are let and const. We shall discuss these 2 terms in the later part of this session. Let me show you how to declare a variable. There are a few things you have to keep in mind while declaring a variable name. Here we have seen we use 3 variables a, b and c. That was an easy task to do, but giving a variable any name, like something other than a single alphabet. So you have to keep a few things in mind while naming them. Start them with a letter, underscore or a dollar sign. You can't use any sign except underscore or dollar. So if you are giving a variable name, you can't use any other sign except the underscore or the dollar sign. You can use these 2 signs only. You can't use any other sign. You can't use a number in the starting. Apart from that, let's suppose you want to give it a name as 9BE. You can't do that in JavaScript. JavaScript won't allow you this. If you try to save it, it will throw you an error, invalid or unexpected token. So you can't do this in JavaScript. There is no limit for the length of the variable name. but you can't use reserved keywords in a variable name. Like let's try to create a variable with name as class. Class is a reserved keyword in JavaScript. We'll save it and see here it throws an error, unexpected token class. But you can use a class with capital C. Let's save it and here it will work fine. Why it works? Because JavaScript variables are case sensitive. If we try to create a variable with same name, let's see, we try to create a variable with var girl and the another variable will be var girl with capital G this time. JavaScript will treat these two variables differently. These two are different variables for JavaScript, as JavaScript is case sensitive when it comes to variables. Let's declare a few more variables. Let's remove it. We'll declare a few more variables. Let's comment this part as well. We'll declare a few more variables. Suppose we declare a variable with keyword var and we'll name this variable as bike name. Var bike name and press enter. If we leave this variable without assigning it any value, the by default value will be undefined. Let's try to print the value of this variable. Right, we will try to print the value of bike name. Save it. Here you can see the value it shows is undefined. So the by default value of a variable, if you do not assign it any value, will be undefined. Let's try to give it a value. Let's suppose we try to give bike name. We use equals to operator to assign it a value. To assign, let's suppose we'll assign it Yamaha. Semicolon and press Ctrl plus S to save this, and here you can see the output as Yamaha. You can also assign a value to the variable during declaration, as we have done in the previous examples. Here we have assigned the variable's value at the time of declaration only. Let's move on to let and const. So we will discuss let and const, but first we will compare let with var. Let is also used to declare a variable just like var is used, but there is a limitation to use let. Let is not accessible outside the block in which it is declared. So we will use let here only. Let bike name equals, and we will change this value as well. We'll change it to hero, let's say. Save it, and here you can see the output as hero. But if we try to put this code inside a block, let's suppose we put this code inside this block, a pair of curly braces, and we will again try to access document.write. We'll try to access bike name again from here. From outside the block we try to access this. Save it, and here you can see bike name is not defined. It is an error in line 18. So what's happening here? Basically you can't access a let variable outside the scope. You can't access it from here, but it will work with var. If we try to replace let with var and save it, here you can see it says hero and hero, because first it will interpret this method and then it will interpret this as well in case of var. Due to its limited scope, let variables are used when there is limited use only. Like in for loop or in while loop, we will learn these loop in future. Let will not allow you to redeclare any variable. Let's understand this with an example. Here's the code as well. We have declared var bike name and we'll remove this. And first we'll try to do this with var. Let's suppose var bike name equals to TVS. Control plus S. It says hero and TVS. So the variable name, the bike name is same in both cases. Here and here as well. These are same, but with var keyword you can do that. Let will not allow you to do this. If we use let here in place of var, we'll write let here as well, and we will change the value as well. We will give it as Kawasaki and let's suppose Suzuki here. Save it. See, bike name has already been declared. So that's what let won't allow you to do. You can repeat the same let variable in different scope. It won't create any problem, but it will not allow you to redeclare any declared variable. So let's move on to const. We use const when there are values we don't want to change or that will never change basically. So the keyword const is little misleading, as it defines a constant reference to a value, not the constant value. We can't change the primitive value, but we can change the properties of constant objects. Let's write another piece of code for const keyword. So let's declare a variable const x is equal to 5 comma y is equal to 7. Let's say const so here what we have done, we declared a variable x and a variable y with value as 5 and 7. We declared this time with const keyword, and a variable z which is x plus y. We printed z on the browser and it shows the value as 12, which is x plus y. 7 plus 5 is equal to 12. Now what we will do, const will let you do this, but if you try to update the value of x, let's suppose we try to update the value of x as x equals to x plus 10. We'll print x this time. Document.write x. Let's save this. It will throw an error, assignment to a constant variable in line 24. So here you want to update the value of x. You can't do this with const keyword. You can do this with let and where as well, but you can't do this with const. Also, const won't allow you to redeclare any variable, just like let. So if you try to use const x again is equal to 10, save it. So here it says identifier x has already been declared. This thing you can do with const. The scope of const is the same as let. It can be used within the block where it is declared. Data types is an essential concept in every programming language. To work on any variable, you should know its type. It refers to the kind of data which is being stored inside a variable. The type of variable is holding basically. Every programming language has its own set of data types, which is unique in its own way. We discussed earlier that JavaScript is a lightweight scripting language because we don't need to specify any data type in JavaScript. After all the variables in JavaScript are loosely packed, or we can say JavaScript is a dynamically typed scripting language. We shall discuss these properties later in this video. For now, let me tell you about different data types present in JavaScript. So JavaScript data types are divided into two categories: primitive data types and non-primitive data types. Primitive data types are stored in stack, whereas non-primitive data types, they are stored in heap. I don't want you to go deep in these two terms as if you are new to programming, so we'll leave it. Just keep one thing in mind, that primitive data types are base data types, whereas non-primitive data types are objects, or we can say they are derived. Primitive data types, they are further divided into 5 categories. They are divided as numbers, strings, boolean, undefined and null. Non-primitive data types or complex data types, we can say, on the other hand, they are divided into two parts: arrays and objects. We'll have separate videos on these topics. For now, let's discuss primitive data types. To understand primitive data types much better, let's declare a few variables here. Let's say we declare var x and give it the value as 16. We'll declare var y and we'll give it value hello world. We'll declare one more. Let's say var flag and the value will be true. Here we can talk about those properties of JavaScript which I mentioned earlier. JavaScript variables are loosely packed and JavaScript is a dynamically typed scripting language. These 2 points refer to the same thing. Here you can see we have defined 3 variables: x, we have defined variable x, we have defined variable y, and flag as well. The values for all 3 variables is different from one another. See, variable x is holding a value that is 16, variable y is holding a value hello world, which is a string. So 16 is a number, hello world is a string, and variable flag is holding a value that refers to a boolean value. In place of true, we can also write false here. So what's happening here? Here you can see there is no data type. If you are coming from a C++ background or a Java background, this will be a little bit weird for you guys, because in C++ and Java, we used to do it like we'll define an integer. Let me show you. So how we will define an integer in C++ or Java? What we'll say, we'll use int x equals to 5 or something like that. We already had a data type. For string as well, we have char in C++, but here in JavaScript, we have no data type. We are only using the where keyword. That's what we call as loosely typed. This line means that you don't have to define the data type of the variable. What happens in JavaScript is whatever the type of value you will pass to the variable, the data type will change accordingly. So you don't need to worry about if you are passing a number or if you are passing a string. Just relax. Just when you pass the value to the variable, it will be determined automatically. So these are the three basic primitive data types present in JavaScript, which are number, boolean value and string. So let's move on to the next one, which is undefined. We'll define a variable p and we'll leave it as it is. So this variable p has an undefined data type. It means that any variable which is already declared but has no value inside it, it has an undefined data type. I'll tell you a basic operator, the type of operator. We'll go through the operators in later videos, but just try to understand the basic need and use it with me. For now, this operator will help you know the type of value a variable is holding. See, let's use it here. We have declared a variable p. We'll check the type of p. So to use this operator, you have to use it with document.write now. So we'll do document.write and we'll use two brackets, and inside it we'll write type of, and whatever, like if you want to know the type of variable x, let's suppose we'll write here x semicolon, save it, and you can see here it says number. This means that this variable has a value which is a number. Similarly, we will check for all the variables present here. We'll check for every variable. We'll check for y, we'll check for flag, and we'll check for p as well. Let's copy this and paste it 3 times, and let's change the value here from x to y in this line, and from x to flag here, and here we'll change it to p. So we have done it. We'll save it and see. Here it says number first. Variable y, it says it's a string, because you know hello world is a string. It's a sequence of character. For variable flag, it says boolean, so it's defined as true or false. And for variable p, it's written here undefined. With this, we are left with only one primitive data type, the null data type. There's a difference between a null value and an undefined value. Undefined means lack of value, whereas null means the absence of any value. Suppose you are using null as the value for any variable. The type of operator will return this variable as an object. But if you are not giving any value to this variable, you are leaving it after declaration, the type of operator will return undefined. Here's an example for this. See, we'll declare one more variable here. We'll declare var num. Let's name this variable num, and we will give it the value as null. We'll use document.write type of, and we will check with the help of type of operator that what type of value the variable num is holding. So let's give here num. We are good to go. Press Ctrl plus S and see. Here it says it's an object. So a null value will always be shown as an object. We'll talk about the complex types or composite types in further videos. We'll have separate videos for each of these types. Don't worry about it. Type conversion, as the name suggests, conversion of value from one to another. In the previous video, we declared a few variables. We declared numbers, strings, and boolean as well. In JavaScript, you can change the data type of any variable from one to another. You can change a number to a string or a string to a number. Let's see an example of type conversion. Let's declare a variable here. Let's suppose we are using a variable. Let's say var num equals to, and the value will be 34, and we'll print it first. And we'll use type of operator to see the data type of this variable. Save it and see. Here it shows 34 and a number. I've already told you about the use of console.log. In this topic, we'll use console.log. Just for a change, you can use document.write as well. There's no problem with any method you are using. Let's move ahead and we'll declare a few more variables. We'll declare a string and a boolean as well. Let's suppose where str equals to hello, and we'll print it as well. Let's copy it from here and paste it here. And we'll declare one more variable. Let's say where bool equals to true. Let's print these three variables first. See, the output is pretty simple. We can see the value and data types as well. See, 34 is a number, hello is a string, and true is a boolean value. So let's convert this number to a string first. This number 34, this is a number here, right? And we'll convert this number to a string. So how to do it? That's pretty simple. All you have to do is write a word here. Let's write here. Write string with a capital S and put 34 inside a bracket. So here we are done with it. Save it and see. Here you can see 34, which was a number first, and now it's changed to a string. That's how you can change the data type of any variable. Let's try to change a boolean value to a string now. Many of you guys gets confused with boolean. So boolean is nothing. If something is true, then set it to true, and if something is not true, like if it's false, then set it to false. See, if we talk about a real life example, say if you know how to drive, create a variable drive and set it to true. And if you don't know how to drive, set the variable to false. That's pretty simple. That's what boolean is. Let's change a boolean variable to a string. We have to follow the same steps as we did for numbers. What we did, we'll write here string and put true inside brackets. We are done with it. Save it and check the output. Here you can see the type changed from boolean to string. Like string function, we can also change a string value to a number. So how to do it? Let's take a variable. Let's say where str1 we will take. Let's say we are giving it a numeric value. Let's say 8968. And what we'll do, we'll write here console log and we'll print it basically str1, and we'll write here as well. Save it, and here you can see 8968 is a string. So how to change this string to a number? That's also a simple task. All you have to do is write here number with capital N and put this value inside brackets. Save it and see, here you can see 8968 changed to a number. It was a string earlier and now it's a number. So if it's a number now, let's update this number and we will see if we are adding something to 8968, the value will change or not. Let's update str1. What we'll do, we'll write str1 equals to str1 plus, let's add a number, say 2. So the output should be 8970 and the type of operator will give the value as number. Let's see what's the output now. Save it and see. Here you can see the output changed to 8970. But if you add an alphabet or a character in the value, then the output will be different. Here we will copy this whole code and we'll paste it here. We'll change the value of str1 equals to str2 and we'll use an alphabet along with this number. Let's suppose it's 8968A. So A is an alphabet, and what we'll do, we'll comment this line and we'll go here and change the value str1. Here we are done with it. Save it. Here you can see it says NaN. It means that it's not a number. It won't treat this string as a number because it consists of both numeric value as well as character. Now let's try to convert a boolean value to a number. In the case of a boolean variable, the scenario is a bit different. Let's try this. Let's declare a variable. Let's say we are using var bool2 and the value will be true. What we'll do, we'll print the value here. Here you can see true and the data type of true is boolean. So let's try to change this boolean value to a number. That's pretty simple task. Write here number and put true inside brackets. Save it and here you can see it says 1. In case of boolean variable, the value of true is 1 and the value of false is 0. Remember this guys, keep this thing in mind. If you are changing a boolean variable to a number, then the value of true will be changed to 1 and the value of false will be changed to 0. Now let's have a look at parseInt and parseFloat as well. After which I'll tell you one more interesting function. Let's move on to parseInt first. Here I'll declare a variable. Let's suppose I'm declaring a variable, let's say var, and we'll name this variable as number. The value will be a string. Let's suppose it's 56. We'll print it console.log. Here you can see that the output is showing 56 is a string. So the data type here is string because I have used here single inverted comma. So it will take 56 as a string. Now let's suppose I want to parse this as an integer, or say I want to change it to a number. I can use parseInt as well. Apart from number, if you want to use number, that's fine. But apart from number, if you want to use parseInt, you can use it. Let's see what happens if you use parseInt. Use parseInt and put 56 inside a bracket. Save it and see, here it changed a string to a number. 56 was a string earlier, right? And now it's a number. Just like parseInt, we have parseFloat as well. ParseFloat will do the same thing, but what if you are using a decimal number here? Let's see if you are using 56.343. Save it. What parseInt will do? It will give you, let's change 56 first. Let's suppose we are using 65 now. Save it and see. ParseInt will give you the value as 65 only. It won't show you the value, the decimal value. But if you are using here number or parseFloat, it will give you the whole numeric value. Let's see what happens if you use number here. Number and save it. Here you can see the value is 65.343. Like number, if you are using here parseFloat, let's use parseFloat here. And we'll change the value here as well. Let's suppose it's 72.543. Save it and see, here it will give you the whole numeric value of the variable. I hope this is clear for you guys. Now there is one more function you can use in numbers, which is .toFixed. So this function has by default 0 value. Let's suppose I'm using here. We have to use it here only. Let's see what happens if I'm using number.toFixed. So inside bracket we are giving it a value. By default the value is 0. Let's suppose we are giving it the value as 2. Now save it and what will happen? It will give you the value as 72.54. Similarly, if you are using here some other number, let's suppose 7. You can see we have only 3 digits here. After the decimal we have 3 digits only. That is 5, 4 and 3. What happens if we run this program now? Let's save it and see. Here it says 5430000. So it will show you the value up to 7 decimal points. It doesn't matter if there are available numbers after decimal point, but it will show you the value. Instead of 7, you can also give here 30. Let's save it and see, it says 6366 and so on. Hope this is clear for you guys. In any programming language, an operator is a symbol that makes the computer understand that it needs to do some specific task. Like if we want to perform an addition between two numbers, let's say we want to perform addition between 4 and 5. So guys, if you see the plus sign here, this is known as the operator, and the two terms which are 4 and 5, these two numbers, these are known as the operands. We have different operators for different purposes. Like we have plus for addition, we have minus for subtraction, we have star or asterisk we can say for multiplication, and many more other operators as well. So there are many more operators present in almost every programming language which is present out there. Like operators are present in Java, they are present in C++, in C. Almost every programming language out there has the concept of operators. It's essential for you to know how and where to use any operator despite of the language you are working on. One needs to understand which operators are available, right? So in this particular video, I'll take you through the basic types of operator present in JavaScript. I'll let you know the types and we'll learn about how to use them, and of course I'll take you through the different categories of operators present in JavaScript. So in JavaScript there are basically 8 categories into which operators are divided, which are: we have arithmetic operators, we have assignment, we have string, we have conditional, we have logical, bitwise, comparison, and type of operator. We'll discuss the first 3 types in this video. That is, we'll discuss the arithmetic operators, we'll discuss the assignment and the string operators. Rest we'll talk about in the following video. First up here is the arithmetic operator. Hope you all are aware of the term arithmetic, right? So, arithmetic operators perform mathematical calculations, like it performs addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division as well. So here are the few operators you can see on your screen: the plus operator, minus, asterisk, division, we have modulus, we have increment, we have decrement. So these are the basic arithmetic operator. We'll see each of these operator with an example. So let's move on to the programming part first. So guys, I want to mention one more thing here. I want all of you to make a separate file for each topic we'll be covering from now on. Like for operators, you'll create a separate file. We'll create a separate one for control statements and other topics we'll cover in future from today. So I want you to create a separate file because, you know, in future if you want to access these topics, it will be easy for you to access those files. Instead, if you are using a single file for all the topics, it will be quite confusing. So let's start with the arithmetic operators first. Let's take 2 variables. We are in the JavaScript file. Let's take 2 variables. Let's say var x equals to 6, and we'll take another variable. Let's say var y equals to 4. Now we'll perform some arithmetic operations on these 2 variables. We have already seen the arithmetic operators present, like we have plus, minus, we have increment, decrement, we have multiplication, division. So we'll go through all of these, right? So let's start with it. Here we are done with our basic 3 operators, which is addition, subtraction, and multiplication. I have commented the division because I have something to tell you about the division. So let's check the output here first. Let's save it and see. The output is addition 10, subtraction 2, and multiplication 24. For addition, it added the 2 numbers, it's 6 plus 4. Similarly, for subtraction and multiplication, it is 6 minus 4, and it's 6 multiplied by 4. For division, I have left division because I hope you guys know the difference between division and the modulus operator. Let's try to use the modulus operator along with the division. So what we'll do, we'll comment these 3 and let's remove it from here, and what we'll do, we'll paste this here and we'll use the modulus here. So now let's check the output, what it says for division and modulus. See, we have divided 6 by 4. Division, it says it's 1.5. 6 divided by 4, that is 1.5. It will show the quotient here. For modulus, it's saying 2 because in modulus it gives you the remainder, and in division it gives you the quotient as the answer. So keep this thing in mind, guys. Keep this in mind always. Take a note of it. So we are done with division and modulus. Next up we have the increment and the decrement operators. Let me show them to you real quick. So what we'll do, we'll declare another variable. Let's say where z equals to 5, and we'll use the increment operator here. We'll use again document.write, and here we'll, let's say we write increment. How to use increment operator? For increment operator you have to use plus whatever variable you have used. So we'll use plus z, and similarly we'll copy this, paste it here, and here we'll use minus for decrement, and change here as well. So let's see what happens. Let me give some space in between them so that you won't get confused. Let's save it and check the output here. Increment is, it says 6, and decrement it says 5. So you can see here the functioning of decrement and increment operator. The increment operator will increase the value of z by 1 and the decrement operator will do the opposite of this. It will decrease the value by 1. So we are done with the arithmetic operators. Next up we have the assignment operators. Assignment operators are used to assign values to different JavaScript variables. Let's see the types first and then we'll see how to use them. So we have these assignment operators here. We have equals to, plus equals to, minus equals to, and we have multiplied equals to, we have divide equals to, modulus equals to, and a few more. So let's see each of them with example. Maybe not each of them, but we'll try to cover almost every single operator out there which is present in your screen. So let's move on and see. Let's move on to the programming part. So here we are, guys. Let's declare a few variables. Let's say we are declaring a variable a and we are giving it the value as 10, suppose. And we'll declare another one, let's say var b, and give it the value 5. So for assignment operators, what assignment operator means? We have used here the equal to sign, right? We have used a equals to 10. This means whatever value present on the right side of the operator, like here it is 10, it will be assigned to the variable a. I hope you guys are getting this. Keep this in mind. So we have the value 10 and we are assigning this value to the variable a. It says, let's try to check the output of a. Let's try to print a on the screen. Okay, document. See, here you can see that the value of a, it says 10, and similarly the value of b is 5. So let's do one more thing. We'll assign the value of a to b. How to do this? Let's change the value here only. Let's suppose we are using the value of var a as 13. Okay, and the value of var b will be providing as, let's say, a. So now let's try to print the value of b. Here we will change, we'll print the value of b only. Let's save it and see the output. See, it says the value of b is 13 because we have assigned b the value present at variable a, which is 13. That's why it is showing the value of b as 13. This is what assignment operator is. Let's try other assignment operators as well. Let's take another variable. So let's say var a1 equals to, let's say, 51. So the next operator we will be using is, let's update the value of a1 first. So how to do this? Let's say a1 equals to, no, it's a1 plus equals to 9. And we'll print the value. Let's check the output now. See, it says the value of a1 is 60. Here we have given that a1 plus equals to 9. See, a1 plus equals to 9 is the same as, if you don't want to write here a1 plus equals to 9, you can also write it as a1 equals to a1 plus 9. Both of these lines are same. Both these statements means the same. They are performing the same task. So a1 equals to a1 plus 9 is same as a1 plus equals to 9. That's what I want you to understand with assignment operators. Similarly, if you want to perform a1 minus equals to, you can do it as well. So let's say a1 minus is equal to 5, and we'll copy this line from here, paste it here again and save it now. Let's see the output here. What it says. Some of you guys may get confused that here it shows the value of 6 is 69 of a1. So in the first statement, when we tried to print a1 here, the initial value was 51. Then this statement was performed and the value was updated to 60. Then after that, one more statement. This statement is also performed and the value updated to 69. It's 51 plus 9 plus 9. And the value we have here is 69. Now what happens if we are using the minus equals to operator? What it will do, it will decrease the value of a1 by 5. It means that a1 equals to a1 minus 5. The value of a1 is 69 and it will subtract 5 from 69. So here it says the value of a1 is 64. Hope you guys are getting this. So we have so many operators, we have so many of them. Like, let's try a few more. So we have multiply equals to, we have division equals to, we have modulus equals to. So I'll write these and then we'll see the output. So we are done with it. Let's check the output here for A3, A4 and A5. You can see for A3 we have used multiply equals to, for A4 we have used divide equals to, and for A5 we have used modulus equals to. Let's check the output here. Save it and see. It says the value of A3 50. Here we have taken A3 as 5. It's 10 into 5 because A3 equals to A3 into 5. So it's 10 into 5. It shows the value as 50. Similarly, here it says the value of A4 is 3.75 because we have used here 4. So instead of 4, let's try to use 3 and save it. See, here you can see it divides it and gives you the quotient, and the value of A4 divided by 3 is 5. So similarly for A5 it shows the value of A5 is 6 because we have used the modulus operator here, and 20 divided by 7 we have 6 as remainder. So I hope you guys are pretty clear with assignment operators now. Next up we have string operators. The plus operator, which we used as the arithmetic operators earlier, right? It also operates as a string operator. So we can use it to concatenate two strings. That means we can add two strings as well. In JavaScript it is possible with the help of string operator. Similarly, we have plus equals to operator for strings as well. Like we have plus equal to for assignment, it has the same functioning for string as well. Let's take the example for these two operators. Let's move on to the programming part. So here you can see we have two variables, where str1 and where str2. The value of where str1 is hello and the value of where str2 is world. So what we'll do, we will add str1 and str2. So let's check the output here, save it and see. Here you can see the output as hello world. But there is no space between hello and world. Keep this point in mind, guys. So if you are adding two strings just like this, there will be no space between the two strings. So if you want to add any space between these two, what you have to do, you have to mention it here separately. And this is the syntax if you want to add space between your strings. So now let's save it now and see. Here you can see there is a space between hello and world. So this is the use of plus operator in strings. So the next one we have plus equals to. Let's take another string. Let's take it as where str3 and we'll give it the value as welcome. So what we'll do, we'll use the plus equal to operator here. Str3 plus equals to, let's say, to SimpliCode. And what we'll do, we'll print the value of str3 here. So save it now. So here you can see the value of str3. If we remove this line, let's see what happens now. And we'll give it a space here. Save it now. See, here you can see it says hello world. For the first str1 plus str2 it says hello world. For str3 it says welcome to SimpliCode. See, here the space is already given, so it will show this in the output. But between welcome and to, if you want to add space, you have to do the same what you have done for str1 and str2. So let's do it here as well. Plus sign, yes. Save it now and see, here you can see it says welcome to SimpliCode with proper space. Now we will cover the rest of the operators. Now we are left with 5 more. These are the first 3 operators. Now we are left with conditional operators, logical operators, we have bitwise operator, and we have comparison, and finally we have the type of operator. So these are the 5 operators we are going to cover today. Before we start with the operators, let us first discuss associativity. Talking about associativity, it refers to the direction in which the entire expression is evaluated. For example, if you have any expression, let's say you have a plus b. So the direction in which this expression will be evaluated, either it will be from left to right or from right to left. So this is known as associativity. Let's understand it with the help of an example. So here you can see I have taken three variables. I have taken variable A and I have assigned it value as 12. I have taken variable B and the value assigned to B is 8. And finally I have a variable result which stores the value of A plus B. Lastly, what I'm doing is I'm printing out the result variable inside the h1 tag. Here you can see I have used the h1 tags and I have used the plus operator to concatenate the strings, right? I have concatenated these two strings along with the result, along with the answer of result. So the plus operator here is doing two different tasks, right? Here you can see it is performing the addition of two numbers, right? And here you can see it is used to concatenate two strings. So now let's talk about associativity, because I guess you guys are clear with string operator till now. We have discussed them in the previous video, right? So let's talk about associativity now. So certain operators have right to left associativity and certain operators have left to right associativity. So when I say right to left associativity, in this case the value present at the right side of the operator. See, if you are using any operator, for example here we have used the assignment operator, right? We have discussed the assignment operator earlier. So here you can see the value present at the right hand side of the operator will be assigned to the variable which is present at the left hand side of the operator. So it's going this way, like first the computer will check for the value present at the right. It's going from right towards the left. This is what we are known as right to left associativity, and assignment operators like equals to, this have right to left associativity. Let's add here one more variable. Let's say we are adding a variable C, and we are giving it the value as 5. And what we'll do, we'll update result as well. Let me first show you the output of this particular program. See, the output will be value of result is 20 and hi there. Hi there is concatenated with the string value of result is, and 20 is the actual answer. The 20 is the value of result. So let's add one more variable here. Let's say we are adding a variable C and the value of C will be 5. What we'll do now, we will update result as well. Here you can see I have done A plus B plus C. So save it, and here you can see the value updated to 25. The value of result is updated, right? So the plus operator has associativity from left to right. Till now we have talked about right to left as for assignment operators, but for plus operators the associativity is from left to right. It means it will first perform A plus B, and then the value of C will be added to that of A plus B. First it will perform 12 plus 8, and then finally it will add 5 to that value. So it will be 20 plus 5, and that's why the output here is 25. We know that JavaScript is a loosely typed programming language, right? Which means that we don't have to specify data types every time. Like if we are using any data type, we don't need to specify it every time. Like let's do one thing, let's add a string here. So what we'll do, we'll add a string. Let's suppose I'm adding hello. So practically the answer would be hello plus 25 or hello 25. It should be the answer. But let's check the output now. Save it. And here you can see the output is hello 1285. What happened here is the associativity of the plus operator is from left to right. We know this. So it will start from the left and it will see that, okay, the first thing to add is a string. So it will assume that everything ahead of this will be a string. That's why we have the output as hello 12, 8 and 5. So 12, 8 and 5 all are acting as string here. Let me clear this one for you with a little bit of modification. Now what we'll do, we'll remove this string from here and we'll add it somewhere else. Let's say we are adding it here. So let's add one more variable to make it more clear. Let's say we are using variable D and the value will be 10. And what we'll do, we'll perform A plus B before the string and then we'll perform C plus D. Right? So here you can see when you save it, it says 20 hello 510. So when it reached out the first variable, it finds out that the first variable is
a number. So it added the first two numbers, right? It added 12 and 8. The answer is 20. Then it came across this string hello, and then finally it assumed that everything ahead of this will be a string. So that's the output. 20 is the addition of a plus b, and then the string hello, and finally we have the value of c and d as string. So we have the value 5 and 10, not 15, right? I hope you guys get this. So let's move on to conditional operators. The conditional operators assign a value to a variable based on a certain condition. Like it contains a condition, and you know, for every condition, like there exists only two possibilities. Either it can be true or it can be false. There is nothing else you can do with a conditional operator. So it works the same as if-else statements, which we'll cover in further videos. The only difference between if-else and conditional operators that it takes less time, or we can say its usage is pretty easy. So here is the syntax for conditional operators. So it seems pretty straightforward, right? So here you can see we have a variable name, we have a condition. Depending upon the condition, we have two values. Here's the example as well. See, you can see we have a variable voter. Next up we have a condition. If age is less than 18, so it will check for the condition that if the value of age is actually less than 18, let's suppose the value of age is 15. So it will check if 15 is less than 18, it's true. Then it will print too young. Or if the value of age is greater than 18, then it will print false, or you can say it will print old enough here. So let's move on to the programming part. So here you can see I have taken a variable x and the value assigned to x is 30. What we'll do, in variable y, I have given it a condition. So it will check for x, which is 30, if 30 is greater than or equals to 50. So if it's true, if 30 is actually greater than 50, then it will print true, else it will print false. So we'll check the output once. Let's save it and see. Here you can see the output as false. So if we update the value of x here, let's suppose we are updating the value of x, let's suppose it's 60. Save it now and see the output has changed to true because 60 is greater than 50, right? Also, if you want to write a message here only, you can do it. Write it here as, so we'll copy it from here, we'll copy document.write and we'll paste it here. Let's remove this document.write, and what we'll do, we'll use this bracket here. And if any message you want to write, like you want to write value of, so, and now what we'll do, we'll save it. See, it says value of true. So, or you can write any other message here as well. You can write value of x is greater than, or you can write whatever. So if you want to update it like value is, and here we will update true with greater, and here we will use smaller. Save it now. See, here it says value is greater, value of x is greater than y. So that's all for conditional operators. Also one more thing, conditional operators has three different parts, right? And that's why it is also known as ternary operator. Three different parts, as in it has a condition, like here it has a condition and it has two values, right? It has true or false. So that's why it is also known as ternary operator. Next up, we have the logical operators. So logical operators are used to determine the logic between two variables or values, we can say. We use logical operators to check whether multiple conditions are true or false. Here on your screen you can see the three different types of logical operators present in JavaScript along with their syntax and example. So the AND or NOT are the three operators present in JavaScript. The AND operator, here you can see it is holding two values, right? It has x less than 10 and y greater than 1. So the AND operator will return true only if both the conditions are true. Like x has to be less than 10 and y has to be greater than 1. So here you can see we have taken x equals to 7 and y equals to 4. So both the conditions are satisfying here. So that's why the output of the AND operator will be true. For OR operator, the case is a bit different. So if any one of these two conditions, like we have two conditions, if any one of these two is true, then the output will be true. And if both are false, then only the output will be false. The NOT operator, on the other hand, will check if x is equals to y. If the value x is holding is equals to that of y. If the value is not equal, then it will return true. I hope you are getting this. That's a little bit confusing, but if the value x and y holding, if they are not equal, then it will return true. If they are equal, then it will return false, right? We'll understand the programming concept of logical operators in further videos when we learn about control statements. We primarily use logical operators with the if statement, through which we'll come across in the following video. In the next video, we will go through the control statements. So we'll understand the programming part of logical operator there only. Next up, we have the comparison operators. So comparison operators are similar to logical operators in some way. They are also used to check for true and false. As the name suggests, we use comparison operator to compare two values, or we can say to compare two variables using different operators. So here you can see on your screen, these are the different types of comparison operators present in JavaScript. We have equals to, we have not equals to, we have equal value and data type, we have greater than, less than, and we have a few more. So I hope you guys must remember from the previous video that a single equals to operator is an assignment operator. So if we are using a single equals to, then it will be considered as an assignment operator. For comparison, we have to use double equal to. Keep this thing in mind. Whenever you are using any operator in JavaScript, or especially the equals to operator. So if you want to compare two values, you have to use double equals to, because single equals to is used to assign values. This is an assignment operator. So let's move on to the programming part now. So guys, here you can see I have taken a variable x and the value assigned to x is 10. This code seems a little bit longer to you, but that's a simple piece of code. Like I've used almost every comparison operator we came across in the previous slide. I've used each one of them, and I've used the document.write after every comparison operator to put some spaces in between so that you guys don't confuse between them. So let's check the output now. See, as you can see, I have used the double equals to, the triple equals to, I have used x not equals to it. So let's check the output, save it and see. Here it says false, false, true, 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 false, true, false. So for x equals to 8, it compared the value 10 with 8, and 10 and 8 are not equals to. So the output will be false. As similar for 10, and we have used the triple equals to operator, which means equal value and data type. So both 10 and 8 have equal data type. They both have the same data type, that is number, but the values are different. So it will print false. For x not equals to 8, it says 10 is not equals to 8. Yeah, 10 is not equals to 8 actually. So it will print true. Similarly for x not equals to 8, it will check that both the values are not equal, but the data types are equal, right? So it will print true for this as well. For x greater than 8, yeah, 10 is greater than 8. So it will print true. Similarly it will check for x smaller than 8, and it will check for x greater than equals to 8, and also for x less than equals to 8. So by now you have understood how comparison operators work. So comparison operators are the easiest to use in programming. And that's all for comparison operators. Let's move on to the next one we have. The next type of operator we have is the type of operator. You guys have an idea about the type of operators, right? As we have discussed it earlier. In case you haven't watched the previous videos, let me give you a brief introduction about this type of operator. So the type of operator is used to provide you with the type of whatever value you put to the right of it. Like if you are using any data type and you want to know about the data type of a particular variable, let's say, so you can use the type of operator. It will tell you the actual data type of any variable. So in JavaScript, as we have discussed earlier in the video where we have particularly discussed about the data types, so there are 5 different types of primitive data types, right? We have the numbers, we have strings, we have boolean, we have null and undefined. So let's try to use type of operator. So here you can see I have used 4 different variables, which are I have used variable x, variable y, and variable flag and variable p. So the values are different. The x is holding 17, y is holding hey there, and flag has the value as false. And I have defined p, but I have not assigned it any value till now. So what I'll do, I have used the type of operator to find out the type of every variable. Like here I have used it for x, for y, for flag and for p. Let's check the output now. Save it and see. It says number, string, boolean and undefined. See, here we have given x the value as 17. So 17 is a number, then it says it is a number. For hey there it says it is a string. For false it says it is a boolean value. Like in boolean value we have only 2 values, like false and true. So for variable p it says undefined. You know, there is a difference between undefined and null data types. Undefined means lack of value, whereas null means there is absence of value, that there is no value at all. So suppose you are using null as the value for any variable, right? The type of operator will return object. But if you are not giving any value to any variable, like you are using the variable as it is, like here we have not given it any value. So if you are doing this, the type of operator will return undefined. So let's take an example of null as well. Let's declare another variable, let's say var abc, and we'll give it the value as null. So and finally what we'll do, we'll use type of operator. Save it and see. Here it says the type of variable abc is an object. So remember this thing, guys. And now we are done with almost 7 operators we had, and we are left with 1 operator only. So let's move on to our last operator, which is the bitwise operator. This operator doesn't have that much of practical usage in the real world. They are not definitely useless, but this is something like we are not going to use on a daily basis. So in computers, if you know, the numbers are stored in binary format. Bitwise operators work on 32-bit numbers. And we have decimal numbers, like we understand decimal numbers. Computer works on binary numbers, right? So when bitwise operators are used, any operand present in the operation is first converted to a binary number and then converted back to a JavaScript number. So here you can see on your screen, we have 4 different bitwise operators. We have the AND operator, we have OR, we have NOT, and we have XOR, or we can say exclusive OR. The result and the answers are also here. It's pretty simple. See, we have used the AND operator before as well while we were in logical operators, but the syntax was different, and here you can see we have a single ampersand sign to use bitwise AND operator. So here you can see how the decimal number first changes to a binary number. Suppose we have x as 5. Here you can see x is first changed to a binary number. This is the binary equivalent of 5, and 1 is also changed to a binary number, and finally the result, whatever result we get, it is changed to a decimal number. So that's how bitwise operators work. Let's take an example of bitwise operators. So here you can see I have taken 2 variables. I have taken variable x, and the value of variable x is 5, and another variable is y, and the value of y is 1. And then I have used all the 4 bitwise operators, like I have used x and y, I have used x or y, I have used not x, and I have used the XOR operator between x and y. So let's check the output now. Here you can see, if we talk about the output, see, Here it says 1, 5, minus 6 and 4. So for x and y, see, the value of x is 0, 1, 0, 1, and for AND operators, it will return 1 if both the values are 1. If any one of the two values are 0, then it will return 0. So what it will return here, it will return 0 for 0, 0. For 1, 0, it will also return 0. Similarly, for 0, 0, it will also return 0. And for 1, 1, it will return 1, which is the binary equivalent of 1. So the answer here is 1. For x or y, it will return 1 if any one of the two values are 1. See, if both are 0, it will return 0. If any one of the two values is 1, it will return 1. It will return 0 again, and finally it has two ones, so it will return 1. And 0, 1, 0, 1 is the binary equivalent of 5. That's why the output here is 5. For NOT operator, it works a little bit different. It gives you the output which is same as minus x minus 1. So minus x minus 1 will be, see, minus x minus 1 will be minus 5 minus 1, which is minus 6. So this is a bit different here. The NOT operator here is a bit different. For XOR operator, or we can say exclusive OR, it will return 4. Why it will return 4? It will return 1 when any one of the two values is 1. If both are 1, then also it will return false. It will return 1 only in one condition. If any one of the two values is 1, then only it will return 1. That's why the output here will be 0, 1, 0, 0. That's why it's written as 4, which is the binary equivalent of 0, 1, 0, 0. The term control statement is pretty self-explanatory and straightforward, right? We came across JavaScript statements in previous videos. JavaScript statements are the instructions that tells the browser to perform specific actions. Control statements are also instructions, and they govern the flow of control in a program. So let's take a look at control statements with the help of an example. Let's suppose we have a piece of code that has n number of statements. Here, let's say we have this code, and so the conventional workflow will be, it will first execute the first statement, then second, then third, and so on till statement n, right? So this is the basic flow, right? From statement 1 till statement n, and it will execute each statement in between. However, in real world, the scenario is different. Like, we don't write the code in same manner every time. For example, let's suppose you are in line 5 and you want to print this line 10 times. So what should you do? You can write this line 10 times, or you can copy paste it, right? Okay, let's forget about 10 times. Let's suppose you have to use this code, or we can say, let's suppose you have to print this statement 100 times. Doing this, like copy pasting it for 100 times or writing this statement for 100 times, that's useless and unnecessary, right? So that's where control statements comes into picture. We'll discuss them in a while. Let's assume another situation. This time you want to make a choice based on certain conditions. You can use conditional operators, but then it has limitations, right? To tackle this problem, we have control statements in JavaScript. So these are the very basic reasons why we need control statements for performing a certain activity. Like if we want to perform a certain activity n number of times, or if you want to make a certain decision making kind of scenarios in your program, that's where we need control statements in JavaScript. In JavaScript, we have two different types of control statements depending upon what action we are performing. So we have the conditional control statements and we have the iterative, or we can say looping control statements. Talking about conditional statements, as the name suggests, we use conditional statements when we have to make decisions based on conditions. When we have two choices, or when we can say when we have two different conditions and we want to make choices accordingly, so that's where we use conditional statements. We have two different types of conditional statements, the if-else statements and the switch case. Talking about the iterative statements, as the name suggests, if you want to perform any action more than once, or maybe n number of times, instead of writing them again and again, we use loops. So loops are basically statements. We use loops to perform any activity n number of times with specific conditions. So in JavaScript, we have 4 different type of loops. We have for loop, while loop, do while loop, and foreign loop. So the for loop, while loop, and do while loop, you might have heard about them earlier because they are also present in other programming languages. But this foreign loop, this is a new type of loop present in JavaScript. We use foreign loop with objects. We'll go through objects in upcoming videos, and of course we'll be looking at each of these control statements in detail. We'll have a particular video for each of these topics. Now let me introduce to you the break and the continue statement. They are not the types of control statements, but they do assist in other control statements. The break is used to exit a switch statement or loop. Like when used in a loop, it breaks the loop and continues executing the code after it. And on the other hand, the continue statement breaks a single iteration. When used in a loop, when we use continue statement in a loop, it breaks a single iteration, and it breaks the iteration only if the specified condition occurs, and then it will continue with the next iteration in the loop. So the if-else conditional statement is used whenever we work with condition. It can be either a single condition or maybe more than one condition or multiple conditions we can work with. So let's try to write a basic program with a single condition. So then we'll move on to multiple conditions using the else if statement. So we'll create a new file today. So I hope you guys know the importance of creating a separate file for every topic. You know, it will be easy for you to work to find out that separate file later if you want to revise that topic. So here is the program where we have taken a variable x and the value of x is 10. So what we are doing in this program is we are checking if the value the variable x is holding, that is the value 10, and if the value is less than 10 or if the value is greater than 10. So we have only two conditions. Either the value can be less than 10 or the value can be greater than 10 or equals to 10 as well. So here in this program, what we'll do, we'll update this value as 8. So the variable x is holding the value 8. So to check the output, let's save it, and here you can see it says the value of x is less than 10. Of course the value 8 is always less than 10, right? So for 8, that's fine, it will say the value is less than 10. And similarly, if we do the same for, let's say, 11, save it now and see, it says the value of x is greater than 10. So that's quite simple, right? But what if we are giving the value as 10? We know 10 is equals to 10. So save it now and see, here you can see it says the value of x is greater than 10. This is happening because what we did, as we told the interpreter to check the value if the value of x is less than 10. We didn't mention that what to do if the value is equals to 10. So it will check for only x is less than 10, not for equals to 10 or greater than 10. So here what it is doing, it is checking if the value is less than 10. So that it says, okay, let's print this statement if the value is less than 10. Or if the value is not less than 10, or if the value is equals to or greater than 10, it will print the value of x is greater than 10. To avoid this type of misunderstanding, we use an else if statement. So the concept of else if statement is the same as if statement. What we are doing, we are using multiple conditions, right? We are giving it more than one condition. So how to use else if? It's quite easy, and the syntax is also similar to the if statement. The only difference is that it contains an else before if. So it's an else if. So what we are doing is we are giving it a condition that else if x equals to 10. So now what it will do, it will check for two conditions, that if the value x is holding is less than 10 or equals to 10. And what we'll do, we'll update it as. So let's check the output now. Save and see, here it says the value of x is equals to 10, right? So I hope you guys are getting this. The execution flow for this program will be like, it will check for the first condition if x is less than 10. If yes, it will print the value of x is less than 10.
If no, it will move on to the following condition. Like under the else if statement, it finds a condition that if x is equals to 10, it will check for it. If yes, if x is equals to 10, then it will print the value of x is equals to 10. Or if not, then otherwise it will move to else statement and print the value of x is greater than 10. We don't need to specify any particular condition for this, because we have already specified the two conditions, that if x is less than 10 or if x is equals to 10. Now we'll take a look at some basic programs. Other than this one, we'll take a look at a few more basic programs. So here's the another program. What we are doing here is we are taking a variable x and the value of x is 5. So what we are doing is we are checking if the number is an even number or an odd number. The thing you have to keep in mind is the logic to find whether a number is even or an odd number. So to check whether a number is even, what we do, we'll divide that number with 2, right? What basically we want is we want the remainder as 0 when we use the modulus operator. So what we'll do, here we have written x mod 2 equals to 0. So if the remainder is 0, then the number will be an even number because it is divisible by 2. Else it will be an odd number. So that's quite simple, right? Let's save it and check the output. For 5 it says odd number. Yeah, 5 is of course an odd number, right? So that's for even and odd number. So here we are with another program. Here it says we have a variable y and the value of y is, let's say, 8. And what we are doing here is we are checking if a number is positive or negative or 0. So we have 3 different conditions. Either number can be positive or it can be a negative number. Any number greater than 0 is a positive number, right? And any number less than 0 is a negative number. And the third one is a number 0. It's neither positive nor negative. So let's check for the number 8, save it and see. Here you can see it is a positive number. Let's see for -2. Save it now. It says a negative number. For 0 it will say 0. So these two programs are quite simple, guys, right? The conditions are pretty simple. We use modulus operator, we used greater than or less than sign, and that's quite easy to use, right? So let's move on to the next program, which is a bit tricky than these two. So what we'll do in our next program is we'll check if a number is positive or negative, and at the same time we'll check for even and odd also. If we are giving any number as input, like let's suppose we are using 5, we'll check if the number is positive or negative and odd or even. So we'll do this simultaneously. Let's move on to this program. So there are two ways to check whether a number is positive or negative and odd or even. So the two methods, we'll discuss them one by one. The first one here is to use nested if, and the another one is when we use logical operators along with the if else if statement. So this one here you can see right in front of your screen is the nested if method. So here you can see we have used the if statement. We have given one more condition inside another if statement. So first it will check whether a number is positive or not. For x greater than 0, it will check if the number x is greater than 0. Then if yes, if it will find it that yes, this number is greater than 0, then it will move on to the nested if and it will check for odd or even. For odd number and even number, it will check if it finds that the number is even, it will print that the number is positive and even. If the number is not even, it will print the number is positive and odd. So here you can see the difference. What the interpreter is doing is it will check for the number as positive, and if the number is positive, then it will move on to the nested if and check for the even or odd. So if it finds that the number is even, it will print positive and even, otherwise it will print positive and odd. Then it will move on to the next condition, which is for negative number. If x is less than 0, then it will again move to the nested if and it will check for even and odd. So if it finds that the number is even, it will print negative and even, otherwise it will print negative and odd. And the last condition is for the number 0. Let's try to find out the output of this, and what we'll do, we'll update the value of x as 8. So save it now. Here it says the positive and even. So 8 is a positive number and even as well. Let's update the value of x as -5. Save it now. It says negative and odd number. -5 is a negative odd number, right? So that's how it will check for positive or negative and odd or even. So we are doing both the things simultaneously in a program. We have an alternate method as well. Here you can see on your screen we have written a program and here we have taken a variable x. The functioning of both the programs is same. Both of these programs will check for positive or negative and odd or even. So here you can see I have taken a variable x. Let's say the value of x is 7. It will check for x greater than 0 and x mod 2 is equals to 0. So we have 4 different conditions, right? A number is greater than 0, that means a number is positive and even. A number is positive and odd. A number is negative and even. A number is negative and odd. And the final one is a number is 0. Okay, we have 5 conditions and we have to specify these 4 conditions here. So here you can see we are using the logical AND operator. This means it will print this statement. Let's suppose for this statement, it will print this only if both the conditions are true, right? If the value x is holding is both greater than 0 and an even number. So if you try to find out the output now, save it and see here it says number is positive and odd. So the number 7 is greater than 0, but the number 7 is not an even number. That's why this line is not there on the browser. It will print this line because the number is positive and odd, right? The switch case is another conditional control statement, just like the if-else control statement. There's a difference between the usage of if-else and switch case statement. Now both if-else and switch case works with conditions and we have to choose when to use switch case over if-else. Switch case is generally preferred over the if-else when there is n number of test cases present, or we can say when we are working with a lot of conditions. Let's say we are working on a program and you ask the user for an input between 50 and 100, a numeric input basically. And in the output, we have to print the textual form of that number. Suppose if the user enters 75, right? The output will be like this. So what we are doing, we are taking a number from the user as an input and we are printing the textual form of that number, right? So we can use the if else or we can say else if control statement, but the program will be so lengthy and not so clean. Also, switch case is much more efficient than if else when it comes to execution time. Like if we have n number of conditions, then using switch case is a better option. We'll get to know why in a bit. So let's move on to the programming part, and today we'll write a program where we have to find the month in a year by accepting its number. So we have 12 months in a year. For example, if we enter 4, then the output will be April. And if we enter 8, then the output will be August, because August is the 8th month of the year, right? So I hope you guys are clear with the question. Of course, we can do this program with the help of if-else statement, but we discussed earlier that using if-else in such cases is not efficient, right? We can use switch case in this scenario. So let's create a variable first. Let's say we are creating a variable where month, and you can give any value to this variable from 1 to 12. You can provide it with any initial value. So let's create a variable first. Let's say we are creating a variable where month, and the value we are providing it 1 as the hardcore initial value. For simplicity, again we are not taking the input from the user or from the browser. To do so, we have to first go through the DOM manipulations, and we'll go through it in later videos. So let's start with the switch case now. The syntax for switch case is quite simple. Just write down switch and pass the variable month. So we have to check in this round bracket for the variable month, because you know any value you are providing to month, the switch will check the program accordingly.
So for now we have taken the value as 1 for month. We can take any value, like we can take 3, we can take 11, 12 or any value other than 1 to 12 as well. So whatever value you are providing to the variable, you can provide the variable to the switch statement, right? So next up we have an open and a curly braces. For the body of the switch case, we have to test for 12 different conditions inside this, starting from 1 to 12, right? So the syntax goes like this. You have to write case and then the value month variable might hold, like 1, 2, 3 and so on, followed by a colon, right? So we have to write the value 1 and a colon, not a semicolon but a colon. Keep this thing in mind, guys. And below that we are going to write what we want when the value is 1, like what the output we want when the value is 1. So we have to write document dot write and whatever you want as the output. Like for 1, the first month is January, so we are writing here January and a semicolon. So if the value of the month is 1, you will get the output as January. Save it, and here you can see the output is January. Let me increase the font size for this as well. So here you can see the output is January, right? Next, we'll use a break statement. If you guys remember, we discussed the break statement in the control statements video, right? The break statement is not actually a type of control statement, but it assists other control statements, or we can say it helps us manage the control statements, right? What this statement does is, once we are done with our output, we get our output, right? Once we are done with case 1, we get our output as January. This break statement helps us to come out of the switch case. So to understand this much better, let's write here one more case. So let's say we are writing here one more case as case 2, and the output will be document dot write. The second month is February, right? And February here we can write. So we'll include one break here, like we'll come in the first case and include a break statement. So here's how you can write a break statement, how you can include a break statement in your code. So let's check the output now. So for now it says January. So if we don't include this break statement here, when the interpreter will execute this code and it will see that the case is 1, right? So it will print January, but it will print other statements as well. So for example, if we remove this break statement and save it now, see, you can see here the output as January and February. January and February both are getting printed on the output. So we need a break statement to break it here. See, the value is 1, and if we include break statement here, the moment the interpreter finds the answer, the correct answer as January, it will come out of the switch case. So I hope you guys are getting this. Similarly, we'll write all the cases for all the months. Let me show you all the cases. So here you can see on your screen that we have 12 different cases from 1 to 12, one for each month, depending on the value the variable month is holding, right? The output will be June if the value is 6, and if we say 10, the output will be October, and so on and so forth. Now the question here is, what if we try to write a random value for the variable month? By random value we mean that if we try to write any value other than these 12 values from 1 to 12, if we leave these values, then if we try to write another value, like if we write here 13, so what will be the output now? Let's save it and see. There's no output, and there might be no error for this as well. So if you try to check for an error, go to inspect and check out. See, there's no error, right? So in that case, we have one more case, like we have default case. So let me show you how to include default in your program. What you have to do is write here default with a colon and write document dot write, and let's suppose we are writing here wrong input. What is happening is, let's try to run this program first. press Ctrl plus S, and now you can see it says wrong input for value 13. So what is happening is the switch case will first check these 12 cases, and any value other than 1 to 12 will get the output as wrong input. It works the same as the else statement, right? In else statement, we don't need to specify any particular condition. Any condition other than the if condition or else if condition will fall inside the else statement. It's not necessary to add default in your program. It's just if you want to give the user a prompt that he has entered a wrong value. So you must include this default case in your program every time while using switch case, because it's quite useful, you know. Okay, so this is the complete program to find out the month by accepting its number. If you try 6 and save it now, it will say June. If we try 10, save it, it will say October. If we try 12, save it, it will say December. So I hope this is clear to you guys. Next up, let's discuss about switch case in detail, because the switch case in JavaScript works differently from other languages. Like switch case is also present in C++ and Java, but in JavaScript it is a bit different. So in JavaScript, switch case can accept numbers, it can accept strings and boolean values as well. Now let's have a look at how the switch case works with string values. So here is an example of string values. You can see the value variable month is holding is June, right? And you can use this string in case as well. So here you have to give the case as a string value, right? Because we are using switch case statement with strings. So the first case here is when the value will be June, the output should be 6th month. And when the value is July, the output will be 7th month. So let's check it out if this is working or not. Let's save this program and see. For June, it says 6th month. And similarly, we can check it for July as well. Let's check for July. Save it and see, it says 7th month. You can include the default case as well if you want to. It will be similar, like there's no difference for default case. Let me show you how. We'll write here wrong input. And save it, and now let's try to change the value here. Let's say we are using May. Save it and see, it says wrong input. What if we use a numerical value here? Let's try to use 2. Save it now, it says wrong input for 2 as well. It will give you the output when the value is either June or July. So any other value you try to use here, it will give the output as wrong input. In the same way, it works for Boolean values as well. Let me show you how it works for Boolean values. So what you have to do, instead of 2, you have to give here a Boolean value. Let's suppose you are writing here true. And for true, you have to change the case as well. For true, you have to change the output as, let's say for true, the output will be 1. Okay, and similarly for false, the output should be 0. And the output should be wrong input for any other case, right? So save it now and see. Here for true, it says 1. The output you can see here is 1. And if you try to do the same for false, like let's write here false, and now try to check the output. See, here it says 0. You can see the output is correct, right? We will discuss our first iterative control statement, that is the for loop in JavaScript. So iterative statements or looping statements, we can say, are used when we want to perform an activity multiple times or n number of times. So we don't have to copy paste that code every time, but we can use iterative statements. Using iterative statements will make our code clean and definitely more efficient. So we have 4 different types of iterative control statements, right? We discussed it in the previous video. Let's move on to for loop, which is our first iterative control statement, and we'll move on to the programming part directly. So before we start, one thing to keep in mind, guys, is that we use for loop when we are clear with the number of iterations in advance. So let's start with our first program. In this program, we will print the multiplication table of 10 from 10 into 1 to 10 into 10. Let's start with coding. First we write the for keyword, and then we have three different parts. We have the initialization, which is separated by a semicolon. Next up we have the condition, and finally we have the increment or decrement. So this is the syntax for loop. Next up we have the open and the closed curly braces for the body of for loop. We'll change these three values, as these are not the actual values, right? Our parameters for these three different parts of the loop are going to be different. So let me comment this one. So what we'll do, we'll leave it here only. We'll change it from here. So in the initialization part, what we are going to do is we'll create a variable. Let's say we are creating a variable where a and the initial value of a will be 1. This initialization happens only one time when the for loop begins. We have to be careful about the condition we are going to use, because sometimes what happens is the loop runs forever because of a wrong condition, which will ultimately crash our program. So in the condition, what we have to do is we have to give a value, as in for how long our for loop should execute. Here in this case, we want to print the table of 10, right? We want to have 10 iterations. So what it will do, it will start from a equals to 1 and it will go till this final condition. So let's suppose we are writing here a less than equals to 10. It will start from a equals to 1 and it will go till a less than or equals to 10. And next up we'll use the increment operator. We want to increment the value of a by 1 every time, right? So we'll use increment operator, a plus plus, or we can say a equals to a plus 1. Both are the same things, right? So here the condition will be like this: for variable a equals to 1, a less than equals to 10 and a plus plus. So here you can see the loop will execute from a equals to 1 till a equals to 10, and the value will be increased by 1 every time because we have used the increment operator, right? Next up, the body of for loop will go like, so what we want to print here, we want to print the table of 10, right? So we'll use document dot write, and inside document dot write we'll use the h1 tag. So what we want to do is we want to print the table of 10, right? So we'll multiply 10 by a. For every iteration, the value of a will be multiplied by 10 and then it will be printed on the browser. So we'll close the h1 tag here in the semicolon. So here you can see we have printed 10 into a. Let's save it and check the output first, and then we'll look at the execution flow of this program. See, here the multiplication table of 10 is printed on the browser. You can see 10, 20, 30, 40, so on and so forth till 100. So what is happening is, firstly, the for loop is also known as the entry control loop. It means that the condition is checked initially. The first time the for loop runs, we perform initialization only once. So here the value stored at variable a is 1. Initially the value is 1. Next up it will check for a less than equals to 10. Is a, which is 1, is 1 less than equals to 10? Then true. The control will be shifted to document.write and it will print 10 into the value of a is 1, right? So it will print 10 here. Next thing, it will go for the increment and the value of a will be changed to 2 from 1. 1 plus 1, or we can say 1 equals to 1 plus 1, right? So it will be 2. Now next thing, it will leave this now because the initialization happens only once. Now it will go for the condition directly. Now it will check for is 2 less than or equals to 10. If yes, then again the control will be shifted here and it will print 10 into 2 because the value of a is 2 now. And after that it will print 20 here, and after that the value of a will be increased to 3 because we have used a plus plus. Then it will check for 3 is 3 less than 10, and same thing will happen, it will print 30 and so on and so forth till the value of a is 10. Now if the value of a is 10, it will print 100, right? And when the value is incremented, it will become 11. So what will happen? Now it will check for 11 less than equals to 10. No, we know that 11 is not less than equal to 10, right? Then it comes out of the loop and it will print nothing after that. So this is the basic working of the for loop. We'll go through one more program wherein we'll print the odd numbers between 1 and 10. So what are odd numbers? Odd numbers are those numbers which are not divisible by 2, right? So we have the odd numbers as 1, 3, 5, 7, 9 and we want to print them. So the difference between each number is of 2. The 1 plus 2 plus 2 plus 2 till 9, right? So what we have to do is we have to write here a plus equals to 2. We have to increase the value of a by 2. And instead of writing here 10 into a, because this time we don't want to print any multiplication table, we want to print a number only, right? So we'll use a only. Save it and check the output. It says 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. So these are the odd numbers present between 1 and 10. Keep one thing in mind, that you have to give the condition wisely every time. So next up we have the while loop. Like the for loop, while loop is also an entry control loop, which means that the condition will be checked first. So the question here is how while loop is different from the for loop. If you guys remember, when we discussed that we must know the exact number of iterations, then only we can use the for loop, right? So the while loop is preferred when we are not aware of the number of iterations, or we can say we don't know if the condition will be true for a certain number of times. We'll start with the programming part now, and then we will discuss more about when to use while loop over for loop. So let's start with the program. In this particular program, we will print odd numbers up to a specific number. Let's say we want to print all the odd numbers up to 50. So we want to print all the odd numbers from 1 till 50, right? We came across the same program in the previous video as well, but this time we will use the while loop instead of for loop. So the syntax for the while loop is relatively easy to use. The code goes like, we start with the while keyword, then opening and closing round brackets, and finally the body of while loop in curly braces. If you guys remember from the previous video wherein we used the for loop, we had 3 different parts, right? We had the initialization, we had conditions, and the increment decrement part. Here we have only one condition, and until this condition holds true, the while loop will be executed. For example, here we want to print all the odd numbers from 1 to 50, right? So we'll first initialize a variable. Let's initialize a variable first. Let's say we have a variable x and the value of x will be 1. We used here 1 because 1 is the very first odd number, right? After that, inside the condition, what we want to do is we want to print the odd numbers up to 50. So while the condition will be like while x less than equals to 50. So the loop will go till x is less than or equals to 50. Or we can say x less than 50. That depends on us if we want to check for 50 or not. So the odd numbers will go like 1, and then we have 3, then we have 5, then we have 7, and up to 50. So the last odd number will be 49. So inside the while loop, we will print the value of x. So here we will print the value of x. Let's print it. Document.write. And inside this, we will print the value of x inside the h1 tag. Suppose we try to run this program now. It will go on an infinite loop. And the reason for this is we are not doing anything to increment the value of x. Just like in for loop, if you remember, we had the initialization first. We had the initialization here as well. Then we had the condition. We have a condition here as well. And then finally it has an increment or decrement part, right? So here we don't have that same increment or decrement part. We have to do it separately. So we'll increment the value of x here only. So here we will write x plus equals to 2, or we can say it is same as x equals to x plus 2. You guys are aware of it, right? So the reason is simple, because we want to go from 1 to 3 to 5 and so on. That's why we use x plus equals to 2. We incremented the value of x by 2. Save it here and let's check the output. So here you can see it says 1, 3, 5, 7, 9 and so on and so forth till 49. So 49 is the last odd number before 50. because we are checking between 1 and 50, right? So 49 is the last odd number. Let me show you how the program goes into an infinite loop. So for that, what we have to do, we will comment this whole line here. Let's check the output now, save it, and here you can see it is refreshing forever. And this is basically how a program in an infinite loop looks like. The output of this program is the program will ultimately crash. So what we have to do, we have to open a new tab and then again we have to run the program with correct increment part. So here you can see, you can wait for it to become responsive or exit the page. So here you can see we have all the odd numbers from 1 up to 50 and the last one is 49. Coming back to the difference between the while loop and the for loop. We did the same program previously, right? Using the for loop. So where to use while loop over for loop? So consider a scenario where we are taking input from the user and the input from the user is y. We want to do something. Let's say we want to print something on the screen. Or if the input from the user is n, we want the process to be stopped. We can give the condition in the while loop, which will go like when the character y becomes n, the process will be stopped. We'll go through one such program once we are done with the DOM manipulation part, wherein we take the input from the user. Let's move on to the do while loop in JavaScript. In the previous videos, we have already discussed that both for loop and the while loop are entry control loop. That means the conditions are checked first, right? But the do while loop is a bit different, or we can say it is an exit control loop, wherein the condition is checked after the execution of the loop's body. Thus, an exit control loop executes at least once. Even if the test condition fails, or we can say the condition is wrong, the loop will execute once. Using the do while loop is relatively easy. It seems like we are giving the system a command to do something while the condition is something. So let's start with the syntax now. The syntax goes like this. We write the keyword do and we have a pair of curly braces for the body of the loop. And after that we have the while keyword and here we will write the condition. Make sure you are using the semicolon after the while loop. It's necessary while using do while loop. Keep this thing in mind. So we have two parts in the do while loop, the do part and the while part, or we can say the condition part. While part is the part where we write the condition. So let's define a variable first. Let's say we are using a variable. We are using a variable x and the value of x will be 5. So here we have taken 5 as a random value. You can take 1 as well. Now inside the condition part of the do while loop, this is the condition part where we are using the while keyword. So we'll give a condition. Let's say we are using while x greater than 5. It will check for the condition that if the value of x is greater than 5 or if the value of x is smaller than or equal to 5, it will come out of the loop. In the do part, we will write what we want to do. Let's say we want to print a single sentence here. We write document.write and whatever sentence we want to write. Let's say we are using welcome to SimpliCode. So here you might be thinking that the condition is false, but the condition will be checked after the first iteration in the do while loop. So no matter what the condition is, the first iteration will happen always. So if we try to save this program and let's try to run this. Here you can see the output is welcome to SimpliCode. A single line is printed. What is happening here is, although the condition we used was wrong, but the condition will be checked only after the first iteration. When the do while loop will perform this particular statement, when the document.write will be performed, after that it will check for the condition if x is greater than 5 or not. If we use here 6 instead of 5, let's try to write here 6 instead of 5, and if we run this program now, it will go into an infinite loop because we are not performing the increment decrement operator here, right? As we have discussed in the previous videos, the importance of increment decrement part. So we need to do it here after the document.write part. So what we'll do here, we'll write x minus minus. Today we are using x minus minus, and for the other two loops we use the plus increment operator, right? So the x minus minus is the same as x equals to x minus 1. Let's check the output now. Save it. Here you can see the output is still welcome to SimpliCode. The execution flow of this program will be like, it will first perform the iteration before checking the condition.
and it will print here welcome to SimpliCode for the first time. When the loop will start executing, it will first perform this statement and it will write here welcome to SimpliCode. So then it will perform x minus minus, means the value of x is now 5 because we are decrementing the value by 1. So when the value of x is 5, then it will check for the condition if x is greater than 5 or not. So here we can see clearly x is not greater than 5 because x equals to 5 and it is equals to 5, right? So it will come out of the loop. Let's make few changes in the code here. Suppose we use here 10 instead of 6 now. And let's print the value of x as well. It will be easy for you to understand. So we'll print here x and we'll use a space so that it will be clear for you. We'll use here the br tag, and now let's try to run this program. Here you can see the output goes from 10 to 6 and it prints welcome to SimpliCode every time. Right? If you guys are wondering where we use the do while loop, sometimes it may happen that even though the condition is false, but we have to execute that command. We use the do while loop when we want the code to output some sort of menu to the user or to generate the menu at least once. We'll get to know about the do while loop in future videos when we create a program specifically for the do while loop. This video is just a syntax demonstration. We'll go through the examples of all the 3 loops present in JavaScript. So today we have 3 different problems for 3 separate loops. Right? We'll go through each of the problems and we'll discuss the execution flow for each loop we'll go through. So let's start this session with the first problem statement. So the first problem statement goes like this. So here we have to write a program to check whether a number is prime or not. I hope you guys are aware of what prime numbers are, right? So a prime number is a positive number that is only divisible by 1 and itself. For example, 2, 3, 5, and we have 7 and 11. These are the first few prime numbers, right? If we take an example, let's say we are taking an example of 7. So 7 is a number which is divisible by 1 and 7 only. No other number can divide 7, right? So here in this code, we have to check whether a number is prime or not. So let me take you through the code. So here is the code to check whether a number is a prime number or not. Let me take you through this first. So we have a variable number and the value of variable number can be any random value, like any number you want to check if the number is prime number or not. You can give that value to the variable number. So here we have taken 83. Next up we have a variable is prime whose value is a boolean value, right? It can be true for a prime number or it can be false for a non-prime number. So we have used comments in this program to make it easier for you guys to understand. So here we have used the if statement to check if the number is 1, because we know that 1 is neither a prime number nor a composite number, right? So we have to check if the user enters the value 1, or if we are giving the value 1, we have to check for it. So if user enters the value 1, it will print this statement that 1 is neither prime nor composite. Here in else if, we are checking if the value of number is greater than 1 or not. So if the value of number is greater than 1, the control will be shifted to for loop present inside the else if statement, right? Here you can see we have the for loop here. The control will be shifted to this for loop. So here you can see we have initialized a variable I and the initial value is set to 2. That's because any prime number is divisible by 1 as well, right? So it won't make any sense to include 1 here. We'll start from 2 and we'll check until the value of I becomes half of the value of number. So if we take an example of 10, we'll check until 5, because you know any number greater than 5 won't divide 10, right? It's practically not possible. So we'll check for number by 2, or we can say we'll check till 5 only. And the value will be increased by 1 every time. Till now I hope you guys are aware of how to use for loop and why we are using for loop here. We can do the same program using while loop as well, but to make it more clear how to use for loop, we are doing this program with the help of for loop. So then we have the I++, or we can say we have increased the value of I by 1 after every iteration until the value of I becomes half of the number. So the condition number %I equals to 0. So here is the main condition to check if the number is divisible by I or not.
So the execution will be like, if we are taking here a number 10, it will start from 2 and it will check if the remainder is 0 or not. So if the remainder is 0, then the value of is prime will be changed to false and it will come out of the loop. Next, it will check for the value of is prime if the value of is prime is true or not. Here you can see if the value of is prime is true, then it will print n, or we can say then it will print that the number is a prime number, else it will print that the number is not a prime number if the value of is prime is false. For example, when we took the example of number as 10, so the value of is prime will be changed to false because 10 divides by 2 is equals to 0, or we can say the remainder will be 0. So the value of is prime will be changed to false, and for false it will print number is not a prime number. So at last we will check if the number is less than 1. If the number entered by the user or any other number we have taken, like if we take here -5, so it will print the number is not a prime number, because by the usual definition of prime numbers, any negative number cannot be a prime number. That's a usual definition, right? So we have to keep this thing in mind, and here in this else loop we'll print that if any negative number is entered, we'll make sure that the program gives the output that the number is not a prime number. So let's try to run this program and check the output. Let's save this program, and the output says 83 is a prime number, as 83 is not divisible by any number except 1 and 83. For example, if we take here any number which is divisible by, so let's say we are taking 75. Save it now and see, it says 75 is not a prime number. Okay, here's a spelling mistake. It says 75 is a not prime number. So here we'll correct this. So we are done with it and save it now. Now it says 75 is not a prime number, as 75 is divisible by numbers other than 1 and itself, right? It is divisible by 3, it is divisible by 5, 15 and 25 as well. All these numbers divide 75 basically. So let's take a different value here. Let's say we are taking -7. Let's change the value here as, or we can take it as -75. Let's save it now. So it says the number is not a prime number. Or if we want to try for 1 as well, let's take it as 1 and let's check the output now. So it says 1 is neither prime nor composite number, because we have given here the condition if number is equals to 1, then it will print that 1 is neither a prime nor a composite number. You can try this program with the help of other loops as well. So let's move on to the second problem statement, but before that let me take you through the same program using the while loop. So here you can see we have used the while loop for the same instead of for loop. Here you can see we have used while I less than number by 2, and we have given the increment condition here, and we have initialized the value of I at the start of the program. So if we try to run this program, it will give us the same output. There will be no change in the output. So we can use while loop as well. So we'll use the while loop in other program. Let's move on to the second problem statement. So in this example, we'll learn to write a program in JavaScript to check whether a number is an Armstrong number or not. So we'll do this with the help of while loop. Let's have a look at how to implement this program. Before proceeding to the coding part, let's have a look at what is an Armstrong number. So an Armstrong number of 3 digits is an integer such that the sum of the cubes of its digits is equal to the number itself. So for example, 153 is an Armstrong number since 1 into 1 into 1, it means the cube of the digit 1 plus the cube of 5, that is 5 into 5 into 5, which is equal to 125, and the cube of 3, which is 3 3s are 9 and 9 3s are 27. So it will go like 125 plus 27 plus 1, so which is equal to 153. So an Armstrong number of 3 digits is an integer such that the sum of the cubes of its digits is equal to the number itself. So here we have the code for the same. This is the code to check whether the number is an Armstrong number or not. So here we have taken a variable and the value is 153. The value of the variable number is 153, right? Because we already know that 153 is an Armstrong number. There are a few more numbers like 371 is also an Armstrong number. Next up, we have taken a variable sum and the initial value of sum is 0. We have used the variable sum to store the value of the cubes. And next up, we have a temporary variable so that we can break a 3-digit number, and we need the number after all this program, all these loops and all. We'll need the number, we'll need the original number to compare it with the sum of the cubes, which will be held in sum. So, but we need to break the number as well, right? So we need a temporary variable to break it. Here we use the while loop, and the loop will run until the value of variable temp is greater than 0. So the initial value of temp will be 153 here. In this particular case, the initial value will be 153, and the loop will run until the value of 153 is greater than 0. Next up, we have a variable remainder that stores the last digit's value as we are dividing 153 by 10. So the remainder here will be 3. So the value saved at variable remainder will be 3 for the first time. Then what will happen will we are updating the value of sum, and the new value of sum will be 0 plus 3 into 3 into 3. So 3 3s are 9 and 9 3s are 27. So the updated value of sum will be 27. Next up, we are removing the last digit from the number. So for example, we have here 153, and if we divide 153 by 10, the answer will be 15.3. That's why we are using here %, because what % will do, it will convert the float value into an integer. So if we try to perform a simple divide in JavaScript, like if we try to divide 153 by 10, it will give us 15.3. It will give us a float value, but we want an integer value, right? So % will change this value to the nearest integer. So 15.3, the nearest integer will be 15. So the new value of temp will be 15. Then again this loop will be executed, and for this time the variable remainder will hold the value of 15 modulus 10, and the remainder will be 5, right? So the new value of remainder is 5, and the value of sum is 27 plus 5 into 5 into 5, which is 27 plus 125, right? So the new value of sum will be 152. And then again it will go to the temp and it will divide 15 by 10, and it will change the value to an integer. So 1.5 will be changed to 1. And next up, the final value of temp is 1, which is greater than 0, right? So it will divide 10 by 1 and the remainder will be 1. So next up, it will add 152 plus 1 into 1 into 1, that is 153, right? And then it will divide 1 by 10 using the %, but this time the value will be 0 because there's no remainder, right? Next up, we'll compare the value of the sum and the number variable. So the sum variable here, it is holding the value as 153. We break this number into 3 different parts. Then we took the cube of these 3 numbers and added them. So the final value of the variable sum is 153, and the initial value of number, or we can say the value we gave to the variable number, is 153. So right, it will print here that 153 is an Armstrong number. Or if we use any other number instead of 153, let's suppose we are using 121. So it will print 121 is not an Armstrong number. Let's check out the output once. Let's save it and see the output here is 153 is an Armstrong number. So if we change the value of 153 to 121. So let's check the output now. It says 121 is not an Armstrong number. Why? Because if we take the cube of each of the digit and we'll add them, suppose the answer here will be 10, because the cube of 1 is 1 and the cube of 2 is 8 and the cube of the final one is 1. So 8 plus 1 is equals to 10. So that's why 121 is not an Armstrong number. Let's move on to our last problem statement, where we'll use the do while loop to find the factorial of a number. So here's the problem statement where we'll have to write a program to find the factorial of a number. So factorial of an integer is the product of an integer and all the integers below it, or we can say before it till 1. So if we take an example of 5, so the factorial of 5 will be, it will multiply each number before it. If we take 5, the factorial will be 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 into 1. Or if we don't include 1, that's totally fine. So this program is pretty simple as compared to the previous two we did. So this is a small one too. Let me take you through this. So here we have the program. And here we have three variables, right? We have a variable I, which is initialized as 1. Then we have a variable n, which is 5. And then we have a variable f, whose value is 1. F is for factorial and n is for number we want to check the factorial of, and I is for checking the condition. So here what we will do, we'll use a loop where if we, for example, if we are taking 5, then the loop will go from 1 into 2 into 3 into 4 into 5 from 1 to that number. It's not like if we are using from 5 towards 1, but we are going from 1 towards 5. The answer will be same, right? Because we are multiplying all the numbers in both the cases. So here we took 5 as the number. Next up we have a variable f, and the value of f is also 1, as you know. So here we are using the do while loop. For the first iteration it will perform this. So the value of f for the first iteration will be f equals to f into I, which means f equals to 1 into 1, which is 1. So the value of I will be increased and it will become 2. And now it will check for while 2 is less than equals to n. Yes, 2 is less than n. So it will again go up and it will update the value of f, and the new value of f will be 1 into 2, that is 2. Then again the value will be increased and it will become 3, and then it will change the value of f as well. If it will become 6 and the value of I will become 4, then it will check if 4 is less than 5. Yes, 4 is less than 5. And then it will multiply 4 with 6 because the value of f was 6, right? So 4 into 6, it will become 24. And then finally the value of I will be 5. And it will check if the value of I is less than or equals to 5, right? While I is less than equals to 5. Yes, that's true, because now 5 is equals to 5. And it will again execute the loop, and the value of f will be 24 into 5, which is 120. And then again the value of I will be increased. Now it will become 6, which is greater than 5. So it will come out of the loop and it will print the factorial of a number. So let's save this program. So the factorial of 5 is 120, because see here we have used the factorial of n. N is 5 and the factorial is 120. So if we try to give any other number here other than 5, let's say we are using here 10. Save it. It says the factorial is 3628800, or it's 36,28,800. So if you try to multiply 10 into 9 into 8 into 7 so on till 2, or we can say 1, the answer will be this. You can check it, you can Google it, or you can go through it in your calculator. The typical definition of function states that to work in a proper or in a particular way. Similarly, functions in JavaScript are a block of code that is used to perform a specific task. In this particular video, we will go through the syntax and usage of functions. So a function has a particular name and we can reuse that block of code again and again in an entire program. For example, let's suppose that we have to add two numbers in a program. That's a basic program, right? Sum of two numbers. So let's write the code first. So we are going to take a variable x and the value of x will be 10. Then again we are going to take a variable y and the value of y will be 5. Lastly, we are going to take a variable total and the value of total will be x plus y. So the last thing we are going to do is we are going to print this on a browser. So here we are done with our program. We are done with adding two numbers. So let's save it and check the output. See, the output here says 15. So what is happening is the value of x plus y, which is 10 plus 5, is stored in the variable total, and we are displaying total on a browser. So that's a very basic program, right? Now consider a scenario where we have to do this addition for n number of times at different intervals. So we have to perform the same task of addition at different intervals. So in that case, what we can do is we can copy paste this same code repeatedly, but the length of the program will increase because of that, right? And it doesn't make any sense to copy paste the same code again and again. So this is where functions come into play. With the help of functions, we can create a separate function to do this particular task, and we can call that function again and again. I'll take you through it. So basically a function has three parts. We'll go through each of them. A function has function declaration, then it has function definition, and then finally it has function calling. So we'll perform this same program of adding two numbers. We'll add two numbers, but this time we'll use the concept of functions. So we'll use this whole code. We are going to use it inside the function. So let's move on and see how the function looks like, how the syntax of function looks like. So we use the keyword function, and then we have the function name. So let's suppose here we are naming the function as sum. Then we have the opening and closing round brackets, which denotes that this is a function. This is the way to write a function. Next up, we have a pair of curly braces for the body of the function. So this is the basic syntax of how a function looks like. The naming convention for functions is the same as we had for variables in JavaScript. If you guys remember, we have already discussed this naming convention of variables. So this is the basic structure of a function. So now we'll cut this whole code and we'll paste it here inside the function. Right? So we are done with it. We are done with our functions. First part. First we declared a function with name sum. Then we are done with the definition of function. Now, what if we try to run this program? Let's save this program and see. It is not printing anything on screen. But if you try to check out for any errors, it won't show any errors. See, there is no error in this program. This is happening because we haven't called the function yet, right? So to call the function, we have to write a single word. Just write sum with opening and closing round brackets and save it now. Now you can see the output here is 15. So this is known as function calling. The program already knows that there is a function by the name sum. It will go and check for the same if the function is there or not. If the program finds it, it will execute the function. Next up, a function can also have parameters. What do I mean by parameters is we don't have to declare these variables, variable x and variable y here. Instead of declaring them here, we can pass these values to the function. Let's say we are passing x and y here, or we can pass a and b, any variable you want to pass, you can pass it here. Now we can remove these variable x and variable y. We have to write here where, because we still need the variable total. And next up, we have to pass the value for these variables when we call the function. So we have to pass the values here. Let's say we are passing the values as 4 and 3. So let's try to run this program now and see if it works. Let's save it and see. You can see here the output as 7. We can also pass strings over here. So instead of 4, if we try to pass any string, let's say we are passing welcome to, and instead of 3, we'll pass SimpliCode. Right? Now let's save this program and see the output. It says welcome to SimpliCode. We don't have to worry about the data type we'll use here because JavaScript is a loosely typed language, right? So the function will automatically adapt to the data type according to the value we will pass during the function call. Here in this code, variable x holds the value welcome to, and the variable y is having SimpliCode allocated to them dynamically. So this is what is known as parameter passing in functions. Let's move on and discuss the return types in functions. So a function can also return a value. Right now, we can see that a function is doing the printing task. What if we remove this document.write from here and we'll paste it somewhere else on the program outside the function. So we'll paste it here, right? Now the function will perform addition only. It won't print anything. It will just perform the addition. Let's save this and see there's nothing. So if we try to check for error, it says total is not defined because total is defined inside the function. This is because of the concept of local and global variable. We'll discuss this concept in upcoming video. So here you can see it says total is not defined, right? So now what we have to do is we have to write here return total. So now the function will return the value of total outside. What this return statement does is whenever we call the function, as you can see here, we are calling the function from outside and we are passing the parameters as welcome to and SimpliCode, right? So these parameters will go as x and y and we are getting the concatenation of welcome to SimpliCode, right? So when this return statement comes into function, the value of this total variable will be given out of the function. So there has to be a particular variable to hold the value returned by the function. We'll use a variable here. Let's say we are using the variable output. And in the RHS, we are calling the function. So we have an equals to between the LHS and RHS. That's because when we are calling the function, it will return a value. And the assignment is done from right to left in the case of an assignment operator. If you guys remember, we came across this, that whenever we are using an assignment operator, the assignment will be done from right towards the left. So whatever value the function will return upon calling will be assigned to the variable output. In this program, we are passing welcome to and SimpliCode, right? So let's change these two values now. We'll change them to a numerical value. Let's say we are using here 35 and instead of SimpliCode, we'll use here 15 and we are going to print here output on the browser because the variable output is holding the value returned by the function, right? So let's save it now and see the output is 50. Okay guys, so this was the syntax demonstration of functions in JavaScript with a quick small program. We already know that JavaScript is a loosely typed scripting language, right? That means we don't need to specify the data types every time. So a variable is basically a container that can store data values. Those values can be changed whenever needed. In this particular video, we are going to discuss the scope of variables in JavaScript. So what does this scope mean in variables? So scope refers to the life of a variable in a program. There are basically two types of variables present in JavaScript, local variables and global variables. Depending upon where we are creating a variable may have two different types of scope. So let's have a look at these two different types of variables with the help of examples. Let's say we are creating a variable here. Let's say we are creating a variable where a and the value of a will be 5. So we have created a variable here and let's print the value of this variable in the browser. So what we'll do, we'll print this value in the browser. So let's print the value of this variable on the browser. So here we have printed the value of variable a. So here you can see the value is 5. So we can print the value of this variable anytime and anywhere in our program, right? So if we try to copy this line from here and we'll paste it somewhere else in a program, let's say we are pasting it here. So if we try to save it now, see, here you can see that we have two values of a because we have printed a twice here, right? Once we have used this a here, then we have used this a here. So here you can see we have two values of a, 5 and 5. So this variable a is a global variable, which means its life is available throughout the entire program or the entire script, we can say. And when we declare a variable inside a function, that variable is known as a local variable for that function. So let's try to do it as well. We already know what functions are as we saw in the previous video, right? So what we'll do, we'll make a function here. Let's say we are creating a function my function, opening and closing round bracket and the body of the function, right? So let's declare a variable here. Let's say we are using a variable where x, and the value of x will be 10, right? Let's try to print this value. So we have created a function here. Now we are left with the function call only. So let's call the function here. What we'll do, we'll call my function, right? Save it. And now here you can see the output is 10, 5 and 5. So if we comment these 3 lines, if we remove these 3 lines and we'll save it now. So here you can see we have the output as 10 only. So this variable x, which is declared inside a function. So why it is a local variable? Because if we try to access this variable from outside the function, it is not possible. So let's cut this line from here and let's try to paste it here. So now what we are doing is we are trying to access this variable from outside the function. Let's save it now. Let's save this program now and see there is no output in the browser because a local variable can be accessed only in that function. We can't access it from outside of the function. So this is happening because as soon as the function is executed, the variable gets destroyed, means there is no variable present in the memory now. The same thing applies to the memory. Whenever we run a JavaScript program, the whole browser is present in the RAM, or we can say in the memory. So these local variables are created only till the function is executing. Once the function is done running, the same function wipes out of the memory. Whereas the case is different for global variables. So global variables are available throughout the script. They have a global lifetime, which means that they will exist throughout the program's running. Or we can say until the tab is open. The next exciting thing about global variables is that we can access global variables from inside the function. So what we'll do, let's cut this line from here and we'll paste it here. So now what we'll do, we'll declare a variable here. Let's say we are declaring a variable where y, and the value of y will be 15. So copy this line and paste it again. Now what we'll do, we'll try to access y from inside the function. So let's save the program and see the output here is 10 and 15. 10 is the value of x and x is a local variable for function my function because we have declared x inside the function. Whereas variable y is a global variable. We have declared it outside the function and we tried to access it from inside of the function, right? So we tried to access y here and we can see the value of y is 15, which is printed on the browser. This is what global variables are. One more exciting thing I want to mention at the end of this video is if we declare any variable in JavaScript without using the where keyword. So if we try to declare a variable here, let's say we are declaring var1. Okay, we have not used any where keyword. So what we are doing is we are declaring a variable and the value of var1 is 15. So we don't need the where keyword separately when we are declaring a variable. However, some of the newer versions of web browser have some sort of issue if we try to declare a variable inside this function without using the where keyword. So let's try to access this variable. Let's declare it inside the function. Okay, what we'll do is we'll declare this variable inside the function and we'll comment this line, and what we'll do is we'll try to access it from outside the function, right? What we'll do is we'll write here var1. Save this and see. If you don't understand it, let me change the value of var1. Let's change this value to 20. Save it now and see the output here is 10 and 20. So var1 is a variable which is declared without using the where keyword, right? So we can access this variable from outside the function as well. Any variable which is declared without using where keyword is a global variable. Keep this thing in mind, guys. We came across the different types of data types present in JavaScript in the previous video, where we came across the types of primitive data types in JavaScript. We discussed number, string, and we had boolean, null and undefined, right? So these are the 5 types of primitive data types present in JavaScript. We know that strings in any programming language are used to store and manipulate textual value. A string contains a sequence of characters written inside double quotes. So let's declare a basic string here. Let's say we have a variable and we have a variable as var x, and the value of x will be a basic string. Let's say we have hi there as the value. Okay, next thing, we'll print this on a browser. Document.write, and we'll print x on a browser. So this here is a string that holds a textual value, right? Suppose we try to find the type of the variable x. So I hope you guys are aware of that. If you're not, then please go through the previous video on data types in JavaScript. Let's print this value on browser first. So here you can see it says hi there. So this is a string, and let's try to determine the type of variable x, and we'll see if it returns a string or something else. We'll do it with the help of type of operator, right? I hope you guys remember that. So let's try to use type of operator here, and here we'll use type of x. So let's save it and see. Here you can see we have a string as the type of variable x. So strings are helpful for holding data that can be represented in textual form. So let's move on to our first topic for today, and that is escape sequence in JavaScript. So if you guys ever noticed that in the previous few videos, we use a lot of HTML tags in JavaScript, right? For example, we use the heading tag so often. Like when we are using the document.write to print anything on the browser, we use heading tag quite a lot, right? So the thing to notice here is that these tags behaves as HTML tags, right? We use them inside the double inverted commas, just like strings, but they still act like HTML tags. So let's understand this with the help of an example. What we'll do is we'll remove this code. We'll print a simple statement in a browser. So we'll use document.write, and we'll write here hi there, and we'll use a tag, right? So a basic HTML tag we are going to use. Let's say we are using the break tag. I hope you all are aware of the break tag. So the next sentence will be so here in this example we tried to print a sentence and we are using the BR tag, right? So let's print it on the browser. So we are using the break tag in between the sentences. We have hi there and we have welcome to SimpliCode. So we use this break tag in a string, right? So the output what we were expecting was hi there, and the BR should be written in string. But there's a difference in the output, right? The BR tag is actually functioning as an HTML tag. So here the break tag works the same as it did for HTML. So with this, we can conclude that if we try to infuse any HTML tag inside the JavaScript statement, it will act as that tag only. So let's move on and we'll look at some other types of escape characters present in JavaScript. So let's say we want to print this line. Okay, we'll edit this one only. So what we will do is we'll remove this break tag, and suppose we want to print this on a screen. So we want this on a screen and we want the welcome to be inside the double inverted comma in output as well. So if we try to run this program now, there will be nothing in the browser. Let's try to check if it gets any error. So here it says uncaught syntax error. It says missing after the argument list. So how to print this on the browser? We want to highlight the word welcome. So if we try to run this program as it is, it's not working, right? To do this type of task, we have the \escape character. To print the double quotes inside a string, we use a single backslash with a double inverted comma. The syntax is we have to use this backslash before the double inverted comma. So now if we try to print this on browser, here you can see it says hi there and welcome is written within double inverted commas, right? So that's how you can print this on a screen. Next up, if we want to use a single inverted comma, we have to use a single backslash with a single inverted comma. So just like we did here with the double inverted comma, similarly we can do it for single inverted comma as well. What we'll do is we'll copy this document.write and we'll print it here. So here what we will print is, we'll print here it's alright. Okay, so we are using here a backslash with a single inverted comma. Now we'll write a S. The output will be it's alright. So we have to use them because we need them in a program at times, right? So to avoid any confusion, one must know how to use this sequence character in JavaScript. Let's save this and see. If we try to comment this line, let me comment this to make it more easier for you to understand. Let's save it now and see. It says it's alright. You can't print it's in similar way without using the backslash escape character. Lastly, if we want to put a backslash in our string, if we want to put a backslash, we want to show it in the browser. So the syntax for that will go like, we have the document.write, right? So here we will write the character and we'll use two backslashes is called backslash. So let's try to print this. So here one thing you can notice, only a single backslash is printed on the browser. The first one is used as a backslash escape character and the second one which we have used will be printed on the browser. We have a few more escape sequence present in JavaScript, like the backslash and or we can say new line. We don't use them quite often. I'll let you know if we use them in future. So for now it's enough for escape sequences present in JavaScript. So let's move on and now we'll go through the different string methods present in JavaScript. So there are several string methods present in JavaScript. We are going to discuss a few in this particular video and we have a property as well. So here you can see it on your screen now. These are the string methods present in JavaScript. The first one here, that is length, it is a property and the rest are string methods. So let's start this video with the length property. You can pause the video to note down all the string methods and property, or you can just take a screenshot of it. So let's move on to the programming part. Now the length property is used to find the actual length of a string. So to find the length of a string, let's declare a string first and then we'll find out the length of that string. So the statement will go like this. We have a variable str and the value of str will be, let's say, welcome to SimpliCode. Okay, so here we have a string and we have a variable a which holds the length of this string, right? So this str.length is a property of string and it will return the actual length of this string. So what we'll do is we'll print document.write and we'll print the value of a, because the variable a is holding the actual length of string str. So let's try to print this and here you can see the output is 21. So if you count the total number of characters present in this particular string, it will come out as 19. 7 for welcome, 2 for and 10 for SimpliCode, right? So the total number of characters are 19. So the remaining 2 are the spaces present between welcome and to, this one space and the other space is this. So the total comes out to be 21. So this is how the length property of string works. If we want to find out the number of characters present in a string, we can simply use the str.length property and it will give us the exact number of characters including spaces as well. So next up we have the two methods which are two lowercase and the two uppercase methods. So this two lowercase method is quite simple to use. The functionality of this method is it can change the whole string to lowercase characters irrespective of what is already written in the string. So let's try this method and you can understand it much better. So here what we'll do is we'll replace this str.length with .to lowercase and we'll see if the output is changed here. So let's try to run this, and here you can see each of the characters present in the string is changed to lowercase alphabets. So you can see we have W and S as uppercase. So what we'll do is we'll write welcome in uppercase here. Let's say we have welcome in uppercase, and now we'll save it. So here you can see the welcome is also in lowercase. So every character present in the string is converted to lowercase. The case with two uppercase is a bit different. So if we try to write here two uppercase, and now if we run this program, so every character present in the string will be changed to uppercase letter. So here you can see we have SimpliCode in lower cases. Now here in the output it is changed to uppercase letters. If you guys noticed that we used the length property previously, right? But we didn't use the opening and closing round brackets there. But we are using them with uppercase and lowercase methods, right? That's the difference between property and methods. Next up, we have the includes method. So this function or method is used to find something particular in our program. So this function either returns true or false. If we want to check if a particular word is available in a string or not, we can use the includes method. So this is a case sensitive method, which means that it differentiates between uppercase and lowercase letters. So let's try this function here, and we will search for a word here. Let's say we are searching for 2, right? So instead of uppercase, we are writing here includes, and we are looking for 2. So 2 here exists in a sentence, right? It exists in a string. So it will return true for this case. Let's save it and check the output. See, it says true. But if we try to find something like, let's try to find here from, and we'll save it. See, it says false. If we try to find here something else, like we try to find here code, save it, and it says true because code exists in a string. But if we try to write here code with a capital D, see, it says false because it is a case sensitive method, right? Next up, we have the starts with and ends with function. So these are used to check the initial and final words present in JavaScript. For example, let's try to use here starts with first. What we'll do, instead of includes, we'll write here starts with, right? It will return false for any value other than welcome or W, whatever we are writing. So if we write here anything other than this welcome, it means that we can write here W, W-E-L, W-E-L-C-O-M-E, or we can write here W-E-L-C. So anything other than that. If we write here 2, let's say, let's save it now and see, it says false. Why this is happening? Because if the searched item matches the first word, suppose if we try to write here welk, okay, so these are the 4 initial letters of a string. Let's save it now, and now we can see that it says true, because if the searched item matches the first word, then only it will return true, otherwise the value will be false. See, here it returned false for 2, and for WELC it returned true. The same goes for the ends with method. So let's try to use ends with instead of starts with, and here we will try code. So here what we'll do is, instead of starts with, we'll write here ends with, and we know that the last 4 characters of a string are code, right? So we'll write here code, or let's say we'll write here simply, save it, and it says false because it is checking for the last 4 words. So if we write here SimpliCode and save it, it will return true only if the last 4 letters are included, which are present in the string. So if we write here code instead of SimpliCode, then also it will return true because codes are the last 4 letters or characters present in SimpliCode, right? Next up, we have the search function. So the search function works almost the same as includes method, The only difference between these two is the include method returns the boolean value, meaning if it finds out that the word is present in the string, it will return either true or false, right? The case is slightly different for the search method. It returns the exact position of the word if the word exists in the string, else it returns -1 as the answer. So let's try to find out the word 2 in this string here, or we can change the string. Let's change the string here. So we are going to use a different string. Let's say we are using this string, right? So we'll copy it from here and we'll paste it here, but we'll not use this backslash sign. So let's try to use here the search method, and what we'll try to find out in this string is, let's say we are trying to find out is. Okay, so we have the is in a string, so let's save it and see. It says 14. 14 is the index number of is. It starts from 0, like 0 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13, and at number 14 is present, so it will print 14 on the browser. That's how we can use the search method in JavaScript. So next up we have the index of method, used to find the index of a particular word. So let's try to use the index of method now. So what will happen is, as soon as it finds the word is, it will return the index value, right? So if we try to write here index of is and we'll save it, see it says 14 because we know 14 is also returned by the search method because they both are doing the same thing actually. So if we try to write here instead of is, let's say we are writing here called, save it now, and it says 17. So 14 was I, 15, and then we have a space at 16, and from 17 called is started. So it will return the index number, index value of that word. If we have two similar words present in a string, let's suppose we have an is here as well, right? So we have two is now, and or we can say called, we have two called, right? So save it, then also it will return 17 because as soon as it finds out that the word called is present in the string, it will print that on the browser. It won't check for other word, other similar word. It won't check for the second called. So the search and the index of methods works almost the same. The following method we are going to use is the last index of method. So it works the same as the index of. The only difference is if we try to use this last index of method, it will start checking from the last. So the output for this code will be a little bit different. So let's try to find out the output and then we will check. It says 17 because if we try to check it from here, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17. So here you can see it says 17 because when it started checking, it will start checking from the last of the string. So that's why we are using here last index of, and we know the working of this method as well. Till now we came across a lot of string methods and we have a lot more string methods still remaining. So we'll go through them at once. Let me take you through them at once before we end this video. So here's the list of all the remaining functions. Let me take you through all of them one by one. The first function here is the replace function. So here you can see we have the replace keyword here. So this is a new function we are going to discuss about. So replace function is used to replace something from the string. For example, in this first example, we have replaced here to with from, right? So this is the syntax of how to use the replace function, and what we did is we replaced the word to with from. So we'll remove this to from here and save it now. So here you can see it says welcome from SimpliCode. It replaced the word to with from, right? So here I have taken two examples. That's because if we write here to once again, so let's save it now. Here you can see it changed the first two only because it has two similar words, right? It has two here, it has two here as well. So what it did is it changed the first two, but the second two is still the same. So that's why I have used this example here. This is the basic syntax using which it will search for the word globally and change it every time it finds the word. So we'll discuss about it in later videos. For now, you can see if we use this globally, what's happening is when it traverses the string, it will find the word is twice and it will change the word is to from, right? So here you can see we have two similar words. We have is here and here as well. So both of them are changed in the output. So that's how the replace function works. Let's move on to our next function. Next up we have the concat method. So we'll remove it and now we'll have a look at the concat method. So the concat method is used to concatenate two strings basically. So here you can see we have two strings. We have var str2 and we have var str3. The value var str2 holding is JavaScript was developed by Brendan Eich and the other string is in the year 1995. So this is the syntax of how we concatenate two strings. So here you can see we have concatenated string 3 to string 2. So string2 dot concat and in bracket whatever string we want to concat. If we want to concatenate more than one string, then also we can use it here. We can write here comma and the other string as well. So the output will be like this. It says JavaScript was developed by Brendan Eich in the year 1995. So that's how the concatenation method works. Let's move on to our following string method, which is the split method. So as the name suggests, split means to break the string into pieces. So let's remove it from here, and now what we'll do is we'll comment it from here. Now we'll go through the split method. So the split method is used to break a string into pieces. The syntax is quite simple. We have to write the string name dot split, and what it will do is it will put a comma in place of every space, because if we want to split something, let's say we want to write here I instead of space, right? So it will traverse the string and every time it finds an I, it will put a comma instead of that I. So let's save it now and see. Here it says JavaScript. Here in place of I, a comma is inserted, right? So similarly from Brendan Eich, I is replaced with a comma. So that's how the split function works. So if we use here space instead of I or anything else, let's save it now. See, instead of every space, a comma is inserted. JavaScript comma was comma developed. So that's how the split function works. Next up we have the repeat method, right? So we'll remove it and we'll go through the repeat method. So repeat, as the name suggests, it will repeat the string. So the syntax is as usual similar like the other syntaxes. So we have a string here str5 and the value is similar. JavaScript was developed by Brendan Eich. So the repeat method is used if we want to repeat a string n number of times. Like here we have written here 5. It's printed 5 times, Brendan Eich, and then the second, then again it's printed, so on and so forth till 5, right? So the repeat function is used if we want to print a string for n number of times basically. Next up we have the slice method in string. So the slice method extracts parts of a string and returns the extracted part in a new string. So let's go through the slice method. So what slice method does is, here you can see it uses the start and the end parameters to specify the part of the string we want to extract. So here you can see we have given two parameters as 5 and 10. It will print crypt on the browser because it started from index value 0 and went till 10. So when it was at number 5, the value present at number 5, it will start from there and it will print till 10. So C is the value present at number 5. If we count from here 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. C is the value present at 5 and it will print till 10 because T is present at number 10, right? So it will print crypt on the browser. So if we try to do something else here, let's say we are using here 12 and we'll take it through 30. Save it now. It says as developed by BR. So A is present at number 12 and R is present at number 30. So that's how the slice function works in string. And if we want to use the negative values, we can use it. So it will print the string from the end. Like if we write here -2, it will print the last two characters of the string. So let's try to write here -2 and save it now. See, it says ch. It will print the last two characters of the string. Next up, we have the substr method. So it works the same as the slice function. The only difference is in the parameters. So in the slice method, we give the two parameters. It starts from the first one and goes till the second parameter. But in the substr method, it starts from the first parameter and prints the number of characters mentioned in parameter 2. So let's try to understand this with the help of an example. So here you can see we have this string JavaScript was developed by Brendan Ike and the parameters are 5 and 10. So the same parameters we have taken for the slice method. So what will happen is it will start from 0, it will go till 5. So we know that C is present at 5, right? So what it will do is it will start from 5 and it will print the next 10 characters. So the slice function was printing till 10, but the substr will print the next 10 characters from index value 5. Let's save it and see, it says script was. So there are 10 characters which will be printed on the browser, because that's the only difference between substr and slice function. I hope you guys can spot the difference between slice and substr method. Right, next up we have the substring method, which works the same as the slice method. The difference is it will start from the first parameter and goes till the second parameter, but it won't include the character present at the second parameter. So if we try to start it from 5 and we want it to go till 10, save it. So we can't do it this way. Let's make it a 9. Why 9? Because at number 10 a space is available, so it's not visible in the output, right? So let's save it now and see, it says CRIP. So C is present at 5, R is present at 6, I is present at 7 and P is present at 8. So T is present at 9, so it will not print T because that's the only difference between substring and the slice function. Both starts from the first parameter, both goes till the second parameter, but the slice function includes the second parameter. It includes the value present at second parameter, whereas the substring leaves the value present at second parameter. We discussed data type in previous videos, right? So data types in JavaScript are of two kinds. We discussed the primitive data types, and the other type is non-primitive, or we can say complex or composite data types, right? So an array comes under the category of composite data types, or non-primitive we can say. So the basic definition of array states that an array is a collection of elements stored in contiguous memory locations. So array is a list of similar type of elements, or in JavaScript array acts a bit different from other programming languages. We can discuss it later. So let's understand the concept of arrays with the help of an example. We'll move to the programming part directly. Let's consider a scenario where we have a collection of similar types of variables. Suppose we have a list of cars. Let's create a small list here for a few different car companies. Let's say we have a variable where car1, and the value of car1 will be, let's say, Honda. Okay, and then we have another variable, let's say car2, and the value of car2 will be Kia. And finally we have a variable, let's say, where car3, and the value of car3 will be, let's say, Ford. So here we have taken three different car manufacturers. We have Honda, we have Kia, and we have Ford, and we have three different variables, right? So if we want to print all three of them, what we have to do is we have to use the document.write method, right? So we have to use that document.write again and again.
So we can do it for this small piece of code, right? Let's print the value of all three variables here. Let's say we are using document dot write and we will print the value of all three variables. So here we have printed the value of all three variables, right? We have car 1, the value was Honda, we have Honda here, we have Kia, and we have Ford as well. So this task is a bit simple for this small piece of code, right? Now imagine if we have 100 values here instead of just 3 values, or maybe we can say we have 1000 values in a list. We can't follow the same procedure in that case, right? That's where arrays come into play. What we can do is we can use a single variable and we can store as many values as we want inside a single variable. By doing this, we don't have to access each and every variable separately while printing them. The data types of those values present inside the array does not matter at all. So we can save either numbers or strings or a value with any data type. We'll discuss it in a moment. Let's try to define an array here first. So the syntax for array goes like this. We have to take a variable. Let's say we'll declare an array here. Let's say we are taking a variable where car, and these opening and closing square brackets represent the array. It means that it is an array if we are using them in a variable. Inside this, we can use double quotes with the value we want to insert. It will go like this. Let's suppose we have 3 values here, right? We'll use these 3 values only. We'll use Honda, Kia, and Ford. So to insert these 3 values, we have to follow this syntax. So let's say we have the first manufacturer as Honda. The next one we have is Kia. And the last one we have is Ford, right? So we have all the 3 values here present inside a single variable. So we have a single variable where car, and we have all the 3 values. We have Honda, we have Kia, and we have Ford. So we can insert as many values as we want. Like if we have a list of 100 car manufacturers, we can insert them in this array. Now let's print the output of this array. So the output will go like, we will copy document.write from here, paste it here, and the output will go like this. So we don't need this piece of code right now. So we'll comment this so that we can understand the difference between these two codes. And now let's save this program and see. Here you can see we have all the 3 elements of the array. We have Honda, we have Kia, and we have Ford as well. So an array is a non-primitive data type or composite data type with one single name and can hold multiple values. Here the array name is car and it stores 3 similar values, right? Here we have 3 string values. We have Honda, Kia, and Ford. So this array can store any number of values we want to store in that array. So what if we want to print a single value from these 3 values we have? We have Honda, Kia, and Ford, right? So if we want to print Kia, let's suppose. So it's easy to print this on a browser. All we need to know is the index number of that value. So the index number in the case of arrays starts from 0 and goes further. So we have 3 values here as we can see. So the index value for these variables will be, so for Honda the index value will be 0, and for Kia the index value will be 1, and for Ford the index value will be 2. So the index value starts from 0 and goes on further. So one thing to keep in mind, guys, whatever number of values an array is holding, the last index value will always be 1 less than the number of values. So as here you can see we have 3 values, right? So the index number of the last value will be 1 less than 3. It means the index number will be 2 because the index number starts from 0. Let's try to access the element present at index 1. So we have Kia here, right? All we have to do is we have to put square brackets here in the document.write. Here we have to put square brackets and we have to write the index value inside of these square brackets. So if we write here 1 and if we save this program now, so here you can see we have Kia only. It will print the element present at index number 1. So here in this particular case it is Kia. We can also loop through this array using the index values. Let's say we want to print each element on a separate line every time, right? So we can use the loop here. I hope you guys are aware of the for loop by now. We'll write here. So we have declared an array, so we will use the for loop here, and we will print here for. We'll take a variable I, and the value of I will be, initial value will be 0, and then we'll give the condition. The condition will be I less than 3, because we know there are 3 values only, and it will go till 2 only because it's going for the index value, and the final condition will be I plus plus. So here we'll use the curly braces because this is the syntax for loop, and the I value will iterate through the array and print all the values present at indexes till the index 2. So the same thing goes for 100 elements as well. We can use the for loop to access all the 100 elements in separate lines. So guys, if we save this, and here you can see, okay, it is printing Kia, Kia and Kia because we have particularly mentioned here cars present at index 1. So we have to remove 1 here, and we'll save it now. So the document.write syntax will be changed a bit. We will write here I, and if we save it now, so we have all the 3 values. Here you can see guys, the I value here will iterate through the array and print all the values present at indexes till the index 2. So the same thing goes for 100 elements as well. We can use the for loop to access all the 100 elements present in the array. We can use the same iteration concept for doing so. So guys, there's another way to represent an array in JavaScript. It goes like this. We have a, let's say we have a variable. This time we'll take the variable as fruits. So the syntax will be like new. We have to use the new keyword, and then we will use new array, and we have to give a space here, and the elements we want to store inside the array. So we'll use a apple, then we have, let's say, banana, and finally we have, let's say, mango. Okay, and we can access the elements of these array with the help of a for loop. We can use the similar for loop here. So if we copy this for loop from here and we'll paste it here, instead of cars we'll use here fruits, right? And we'll give the value as I because we want to iterate the variable I through each index. So we have once again the index value as 0 for apple, 1 for banana and 2 for mango. Let's comment this program as well so that it will be easy for you guys to understand. Let's save this program now, and see, we have the list of all the elements present at array fruits. So we have apple, we have banana, and we have mango printed on our browser. So this way of array representation or declaration is less recommended because the other way which we discussed earlier, like when we discussed the car manufacturers, so that way is a bit easier to use. So I'll recommend that way only because this way is a bit tricky as well. So let's move on to our next topic of discussion. So if you know guys, arrays in JavaScript work differently when compared to other programming languages like Java and C++. So arrays in JavaScript have dynamic nature, which means we can add or remove elements from an array at runtime. Just like we saw the string methods in the previous video, for arrays also we have a few methods, like if we want to add elements into an array or if we want to delete an element from an array, we have the push and pop methods available to do such tasks. To add an element into an array, we use the push method, and the syntax for pushing elements into an array goes like, so we'll remove this piece of code and we'll use the first one only, the car manufacturer one. So if we want to push something inside the array, right, we'll write here the variable name dot, we use the push method, and we'll push whatever value we want to push. Let's say we are adding another car manufacturer. Let's say we are adding Nissan. We have to change the value here as well, because what will happen, we have used the condition I less than 3. So it will check for indexes till index 2 only. It won't check for index 3. So if we write here I less than 4, it will check for Nissan now. Let's save this and see a new value is pushed into the array, which is Nissan. So let's move on and discuss the pop method. So the pop method in array removes the last present element from the array. If we use this pop method here, it will remove Nissan in this case. So now you can see we have 4 car manufacturers present in a array. So if we use the pop option now, if we use car.pop and let's run this program and see, it says undefined. This is happening because, as you can see, we have pushed the value Nissan into an array. So an address in the memory location was reserved for that particular element. Now if we pop out that particular element, so if we try to use cars.pop once again, let's save it now and see, it removed the element Ford as well. So let's try to push one more value in this particular scenario. Let's say we are pushing a value as Hyundai, and now let's run this. So you can see here it have inserted Hyundai in place of Ford, because we have used the pop method to put Ford out of our array. So I hope you guys understood this. So these are the different methods for arrays in JavaScript, which are already predefined to do some specific task. Like this sort method, if we write here car dot, so here are all the methods, here are all the array methods present in JavaScript. So if we use this sort method, what it will do, it will sort the array in ascending order. The array.length property, so just like we had the length property in strings, so we have the property in arrays as well. The array.length property is used to find the length of the array. So if we use it in the for loop in place of this I less than 4, so here you can see we have used I less than 4. Now if we write here array.length, so if we write here car.length, so now we don't have to change this value again and again. So if we are inserting any value, or if we are removing any value from this for loop, so if we are removing any value from this array, so we don't have to write here 3, or we don't have to change it to 4 every time we insert an element. We don't have to change that value basically. What will happen, it will check for the length of the array. So the length here is, let's say we have the length here 3, right? So it will check for the length and it will be 1 less than the length of the array. So if we run this program now, it will work fine. I hope you guys understood the concept of array methods present in JavaScript. The other main difference array has in JavaScript, which makes it different from C++ or Java, is we can add elements with other data types in JavaScript. We try to use the push method to insert a numeric value here in this cars array. So we will push another value. Let's say we are pushing car.push, and this time we will push a numeric value. Let's say we are pushing here 20. So let's save it. And here you can see the value 20 is inserted inside the array car. So we can use any data type inside an array in JavaScript. Objects are the most powerful and the most used data types in JavaScript. So far, we have seen that we can use a single variable to store a value. The value can be a string or a number or any other type of variable. After that, we have seen arrays in which we can store multiple values, like we can store lists in arrays. So let's take a scenario here, and let's say we have a piece of code. We are taking a variable, let's say where car manufacturer, and the value of this car manufacturer will be Audi, a string, right? Next up we have another variable. Let's say we have a variable car model, and the value of this will be, let's say car from Audi is Q7. Then we have another variable, let's say where price of this car, and the price will be, let's say 50,000 US dollars. Alright, next up we have a function. Let's say we are using a function that is all wheel drive.
So we are having a function all-wheel drive, the opening and closing curly braces for the body of the function, and inside this all-wheel drive function we are using document.write, and here what we will write, let's suppose this car comes with quattro all-wheel drive. Quattro, I hope you guys are aware of this word quattro. It means that four-wheel drive. Next up, we will call this all-wheel drive function here. So here's the data about a particular car from a particular brand Audi, right? So the car model is Q7 and the price of this car is $50,000. So these are the three different things we are storing for a car of a particular brand. Next up, we have a function which states the capability of the car. The function here is the all-wheel drive, which means that this car comes with four-wheel drive instead of general front-wheel drive or rear-wheel drive. So this function is the behavior of the car, right? It shows that the car is four-wheel drive. Things are pretty sorted here, right? We have the data about the car and a function associated with it. So let's save this and we can see the output here. The car comes with quattro all-wheel drive. So this is a basic piece of code, right? We have been through functions, we know how to use functions, we know how to call them. So that's quite easy for now, right? The problem occurs when we have a list of cars. Let's say that we have to maintain 100 different cars with all the data of car manufacturer, we have car model, price, and then we have different behaviors for different cars. Not all cars have the all-wheel drive property. So what we will do in such a case where we have to use the same property again and again for 100 different cars or 100 different entities, we can copy paste this same piece of code repeatedly. And we have to change the value every time we copy paste it. So we have to change the variable name, the car manufacturer, the car model, and the price as well. Imagine we are doing this for a list of cars. Then it goes on and on. So this is the most inefficient way of tackling this problem, right? This is where the concept of objects come into play. These objects help us to bundle all these properties and attributes about one particular entity. If we talk about this particular example of a car, we can put all these properties and many other properties like car weight, we have car color and so on together under one name and make it an object. Let's move on to the syntax for objects in JavaScript. We'll do it for this same program. We'll use objects. Now let's go ahead and have a look at the syntax for objects. So before we start, there are few ways in which we can create objects in JavaScript. We are going to discuss two different ways of doing so. The first one is the literal way, also known as the literal object way. So the syntax for literal object way goes like this. Let's say we are declaring a variable var car and curly braces. So these curly braces represent that this car variable is actually an object. Inside this, we will define all the car's properties, that is whatever data we want to store about the car, like car manufacturer, car model, and price in this particular scenario. So let's use them here. So we have car manufacturer and the car manufacturer is Audi, right? Next up we have car model. Car model is Q7. Finally we have the price, which is $50,000. So you can identify the difference here inside the object, right? When we declare a variable, we usually use the equals to sign for assignment, but here in objects we use the colon and we are using commas here because we have some more properties. So these three are the properties. For this object car, we have three properties associated with it. We can also add this all-wheel drive function inside the object, and when we use this function inside the object, it will be called a method. Whenever we use a function inside a class or an object, so it is known as a method. Keep this thing in mind, guys. So that syntax is also a bit different when it comes to methods inside an object. The syntax for that will be, we have to write here all-wheel drive and we'll use the colon, then it is a function, so we'll write here function with opening and closing round brackets and the body of the function. So what we want to write here is we want this function to return the value, right? We want this function to return this value. So we'll copy it from here and we'll paste it here. So we want this function to return this value. So we'll write here return instead of document.write. Now this function will return this string that this car comes with a quattro all-wheel drive. So if you want to change this string a little bit, you can change, because we have already used this string in the previous program we did. So let's suppose we'll write here 4-wheel drive. Now this will be easier for you to understand this. So this is what an object looks like. Our object is entirely ready. What we did here is we bundled all these things and coupled them. We bundled all these things. We bundled all the 3 variables. We bundled this function. We bundled all of them together inside a single variable. And now this particular variable car is an object. Now if we want to access these properties of the object, like car manufacturer, car model, etc., whatever properties we have here, so what we have to do is we have to use document.write. So it is quite simple. So after this object we'll write here document.write, and to access this object what we have to do is we have to use the object name with the dot operator and the property name. So if we want to, let's suppose we'll use here car dot and the property name will be car underscore manufacturer. So here is the syntax. The syntax is quite easy. You can see here we have used the car object with the dot operator, and then we have the property name, whatever property we want to access. So let's save this program now and see. Here it says Audi. By using this dot operator, we can access any property of the car. Not just a property, we can access the method as well. So if we want to access the method, like if we want to access this all-wheel drive function, we can do it simply by writing here car dot, and we'll write here instead of this, we'll write here all-wheel drive, and we are good to go. So if we save this now, so here you can see it says this car comes with 4-wheel drive. So it is quite easy to access these properties of an object. So we can do it by using this. Now suppose we call this function normally with the document.write inside the function in place of return. So if we write here document.write, it's normal, like how we normally call a function. So if we write here document.write inside this function, and we can call this function by the normal method. Like if you are calling this function from outside, what we'll do, we'll write here car dot and the function name. So if we save this now, here you can see the string is printed on the browser. This car comes with 4-wheel drive, and you can see here we didn't use any h1 tag or h2 tag, so you can spot the difference, right? So that's how you can call a method of an object from outside. This is the normal way. So now you guys might be wondering, what if we want to add more cars into this? We can copy paste it again to do so and change the value of properties again. It is the same thing we can do with the variables. So this is where the following way of creating objects come into the picture, in which we use something different known as object constructor. That's a bit different from other object-oriented programming languages. So don't worry if you don't know about it. Also, in the newer versions, JavaScript supports the concept of classes and objects. So what we used to say earlier is JavaScript is an object-oriented scripting language because it does not support the concept of classes and objects fully. But now the scenario has changed. JavaScript do support the concept of classes and objects, but we'll keep it a bit simple. So let's comment this code as well, and we'll use this code for reference. So we'll comment this, that's why we are not removing it, but we can remove this piece of code. So let's remove it, and let's move on to use a second way of creating an object. Now we will create multiple objects using a single template, which is known as a constructor function. Let's have a look at the syntax for this method. So we'll write the function keyword, and we have named this function as cars, and in parentheses we will provide the
properties as parameters. So these are the properties. We have car manufacturer, we have car model, and we have car price. So these are the properties which we used in the previous code as well. So here we have also used these properties, so we'll keep it that way only. Now inside a function, these parameters are known as arguments. So if we talk about the naming convention, so these parameters are known as arguments. So let's move on to the body of the function, and inside the body we will use this keyword here. This keyword refers to the object it belongs to. So here in this program, this will refer to the object basically. So what we are doing here is, whenever we are creating any object using this constructor function, we will pass specific values like the car manufacturer, car model, and the price, all of these values. So all these values will be present at the RHS. So let me write this first. Let's say we are using this dot and the property name car manufacturer. We'll write here car manufacturer. So all these values will be present at the RHS, and the actual property of the object will be this dot car manufacturer. So this is the actual property of this method. You will understand it much better when we create the object. For now, let's mention here the other two properties and method as well. So let's use the other two properties, which were this dot car model, and we'll write here car model. The last one was this dot price. We'll write here price. Let's add the method here as well. Inside the constructor function, we'll use this keyword again to add the method. The syntax will go like this. We'll use this dot all-wheel drive, and this is a function. So we'll write here function with the opening and closing round brackets, and then we have the body of the function. Inside the body of this function, we will write whatever we have written in the previous program. So we'll copy it from here and we'll paste it here. Right, so this is a complete constructor function. Now using this constructor function, we can create multiple objects of this car type. So this constructor function works like a template, or like the classes work in other languages like C++ and Java. So let's create an object here. So we'll create a variable here. Let's say we are creating a variable C1. Now we'll use the new keyword and along with the constructor function. So we'll use here cars, and we'll pass the values for all the three properties. So here you can say we have the car manufacturer as Audi, and next up we have the model as Q7 and the price as 50,000. Okay, so we have created a variable, we have passed the values for the properties, and now if we want to access this function, if we want to access this all-wheel drive function, we can access this as well. We have to write here c1 dot all-wheel drive, and this is how you can call a function. If we save this program, see here it says this car comes with 4-wheel drive. So if you change anything here, let's suppose we are using here h2 tag. If we save this program now, see you can see the change here. So we are calling this function here, and this will be printed on the browser. So this string will be printed on the browser. Let's create another variable here. Let's say we are using var c2, and the syntax will be same for this as well. We'll write here new cars, and we'll pass the values here. So let's say we are using BMW, and next up we have the model as X7, and the price of this car is, let's say, 40,000. Okay, 40,000 USD. So if we want to access any particular property of any object, like if we want to access the car model, or if we want to access the car manufacturer, so we can do it the same way as we did previously, as we did in the literal object way. So to do so, we have to write here document.write, and it was quite simple. So we have to write here the object name dot and whatever we want to print. Let's say we are printing here car model. So if we save this now, you can see here X7 is
printed on the browser, because x7 is the value of object C2. And let's suppose if we want to print here car manufacturer, save it, and see here you can see we have BMW as the output on a browser. Similarly, we can access the price as well. Let's save it now and see here it says 40,000. So this is how we can create multiple objects in JavaScript. We'll continue with the previous program we made. So today we will use the literal object way, because this method of creating objects is a bit easier than the other one we discussed, which was the constructor function method. So here we created the car object, which has three properties: car manufacturer, car model, and the price of the car. We have a method here as all-wheel drive. When we use this method here, we use this method with the dot operator, and we called that function, we called that method with the help of the object. So the output was this car comes with four-wheel drive. So this was something we did in the previous video. If we talk about objects in JavaScript, a lot of things we know about in JavaScript are basically objects, like the Boolean values, numbers, strings, and a few more. So many of these things can be objects if we define them with the new keyword. Basically, any of the data type other than the null and undefined can be converted to objects, or they have their equivalent object forms if we define them with the new keyword. So we have a few predefined objects as well. We have the math object, the date object, and the regular expression are also considered objects in JavaScript. A lot of things are objects in JavaScript. We'll use objects in DOM manipulation, which we will go through in further videos. So that's why it is pretty essential to understand the whole concept of objects, right? So next up, let's look at how we can use different data types as objects in JavaScript. So the syntax for using the basic data types as objects in JavaScript goes like this. We'll declare a variable first. We have a variable str1, and next up we'll write here the new keyword and the data type. So string is our data type, which we will be using as objects for now. So this is the complete syntax of how to use a data type as an object in JavaScript. If we'll write here str1 and we'll use the dot operator, so here we can see we have the object methods as well, right? So I hope you guys are aware of the methods present in JavaScript. Like we had the string and array methods, right? We have methods for object as well, like the index of method. We have seen the use of index of method when we went through the string methods in JavaScript. So similarly, we have the font color and the length property for object as well. So length here is the property, and other which we can see are the methods for objects in JavaScript. So here this str1 becomes the object by default when we use the new keyword with the string while declaring. So there are few ways to determine if a variable is an object or a primary data type. So the easiest way to do so is to use the type of operator. So let's use it here and check the type of variable str1. We'll write here document.write, and we'll print the type of this variable. So we'll use the type of operator and the type of variable str1. So let me put it inside the h1 tag. So here we have written our type of operator. So let's print this value on the browser. If we save it, see here you can see it says object. If we write a string here in place of this new string, so if we write here any string, let's suppose we are using a string here. Let's say we are using hello. Okay, let's save it now, and here you can see the type of this variable str1 changed from object to string. So this is the difference between a primitive data type. It was a string earlier, but when we use it with the new keyword along with the string, and this is the basic syntax of how to define a primitive data type as an object. So if we save it now, here you can see it is converted to object. Similarly, we can use the other basic data types as well, and the other predefined objects we talked about, like the date object and the math object, we'll go through each of them in separate videos. So moving on, let's go back to our car object. After we declared the whole object, we defined all the three properties and the method also. Somewhere in the program, we realized that we had missed a particular property, and we realized it after we have written 150 lines of code after this car object. So here you can say we have written here 150 line of code. So I'm not writing 150 lines, but let's do it this way. So we realized it after 150 lines. In JavaScript, we can add a particular property to an object outside the definition also. We can add a property to an object anywhere in a program. The syntax for that goes like this. We'll write the object name with the property name along with the dot operator. So we'll write here one more property. Let's say we are using car color, and the value of this property will be, let's say, black, right? What this line will do is it will add one more property inside this existing car object. So initially we had 3 properties. Now this line will add one more property to this car object. We are using the same name, that is the object's name having 3 properties over here. We are using the same object name here. You can see here the object name is car, and here we have also used the car object name. Now we have added one more property to this object car. We can check it. Let's print it out on the browser. So what we will do, we'll write here document.write. So here you can see we have used the document.write method to print this car color on our browser. So we have used here car.carColor. Let's save this program now and see. Here you can see the output is black. So this is the property of the object car now. And if we comment this line, let's say if we are commenting this line, let's save this now and see. Here you can see it says undefined. We can add more properties similarly. Like if we want to add another property here, we can go like car dot and the property name, whatever property we want to add. Let's say we want to add fuel type. So it can be a petrol car or a diesel car or an electric car. It doesn't matter. So we can add properties as well. In fact, we can add methods as well. So the syntax to add method goes like, we can add a method here. We'll see it will go like car dot. Let's say we are adding a new function. Let's say we are adding the function new fun equals to, and here we will write function. So the body of the function. Now whatever we want to write inside the function, let's say this function return function successfully added. So if we try to call this function from outside, we can do it. So let's try to check out the output for this function. Let's say we want to access this particular function. So save it now, and here you can see it says function successfully added. So the new method we added is the new fun, and we added this method to our pre-existing object, which was the car object. So I hope you guys are aware of how to add a new property or a new method to an existing object by now. What if we want to delete a particular object? So it's pretty easy to do so in JavaScript. We can use the delete keyword, object name, and the property name after the dot operator. Let's suppose we want to delete car model here. We want to delete this particular property of the object car. So what we'll do, we'll delete this car model. So the syntax for it is quite simple. So we'll remove this for now and we'll delete a property. Let's say we are using the delete keyword with the object name dot method name or the property name. So we'll delete here car model, right? Let's save it now. So this particular line will delete the car model attribute of this car object. Let's check it out, and we will print here the car model. So we'll write here car underscore model and save it now. So here you can see it says undefined, and if we try to comment this line, and now if we try to save this program, so here you can see the car model is Q7. So this is how we can delete a particular property or a particular method from an object. One more thing before we wrap up this video is, as we all know, JavaScript is a loosely typed language, right? So we can change the data type of these properties on the fly. Now we will change the data type of this property. We had the price property, right? So we'll change the data type of this particular property now. we know that the value of the price property is a number. Let's change this number to a string data type. What we have to do is we have to write here car dot price and update the value here. Let's say we are using 70,000 and we have to put here semicolon. It's the same thing we do to update the value of a particular variable, right? So if we try to print the value of price now, we'll get the output as 70,000. Let's try to print it on the browser. So we'll cut it from here. We'll paste it here and we will print car price. Save it now. See, here you can see it says 70,000. If we want to check the type of this property, what we can do is we can use the type of operator. So we'll use the type of operator. So this is the syntax of how we can use the type of operator. Let's save this now and see, here it says string. Earlier it was a number, but now it is a string. So all these things can be done dynamically in a program wherever we want to do them. So that's the benefit of having objects in JavaScript. Till now, we came across many methods and properties of objects in JavaScript, like the push method, which we use to add something to the object, or if we want to delete something from the object, we can use the delete method, right? So these are some of the predefined methods we have in JavaScript for objects. Apart from these methods, we have some predefined objects as well, which are used in certain specific conditions. Math object is one among them. We use the math object whenever we are making a calculator or working on a program with calculations on any kinds of numbers. So the math object in JavaScript has built-in properties, and these properties most often provide mathematical properties such as the pi, and we have Euler's constant and many more such methods. If we talk about the methods present within the math object, we have several methods present. Like, we can't discuss all of them, but we can look at these methods and we will use a few of them. So let's move ahead and have a look at all the methods present in JavaScript. So guys, these are the methods we have. We have a list of methods having a variety of usage, and you can pause the video and take a screenshot, or if you want to note them down, you can do it as well. So it depends on you totally. So these are all the methods we have in math object. So we will go through a few essential methods which we might need ahead in this particular course. So let's move on and have a look at few of them. So I hope you guys are aware of the value of pi, which is something like 3.1415 and so on, a hard to remember value, right? We can use the pi method in JavaScript and we don't have to read out or remember this value every time we need it. So the syntax is quite simple. All we have to do is we have to call this method and we are good to go. So let's print this value of pi now. We are going to print the value of pi. What we have to do is we have to write here document.write and we have to use here math.py. So this is the syntax of how we can print the value of pi on our browser. So if you want to put it inside something like h1 tag or h2 tag, it's totally upon you. Go ahead and save this and check it out. So this is the value of pi, which is 3.1415926. So this is the complete value of pi. It's a hard to remember value, right? So JavaScript already stores the value of pi. So anytime we want it, like if we want to know the area of a circle, so we don't have to Google for the value or we don't have to remember the value. JavaScript gives us effortless access to use the value of pi. One more similar value is Euler's value. So we can use this method anytime. Just like we have the pi method, we also have the Euler's method. So we can use this method anytime we need the value. So the syntax for Euler's value goes the same as that for math.py. The only change is we will write e in place of pi. So here in place of pi, we will replace it with capital E. So this is similar, like we can use the same for pi and we can use the same for Euler's. The only difference is of a character. So we can save it and see, here's the value of Euler's constant. These values are pretty hard to remember, right? So anytime we need them, we don't have to Google it, or we don't have to remember them as well. So what we can do is we can use the math object and we are good to go in our program. Apart from that, the math object is used for some other methods, such as finding the square root of a number. Yes, we can create the function for it. Still, many of these easy and straightforward mathematical functions are already built in JavaScript, like the square root of a number or the power of a number. If we want to round up a number, we can use the built-in method for that also. So let's make a program that gives us the square root of a number. As we already discussed, we can create a function for it. But why do we do that when we can use the built-in JavaScript math object methods? So let's move on and create a variable first. So we'll remove this and we'll create a variable. Let's say var n, and the value of n will be 49, let's suppose. So we know that the square root of 49 is 7. So to get the output, we have to create another variable that will hold the value returned by the math object. So we'll create another variable. Let's say we are creating another variable var answer, and this variable will hold the value returned by math.sqrt. So math.sqrt is the method for returning the square root of a number. So then we will print the value of answer. Now we will print the value of variable answer. So we'll write here document.write and we'll print the value of answer. So let's print it inside the h1 tag. So let's print the value of answer now and see if the output is 7 or not. So here you can see we have the output as 7. So the square root of 49 is 7. The program works like we give it a number. Let's suppose we are giving it a number 144. Okay, in place of 49 we are giving it a number 144. So this value will be stored in the variable n. Then it will find the square root of this number and it will save the square root in a variable answer. So we have another variable here, and the value of square root will be saved inside the answer variable. And finally, when we save this program, we have the output as 12. So this is how this particular program works. So there are several similar methods present in JavaScript, and the following two methods we are going to discuss are a bit more helpful, and we'll use them in future. We'll definitely use them in future. So the two new methods are the min and the max method. Let's comment this out first. So suppose we have a list of numbers and we want to find the smallest and the largest numbers present in that list. So let's do it for the largest number first. So the syntax for the max method goes like, we'll write here document.write. Let's suppose we are using here max and we have a list of numbers. Let's suppose we have random numbers 1, 2, 6, 3, and we are using random numbers. So this is our list of numbers. So what is the output of this particular program? So we are using the math.max. What this method will do is it will find the greatest number of all these numbers. So here we can see that 87425 is the greatest among all these numbers. So if we save this program, we will get the output as 87425. Similarly, if we copy this line and paste it here, and instead of the max we'll use the min method. So what min method will do, that it will find the smallest number of all these numbers. So let's save it and see the answer here is 0. That's because 0 is the smallest number present in this list. So that's how the min and the max methods work in JavaScript. So the last method we are going to discuss in this video is math.power method. Suppose we want to print the value of 2 raised to the power 4. To print this on the browser, we can also create a function, but we have a method in math object that makes this task a little more straightforward. It is beneficial when we want to print a larger number. So what we have to do is, we will again write here document.write, and this time we'll use the math.power method. So here we have to provide it two parameters. let's suppose we are providing here the parameters as 2 and 4. So it will print 2 raised to the power 4. The second parameter will be the power of the first number. So this particular line will print 2 into 2 into 2 into 2. That means 16. So save it and let's check the output now. So here you can see it says 16. If we do the same for, let's suppose, 10. Save it now and here you can see the output as 10,000. It is 10 into 10, which is 100, into 10, 1000, into 10, 10,000. So these are some vital math object methods present in JavaScript. You can use the other methods as well. As we have seen earlier in this videos, we have a list of methods. There are different methods present in math object methods. The benefit of using these object methods is that it's way easier to write these 8 characters. Suppose we are using the math.sqrt method. It is easier to use this method instead of creating a whole new function. So that's why we use the math object methods in JavaScript. The date object in JavaScript is a handy built-in object, especially used when working with the date and the time. So how the date object work is, whenever we create a date object, it goes ahead and grabs the current date and the time from the browser. So whatever time is there in our browser, the date object will grab it and give it to us as the output. So before we move on to the date object, let me introduce to you guys a small yet exciting function present in JavaScript. So that function is setInterval function. What this setInterval function or method will do is, it will run a function repeatedly after a specific interval. For example, if we have a function and we want to print that function in a browser automatically after 5 seconds. So in that case, we can use the setInterval method. So let's move ahead and have a look at the syntax for the setInterval method so that you can understand it much better. So let's create a function here first. So let's say we have a function named something, and then we have open and close round bracket and the body of the function. So what this something function will do, that it will print a string on the browser. So let's suppose we are using a document.write, and the string we are going to use is a basic string which we used in our previous program, that is welcome to SimpliCode. So this is our basic function which will print welcome to SimpliCode on the browser. If we call this function using the setInterval method, so this setInterval method will print this string on the browser repeatedly. Let's use the setInterval method here. So the syntax for using the setInterval method is, we have to write here setInterval, and we have to give 2 parameters. The first one is the function name. So we'll write here something and we'll call the function. Then after a comma, we have to mention the time here, which is in milliseconds. So 1000 here means 1 second. So let's say we are using 2000 milliseconds. So we'll write here 2000. And this 2000 refers to those 2 seconds of interval between the strings that will be printed again. So let's save this program, and here after 2 seconds you can see it's printing welcome to SimpliCode. So after every 2 seconds it will print this string. So let's do one thing. Let's use the h1 tag here. So guys, we have used the h1 tag here. What we are going to do, we use the h1 tag because it will make it more easy for you guys to understand. So let's save it now. And see, after 2 seconds it will print welcome to SimpliCode on the browser. Then again after 2 seconds the same string will be printed again, then again and again, and so on and so forth. So I explained this function right now because we are going to use this function today in a program. So let's move ahead and have a look at the date object now. So we'll go deep in the date object now. First thing is, while creating a date object, we have to keep in mind that in JavaScript we have 4 different ways to create a date object. So we'll discuss them one by one. The first way is to use the new date constructor. So we'll comment this program and let's save this program now. Let's have a look at the example of how to use the new date constructor. So what we'll do, we'll create a variable first. Let's say we are creating a variable where now, and we'll create a date object. So we'll write here new date. And this is the first way of how to create a date object. So we'll write here new date, and then what we'll do, we'll write document dot write, and we'll print now. So creating the date object will return the weekday, month, date, year, time, and the local time zone. So let's print this on the browser and let's save it. And here you can see it. It shows everything. It shows the weekday, it shows the month, it shows date, year, time, and the local time zone as well, right? So the date object is a static object. It means that the computer time will change, right? So whatever time it is right now, it will change after few seconds, but the date object will remain the same once called. So once we have called this function, the time here will remain the same. It will not change according to the browser's time. So that's where we can use the set interval method to update the time again and again after a specific interval of time. So the following way to create the date object is by providing the parameters to the previous function. So what we'll do, we'll provide here parameters to this new date method. So let's change this date object here only. What we will do is we'll use new date and we'll provide these parameters. So we'll provide the parameters as the first parameter will be the year, the second one will be month, the third one will be day, and the next one will be hour. So whatever value we want to assign as hour. So there are 7 basic parameters. So the 7 basic parameters are year, month, day, hour, minute, and second and millisecond. So the order remains the same. Suppose we are providing all the 7 parameters, then those 7 parameters will be taken accordingly. It's not like we can give the day first and then we move ahead and provide the year or a month. So if we want to print all the 7, so what we have to do is we have to provide all the 7 parameters. Let's say we are providing all the 7 and the last one will be 0. So let's save it now. So you can see here the year is 2018. So we have used here 0, so the month will be January. One thing to keep in mind is if we are writing 0, it will take as January. So if we want to print December, we have to use here 11 instead of 0. So if we write here 11, it will print December. So you can see here December is the 11th month because the month is starting from 0 in this case. So next up we have the day as well. We have Monday and we have the time as 10:33 and 30 seconds. So it's 10 hours, 33 minutes and 30 seconds. And finally it has the local time zone. So that's how the new date constructor work with all the parameters. Suppose if we want to print only 5 of these values. So these 5 values will be year, month, day, hour and minute. So what we'll do is we'll remove these 2 values, and if we save it now, so here you can see instead of the seconds it will print 00 because the default value of seconds will be 00 in this case. The fun part here is we have to provide at least 2 parameters here. If we try to put only one parameter, that is the year value, it will take it as a millisecond. So if we try to write here only 2018, so this is the year basically, right? So what we are expecting is it will print the year, but this is not what is going to happen. So if we save it now, you can see here it shows 1970, January 1, 1970. So this is actually the third way of creating the new date constructor in which we give millisecond as the parameter. So the last way we have to create the new date constructor is we have to use the new date along with the string here. So let's understand this with the help of an example first. So let's use here a string. What we'll do is we'll write here October 13, 2014 and we'll give it the time as 11 hours 30 minutes and 34 seconds. Let's save it now, and here you can see it shows the day Monday on October 13th 2014 and the time is 11 hours 30 minutes and 34 seconds along with the local time zone. So that's the fourth way of how to create a new date object from the provided string. Here you can see in the output it created a new date object from the provided string. So these are the 4 ways to create a new date object. Moving on, let's talk about the methods present within the date object. So just like we had methods for the math object, similarly in the date object, methods are also present. In fact, more than 40 different methods are present within the date object. So here's the list of methods present within the date object. We have a list of methods having a variety of usage. So you can pause the video and take a screenshot, or if you want to note them down, you can do it as well. It's totally up to you guys. But these are the methods we have in the date object. So we have the get method, and then if we talk about, we have the set methods as well. So these are the methods and they have different functions. So you can see here, like the set date method, we can use it to set the day of the month for a specified date according to the local time. So similarly, we have many more methods, like we have more than 40 methods as we mentioned it earlier. So these are the basic 40 methods we have in the date object. So you can take a note of these methods and you can use them later. So we can't go through each of these methods, but we will go through a few essential methods which we might need ahead in this particular course. So let's comment this as well. So what we'll do now is we'll create a program, a basic clock we can say, using few methods. So the first thing we need to do is we need to create a function. This function will print the current time on the browser. So let's say we have a function, and let's say the function name is clock, and we have the opening and closing round brackets and the body of the function. Moving ahead, we will create a variable and a new date object. Let's do it first. Let's say we are using a variable cd, and what we'll do, we'll create a new date object. So we'll write here new date. So we have created a new date object. Remember, we have different ways to create a new date object, right? We'll be using the first one here. What it does is it will grab the current time and date and store it in a variable called cd. So now the variable called cd holds the current date and current time. This variable cd actually contains a lot of information, right? But we need access to only specific values like the hours, minutes and second, because we want to make a clock, right? So we need hours, minutes and seconds only. So that's where methods come into place. So let's declare a few variables first and then we'll use the methods. So we'll declare here 3 variables. Let's say the first variable is var hours and the second variable is var minutes and the third variable is var seconds. So we have these 3 variables now. The next thing we are going to do is we'll use the methods for these 3 variables. So if we want to take the value of hours from the new date object, what we have to do is we have to use a method, and the method is get hours. So how to use this method? We'll access the value of hours from the variable cd, because remember the cd variable holds a lot of information, like it holds whole information about date, current time and everything about that. So we'll use here var get hours. So similarly for minutes, we'll use get minutes. And for seconds, we have to use get seconds. So these are the 3 basic methods we are going to use in this particular program. So one thing to keep in mind is this method works with 24-hour format. So 3 PM will be stored as 15 in the variable hours. Similarly, for the variables minutes and seconds, we have 2 methods, right? We have the get minutes and the get seconds method. So the current value of minutes will be stored inside the minutes variable, and the current value of seconds in the computer will be stored inside the seconds variable. The value of these variables will change every time we call the program, right? Every time it will print the current hour, minute and second. Now all we have to do is we have to print this time on the browser. So what we'll do is we'll use document.write and we'll print here. Let's say we are using the h2 tag. We'll print here hours, then we have to use the colon, then we have to print the minutes, and then again we'll use colon,
and then finally we have seconds. So we'll close the h2 tag here, and now so we are done with printing the time on a browser. The final thing we have to do is we have to call this clock function, right? So let's save this program now and see here it says 22:22:50. It means 11 hours 22 minutes and 50 seconds. It's 11 p.m. right? So because we are using the 24-hour format. One thing you might notice that the time we have in a browser is static, which means it is not changing. So for that we have to use the setInterval function. Let's use it here so that the time will change after every second. So if we want to do it, what we have to do is we have to use the setInterval here. So the setInterval method, we have to call the clock function, and then we have to provide the time after which it will be printed. So let's save it now, and here you can see after every 1 second the time is being printed on the browser. So it was 51, then 52, then 53, 4, and so on. So guys, these are some basic methods present within the date object in JavaScript. We have a lot of such methods present in JavaScript. We have already seen them in the video. If you want to use them, you can do it. That's quite easy to use them. So object literals method in JavaScript are defined as a comma separated list of name value pairs wrapped nicely in curly braces. So we already came across this method in the previous video when we talked about defining objects in JavaScript, right? So we are talking again about this method because in the following video where we'll be discussing constructors in JavaScript, I want you guys to understand this method thoroughly so that it will be easy for you guys to understand the difference between the object literal method and the constructor method. So this method is all about wrapping up of all the data of an object in a nice and tidy way. So the object literal method is one way of creating an object, right? And the object constructor method is another way of creating an object. So let's discuss the advantages of using the object literal method. So the first advantage of using the object literal method is we don't have to create an empty object. So what we can do is we can directly add properties and behaviors while creating the object. So let's take an example wherein we will print the area and the parameter of a rectangle. So we'll create an object first. So let's say we are defining an object, and here we will write var, and the name of the object will be, let's say, rect1, because we are printing the area and the parameter of a rectangle. Then we have a pair of curly braces for the body of an object. So here we are with an object which is named as rect1. And now let's say we have two properties which are the length and the width of a rectangle. So let's define them as well. So we'll write the property name, and so let's say the first property is length. So this is the first property, and then we'll use colon. So here one thing to notice is we are using colon in place of equals to assign a value, right? We are assigning a value to this length property, and let's say the value is 5, and then it will be followed by a comma. Then we'll write here the next property. Let's say width is the next property, and we'll again use colon, and let's say the value of width is 10, and then we'll separate this key value pair. So one thing here to notice is that we are using the key value pair. So here in this case the keys are length and width, and the values for these keys are 5 and 10. So remember this guys, because we need them in following videos. So let's move ahead and we'll declare the methods as well. I hope you guys are aware of the syntax for how to use a method within an object. So let's define here the methods as well. So we'll use two methods, one for the area and the another one for parameter. So let's say the method for area is getArea, and then we'll use colon, and then we'll write here function, and then we have the body of the function. So what this getArea method will return is it will return the area of the rectangle, right? So it will return, so the area of rectangle is, let me write it here. So the area of rectangle is length into width, or we'll write here w. So it will return this dot
length into this dot width, right? So one thing to notice here is we are using the this keyword again. So this keyword refers to the object it belongs to. So here in this program, this will refer to the object basically, right? Here in this case, it refers to object rect1. So let's use the other method as well. The next method will be get parameter. And then we'll use the colon, then we have the function keyword and the body of this method. So what this particular method will return is, it will return the parameter of a rectangle. So the parameter of a rectangle is 2 into length plus width, or we can say 2 into length plus 2 into width. So here in this case, it will return 2 into this dot length plus 2 into this dot width, right? So let's print these values as well. So we'll write here document dot write, and we'll print all the 4 properties, or we can say we'll print the length, then we'll print the width, and then we'll print the area of the rectangle, and finally we'll print the parameter, right? So let's say we are using the h2 tag here to make it more clear for you guys. So here we will write, the first sentence will be the length of rectangle is, and then we'll print the value of length. Then finally we'll use the h2 tag again. Now we'll copy this statement and we'll print it 4 times, because we want to print all the 4 values, right? We want to print the length, width, area and parameter. So we'll write here width, and here in the next line we will print the area, and finally we'll print the parameter, right? So we'll change the values as well. So here we have 2 properties, the length and the width, and then we have 2 methods. The first one is get area and the second one is get parameter. So here we are done with our printing process. So let's save this program now and see. Here we have 4 values. The length of rectangle is 5, as we have given the value 5, and then we have the width as 10, and then we have the area as 50, because area is length into width, which is 10 into 5 or 5 into 10, 50. And then finally we have the parameter, which is 2 into length, which is 10, and then we have 2 into 10, that is 20, because width is 10, right? So 20 plus 10, 30. So the parameter of rectangle is 30. So we discussed this method again to make it more clear to you guys. Whenever we are working with a single object, or when we know everything about the properties and the behavior of an object, we should always use the object literal method. That's because this method runs faster and we have to write minimum code while using the object literal method. So we discussed this method to clarify to you guys that when we use constructors in JavaScript, that is in the following video, it should not create any sort of confusion or such thing. Let's start this video with the introduction to DOM. DOM stands for Application Programming Interface. To understand API better, let's take an example of a restaurant. Imagine yourself in the restaurant. You are sitting at the table with the menu. The chef in the kitchen is also part of the system. The waiter here works as a messenger between you and the chef. That's what API does. It works as a moderator between JavaScript and the HTML document. DOM defines the whole HTML document in a hierarchical form to make it understandable for JavaScript so that other JavaScript functions can work over it. It represents the entire document in the form of object and nodes. Whether it be elements or text or anything stored in the document, the entire page content can be accessed or manipulated by JavaScript. DOM is not used with JavaScript only. Other languages like Python also uses DOM. DOM was designed to be used independently. To begin with DOM, there is nothing special you have to do. Different browsers have different implementation of the document object model. Every browser uses DOM to make the web page of the document accessible by JavaScript. Let's move on and see what is document object model with the help of an example. I believe you guys have the basic knowledge of HTML and CSS, a prerequisite for this course. Let's start things off with a basic HTML example. Here we have a code that consists tags like HTML, head, body, heading tag, etc. We have the HTML tag here, the opening HTML tag and the closing HTML tag. Inside the HTML tag, we have the head tag, which contains the document's header part. Inside the head tag, there is a title tag that contains the title of the web page. Then comes the body tag, which contains a heading tag and two div tags with IDs as div1 and div2. A div tag defines a particular section in the HTML document. The ID used within the div tag, it is an attribute basically that has to be unique within the document to make the element unique from other elements. Next up, we have a paragraph tag with a class attribute within it. CSS and JavaScript uses classes to select and access specific elements. Don't worry guys if you have no idea about it. Let us first see the output of this code before going to the document object model of this whole document. So guys, this is the output of the previous code we just came through. Here we can see the title of the web page as well as heading after it. There were two different div tags used in the code. Here is the output of both the div tags. The question here is, where are those ID and class attributes seen in the output? The answer to this question is there's nothing on this web page that can show both of them. We can use them in our CSS file or through JavaScript to specify the containers in which they are used. So we have concluded how a normal document works and how the browser interprets the HTML code. But how JavaScript uses this code is a bit different. That's where DOM comes into play. When the actual HTML document is loaded in the browser, another representation of that document is created, known as document object model. Here's the model you can see on your screen. Each of the tags used in HTML document is correspondingly represented as objects in the DOM, like starting from the HTML tag and covering all the other tags like head, title, body, and few more. The same hierarchy as there was in the HTML document goes with the document object model also. Document object model is simply the same HTML document with different representation. The reason behind this different representation is that it's easy for JavaScript to interpret this format. JavaScript can't understand tags, but it can understand these objects. JavaScript can easily manipulate these objects using different functions, which we will see in future while working on these functions. For example, if you want to access the text present inside the heading tag, you can do it by accessing the heading tag with JavaScript. You can also work on the style of this text with the help of JavaScript as well. JavaScript uses the concept of nodes. It can access nodes of the document object model. There are many types of nodes present in the DOM. The basic three types are element node, attribute node, and text node. The element node consists of all the tags used in HTML document, like the head tag and the body tag. The attribute node contains the attributes used in HTML document. By now, I hope you have understood the concept of attributes. So JavaScript can access these attributes as well, and the user can work upon them as per requirements. The text here in the HTML document, that is simply. It can also be accessed with the help of JavaScript. It is the value of that particular element. As we know, the document object model is simply the same HTML document with a different representation, right? The reason behind this diverse representation is that it's easy for JavaScript to interpret this format. JavaScript can't understand tags in an HTML document, but it can understand these objects. Therefore, JavaScript can easily manipulate these objects using different functions, which we'll discuss in today's video. So if you haven't watched the previous video on what is document object model, I'll suggest you to go through it before we move on to the DOM manipulation. In this tutorial, we will understand the basics of how we can use JavaScript while creating or working on a website. It's like a real-world application of JavaScript. In this particular video, we are going to discuss the window object present in JavaScript. We'll also see how we can take input from the user for some special tasks. So let's move ahead and discuss window object in JavaScript. A window object is actually a global object present in the client-side JavaScript that can be seen in a Chrome browser. Let's move on to the programming part directly, and it will be easy for you guys to understand. So let's write something on our console first to see if the JavaScript file is working fine or not. So we'll write on the console. We'll write here console.log. Let's say we are printing a string. We'll write here welcome to SimpliCode. Right. So we have to write here console.log and we are good to go. So save it, and here you can see we have the string in our console. So this means the browser is working fine. So let's create a variable now. Let's say we are creating a variable a, and we'll write here window, let's suppose, because we are talking about the window object today. Now we have written here window. Let's print this variable on a console first, and then we'll see further. So let's say we are writing here console.log and we are printing a on our console. Save it, and here you can see in the console that we have the window object here. And if we click on this object, see, we have a whole list of methods present here inside the window object. This window object actually works the same as the date object or the math object present in JavaScript. It also contains methods that are predefined in JavaScript to perform some specific tasks. So here you can see we have an alert method here, and we have many more methods, right? So we have alert, we have close, we have cookie store, and so many other methods as well. If we go down here, we can see we have the document method here as well. So this document method contains the URL of that HTML file and one can access it. If we copy it from here and if we paste it here in a new tab, so let's say we are pressing enter, and here you can see we have the same HTML document. We have window.html opened over here. So this document contains the URL of the HTML file and one can access it with the document method. Next up, we have two different ways of using the window object in JavaScript. Suppose if we want to use the alert method. So if we want to use the alert method, let's say we are writing here window.alert. This is the first way of using the alert method. Save it, and let's say we are providing a string here. Let's say hello everyone. Fine. So save it, and here you can see we have a pop-up in the browser saying hello everyone, right? So we have a pop-up here. If we remove the window keyword from this statement, like if we remove this window keyword from here, and if we say okay, and let's save this program again, and here you can see we have the same output again. So this is how we can use methods present within the window object in JavaScript. We can either write window dot the method name, or we can just write the method name. Both will work fine. Let's move ahead and talk about the prompt method. So guys, you might have noticed that we never took any input from the user till now. If we want to add two numbers, let's suppose, and we want the user to input those two numbers of the user's choice, we have to use the prompt method here to do so. So let's create a simple program that will take two inputs from the user, and then it will print the output on the console or directly on the browser. So we have to create two variables to store the values given by the user. So let's say we are commenting these lines and we are creating two variables here. So let's say the first variable is var x and the next variable is var y. So we are not giving any values right now. So next up, we'll use the prompt method in both the variables. So what we have to do is we have to write here prompt, and we have to enter what we want to print on that particular prompt. So we'll write here, let's suppose, enter the value of x, and we'll do the same at y variable as well. So we'll copy it from here and we'll paste it here, and we'll write here enter the value of y. One thing to keep in mind with prompt is whatever input prompt takes from the user, it takes the input as a string. Suppose we try to run this program. Okay, if we are trying to run this program, let's say we are writing here console.log and we are printing x plus y. So let's try to save it. So here you can see it says enter the value of x. So let's say we are entering 45 and then again we are entering 50. So we want the output as 95. The moment we will press OK, you can see here the output is 4550 because the input taken with the help of prompt method will always be a string. So if we want this to be a number, what we have to do here is we have to use the %. Right, I hope you guys are aware of this term %. It is used to change a string value to a number value. So we'll write here %, and we'll put it inside a bracket. So similarly, we'll do the same for variable y as well. So now we can add two numbers without any problem. So let's save this program again, and here we have the prompt which says enter the value of x. So let's say the value of x is 50 again, and we'll press enter. Then let's say the value of y is again 45. Fine. The moment the user presses enter after inserting the desired value, like the moment we'll press enter, it will print the output as x plus y. So it will print 95 on the console. So let's see if it works. Press enter, and here you can see we have the output as 95. So we can do one more thing here. We can print it on the browser as well. For that, what we have to do is we have to write here document.write, and we have to pass the values of x plus y. So let's save it now, and let's enter the value as 45 and 50 again. So here you can see we have the output as 95 on our browser. So this method is working totally fine. We'll use these two methods again in other videos while manipulating an actual HTML document with JavaScript in the next video most probably. So we'll go through events and we'll see how interesting it is to use JavaScript along with HTML and CSS. So for now, let's move ahead and take a look at another method, that is the confirm method. We use this method when we want to provide the user with the choice of yes or no. It actually assigns a Boolean variable whose value can be either true or false, depending upon OK or cancel, whichever button the user is clicking. So let's see the confirm method as well. So what we'll do, we'll comment this, and again, say we have a variable a as window, right? So let's use this variable. So we'll write a equals to confirm and any string we want to print. So let's say we are writing a are you sure, or anything else you want to write. So let's write a console.log, and we are printing the value of a. Fine. We have used console.log to print the value this confirm method returns to make it easy to understand. So let's save it and see here in the browser. We have a pop-up with a message, are you sure? And we have two options, right? We have OK and cancel. If we click here OK, so let's click here OK, you can see in the console we have the output as true. So, and if we click cancel here, so you can see the output as false in the console. I hope you guys understood this. So till now, we know about alert, prompt and confirm method. The fun part is we don't use these methods too much in general these days because we have Bootstrap and CSS for doing these operations more efficiently these days. So we are going through these topics because these are the basic topics one should know while working on JavaScript. We should have knowledge about window object to understand how JavaScript is embedded with HTML to make beautiful and responsive web pages. Similarly, the document is also a part of this window object. Fine. So if we write here, let's comment this as well. And let's say if we write here, we have a variable a. Let's copy it from here and we'll paste it here. So let's say we have a variable a and we'll write here window.document. Fine. Next up, we'll print variable a on a console. So we'll write here console.log and we'll print the variable a. If we save it now, and here you can see we have the whole document here in the console. So if we click here, you can see we have the whole document. We have all the tags here. We have head tag, we have body tag, and even we have the script tag as well. So whatever tag we had in our HTML documents, all these tags are written over here. Basically the entire document is here, right? So we'll go through DOM manipulation as well. We'll make changes to a particular HTML document. For now, one thing I want you guys to focus on is the window object. Next up, let's talk about the window's inner width and inner height. So if we write here in the window.js, if we write here window, let's say window.inner height. So save it, and here you can see we have the height as 149. Now if we try to make changes in the size of Chrome, let's say if we try to change this size here and let's refresh it, see here we have the output as 100. Let's change it again and refresh it. Again we can see the output as 111, and let's do it once more. So here you can see we have the output as 144. Now similarly we can use inner width as well. So if we write here inner width and save it, here you can see we have the output as 335. So if we change the width of this particular document and refresh it, here you can see the output is also changed to 564. So these are the two methods, the inner height and the inner width. We might use them in further videos. Similarly, we have many more methods present within the window object to perform specific tasks. We have the location, we have scrollX method, we have scrollY, which works the same as inner width and inner height. You can go through all these methods. For that you have to write here variable a and window. So save it now, and here you can see we have all the methods present here. So these all are the methods we have present within the window object. So there are more than 100 methods present here, or maybe more than 200 or 300 methods. If you scroll down, you can see we have a number of methods present here. You can go through any of these methods. So you guys can use them by yourself, or we'll discuss the important ones whenever we need them. This was a brief intro to document object model manipulation. In this video, we'll start with some DOM manipulations, and later on we'll be taking a look at the document.getElementById method. By now, we have come a long way from where we began. Now we know functions, we know classes, data types, and almost every basic concept one needs to know while working on JavaScript. We know the functioning of document object model, right? We know that DOM is an API that helps JavaScript understand what is there written inside the HTML document. So DOM defines the whole HTML document in a hierarchical form to make it understandable for JavaScript, so that other JavaScript functions can work over it, right? So by far we have a lot of theoretical information about the document object model in JavaScript. We also came across the window object present in JavaScript, and we know about methods, right? But we never used JavaScript to manipulate DOM on any HTML documents. So today we are going to start the video with the DOM manipulation. So in this video, we are going to add some functionality to our web page. This means that today we are working on a little bit of HTML as well. So let's move on to the programming part, and we'll see how we can manipulate a basic design of a web page, and we'll try to manipulate it with DOM. So adding functionality to a web page refers to doing tasks like we want to perform validations, or having few text boxes for a phone number or account number. So let's say we want only numbers to be there inside these boxes, or we don't want them blank, or any other functionality we want to add. Then we can use JavaScript. So talking about HTML, let's do one thing here. We'll create a button with the help of button tag, and we already have this heading with the h2 tag here, right? So we have this heading DOM manipulation part 2. So it is printed on our browser as well. Now what we'll do is we'll create a button. So let's create an empty button first. So what we have to do here is we have to write in this HTML document, we have to use the button tag, and let's say the button name will be click here. Fine. So here we are. We have created a button, save it, and here you can see we have a button named click here. Now talking about events, we have many events present in HTML. Like if we are clicking on this button, so this is an event. So if we click here, for now we can see nothing is happening over here. Similarly, we have many standard events present in HTML like click events, scrolling events. So if we want to change the focus from one text box to another, or we are dragging some text or selecting something or double clicking on it as well. What if we target these particular events to perform specific actions with the help of JavaScript? So these events are basically the methods present within the window object. Just like the onClick method we have the onClick method in window object, right? So we can use onClick method to perform some specific task here. So we'll see how we can use onClick method here. For example, let's say we want this button to perform a specific task when we click on it. Right now, if we click on this button, we can see nothing is happening over here. So let's say we want to show an alert message on clicking over this button. So the flow of this click will be like, if we click here on this button, then something in the JavaScript code has to register this activity and perform some specific task like a pop-up alert message or some sort of other messages. So we have been through the alert method present within the window object in the last video. So let's suppose we want a pop-up when the user clicks on this button. So what is going to happen is when we click over here, where we want a pop-up on our screen with a message written over there. So let's say we want an alert with the message welcome to SimpliCode, right? We can do it in JavaScript with the help of functions. We already know functions, right? So functions are statements we use to perform some specific task. We can call them anytime. Here in this case, if we want to embed JavaScript within an HTML document, then what we have to do is we have to use a window object method or event, we can say, to call a function on clicking the button. So we have to use the onClick event. So let's try to do it. What we'll do is we'll write here button, and over here we'll write onClick. So here you can see we have other methods, or we can say other events as well. We have onCanPlay, we have onDoubleClick, we have onScroll. So we can use any of them. So for now, let's suppose we are using onClick and we want to map it to the JavaScript document. So we can do it with the help of functions. So let's create a function first. So what we'll do, we'll go to the .js file and we'll create a function here. So let's say we are creating a function named function, let's say button, and then we have the opening and closing round brackets and the body of the function. So we want this function to return a pop-up with the message welcome to SimpliCode, right? So we'll write here alert. So I hope you guys are aware of this alert term because we have been through it in the last video. So we'll write here alert welcome to SimpliCode and we'll save it. So if we call this function over here only, so what we have to do is, let's see if this function is working fine or not. So we'll write here button and we'll call it. So save it now. And if we refresh this, so here you can see we have a pop-up with the message welcome to SimpliCode. So this function is working totally fine. We can use this function with the HTML document as well. All we have to do is we have to write the function name after the onClick event. So we'll comment this statement here and we'll go back to our HTML file and we'll write the name of a function here. So our function name was button. And here we have our function. So save it, and here on the browser, if we click on this button, so we can see the output as a pop-up with the message welcome to SimpliCode. What it will do is it will automatically call the function when the user presses the button. So this is how we can map events in JavaScript. We'll do so many such things in upcoming videos, like changing the style of text and the on mouse over effect we have in JavaScript. We'll also go through it and we'll see many more such events in further videos. So this is just an example of what is yet to come. So let's move on and talk about the getElementById method. So let's say we don't want this pop-up on click. What we want to do is we want to change this heading here. So you can see here we have the heading as DOM manipulation part 2. We want to replace this text with something else on the button click. So the function will remain the same. What we'll change is we'll change the body of this function. So instead of writing here alert, what we'll do is we'll use the ID now. So what we'll do first is we'll provide ID to this heading tag. So let's say this heading tag has the ID named as heading. So we have the ID heading for this h2 tag. So what we'll do here is we'll write here document. So as you guys know, document is also a method present within the window object, right? So we'll write here document dot get element by id, and we'll pass the id we want to use. So here in this particular case we want to use this id heading, so we'll pass heading over here. So we'll copy it from here and we'll paste it here. Fine. Then we have the dot inner HTML property. So here in this case we want to take reference to the object h2. So we know h2 acts as an object in the document object model, right? So we can use it to take the reference of this object, and also all the objects do have some properties, right? So the dot inner HTML here is the property of object h2, and it will hold the value written inside the h2 tag. So the dot inner HTML property holds the value DOM manipulation part 2. So what we want to do next is we want to change this text to something else, right? So if we want to write here something else, so let's say we want to write here subscribe SimpliCode. Fine. So let's say this is the string we want to print here on clicking the button. So we want to change this text to subscribe to SimpliCode. Although if we save it now, we don't see any change now. That's because we want the text to change on button click. So if we click on this button now, here you can see the text is changed. So similarly, we can do a lot many things with this now. For example, we can store this value inside our own variable. So what we have to do here is we have to write here var c is equal to, and now this var c will hold the value returned by this statement. Next up, what we'll do is we'll use the alert method, and we'll write here c. So what it will do is it will take the value, so var c will hold the value DOM manipulation part 2, and next up this value will be printed on the pop-up here. So let's save it now, and if we click here, we can see here we have the pop-up with message DOM manipulation part 2. So we can use this dot inner HTML method to get the string present inside the h2 object, and we can also use the alert method with this variable then. So there are many more ways to access the elements. The document.getElement by id method is just one of them. In this video, we will create a website layout and make changes in that layout using the document object model. Today, we are going to work with HTML as well and a little bit of CSS. So we are going to use multiple tags from HTML, and we are going to use CSS for styling those tags. So for now, I hope you guys must have a clear understanding of tags in HTML and styling as well. So let's move ahead, and we are going to use the div tag first. We are going to make few sections of a particular section, and then we are going to use CSS for styling those div tags. So let's use the div tags first. So what we are going to do is we are going to create a particular section for all the div tags in the HTML document. So we are going to write here div, and then inside this div we are again going to create some more sections. So we'll write here div, and then we'll write here this is section 1. Similarly, we are going to create few more sections inside this div tag. Then we'll copy paste it, and we'll change the names for these sections. So we'll save it now, and here you can see we have 3 sections. We have section 1, 2 and 3. If we go to element, and if we try to check the area covered by these div tags, so we can go here and we can see this is the area which is highlighted right now. This is the area covered by a particular div tag. So we have a div tag, then inside that div tag we have 3 more div tags present, right? So we have section 1, 2 and 3 here. Now we are going to use the concept of class and IDs as well. So we'll write here class is equals to, and let's say the class for this div tag is left. Then again for this div tag, let's say the class is right. And then lastly the class will be, let's say, center, right? So we have three different classes here as well. Now if we save it, we don't see any particular change for now, but if we try to use CSS here, so what we have to do is we have to use the style tag, and inside this style tag we have to define the properties for particular classes. So for class left, let's say the property is background color, and let's say the background color will be crimson. Fine. Next up we have the class as right, and for right the background color will be, let's say, dark blue. And then we have another class here as well, which is center. So for class center, the background color will be, let's say, gold. Fine, save it now. And now here you can see we have all the three sections with different background colors. This is section 1. So this particular section has the background as crimson. Then we have section 2 with background as blue, and then we have section 3 with background as gold, right? I hope you guys are clear with this concept of class till now. Next up, I hope you guys are already aware of this difference between class and ID, but let's go through this concept quickly. So whenever we want to make changes in multiple elements in our program, we use class. For example, if we want to use the crimson color as the background color for section 4, and let's say we want to use the gold color as background color for section 5. So what we are going to do is we are going to create two more sections, and the section 4 will inherit the properties of class left, and the section 5 will inherit it from class center. So let's do it. We'll create here two more div. So we'll copy it and we'll paste it here, and again we'll paste it here. We'll change the names as 4 and 5 and the classes as well. So the class of section 4 will be left and the class of section 5 will be center. So let's save it. You can see here we have two more div, or we can say we have two more sections present over here. We have section 4 and we have section 5 over here, right? Now if we talk about section 4, we can use two classes here, right? So you can see for now we have only one class over here. We can use another class over here. So let's say we are using a class named size. So for now we don't have any class with name size. So this is the syntax of how we can use two different classes within a single element. All we have to do is we have to put space between these two classes and we are good to go. So let's define this class here. So we have to define the class size here. So we'll write here dot size, and let's say we want the font size to be smaller. So let's save it. Here you can see the font size of this particular div tag is changed. The font is a bit smaller when compared to other fonts over here. And if you want to do something more, like if you want to make it bolder, you can do it, or any other thing you want to do, you can do it with the help of CSS. So on the other hand, the ID attribute specifies a unique property or a unique section. So using the ID attribute, we can identify a unique element. So as you know, we can use ID with document.getElementById. Basically, that is the only reason we say that ID has to be unique. Otherwise, there's no problem if you are using ID for two different elements. If you are using the same ID for two different elements. Let me show it to you with the help of an example. So here in this particular section, in this section 4, we are going to use the ID attribute as well. So we are going to name this ID as 1. Save it now, and we have to define the ID here as well. So for that we have to use hash, and then we have to use the ID name. So let's say this will change the font weight. Fine. So it will make it bolder. So let's save it now, and here you can see this is section 4 is a little bit thicker than other sections. So if we want to use this same ID for any other element, right, we can do it. There's no problem with that. Let me show you guys. So if we write a ID as 1, and if we save this program now, here you can see there's no error with that. We can use this ID for section 1 as well. So it's not necessary that the ID should be unique for every element of the website, but it has to be unique because we can use ID for manipulating a web page, right? We can use it with document.getElementById. So that's why we prefer to keep the ID unique for every element inside a HTML document. So I hope you guys are clear with the difference between class and ID by now. The major difference is class is used for multiple targets, whereas we use ID uniquely for each element. We want the ID to be unique, so that's the difference between class and ID. Moving ahead, let's talk about the document object model. So what we are going to do now is we'll go to the JavaScript file and we are going to see the document object model now. By now we are aware of the document object model, right? We are aware of the window object, we are aware of the document object. We have already came across these two objects in the previous video. So what we are going to do is we are going to write here var x. We are declaring a variable x and we'll write here document. So we already did this in the previous video. So what we are going to do is we are going to write here console.log and we are going to print x on a console. So save it, and if we go to console, here you can see we have the document here, or we can say we have the document object model for the whole document, for the whole HTML document. We know that the DOM is a structural representation of HTML document. So we have here HTML tag, we have head, body, and almost every tag we have here, right? You can see we have script here, we have div here, we have all the div tags present here. Now we know that the document is also an object like any other object, right? We already discussed it. It also has its own attributes and properties as well. So next up, you guys can see we have here a fundamental website, right? So this is a website basically. What we have here is we have 5 different sections and we have a heading here as well, right? So what we are going to do is we are going to work on it with the help of document object model. So we can use CSS to make changes to the syntax like we used previously while creating divisions of a web page. But for now, let's focus upon the JavaScript part more. So in JavaScript, we can write code that will help us in manipulating the document object model. So this document object model has a tree-like structure with HTML tag at the top. Then we have head and body tag, and then we have all the tags present inside them in a branch-like structure. We are aware of this, right? If we see here in the console, we have a document, and if we try to open it, we can see we have HTML head and many more tags present within all these significant tags. Next up, if we write here document.all instead of document, so if we save it now, here you can see we have the HTML collection of all the tags with numbers in front of them. So here you can see we have HTML head and then body tag, and here you can see especially we have the classes as well here. Not just classes, we have the IDs as well. So here you can see we have div1 here as well. So this is the HTML collection of all the tags we have in a HTML document, and we can check it with the help of document.all property. Now suppose we want to access a particular segment in this program or in this document. We want to access elements present within the head tag, let's say, or within the body tag. In that case, we have to write a statement that goes like this. So instead of document.all, we'll write here document.head. Save it, and here you can see we have the head segment of this particular document with all the tags over here. So here you can see we have meta tags and title tags only, because till now we haven't added any particular tag in the head section of a HTML document. So let's do one thing, let's try to access the body tag. We'll write here document.body and save it. So here you can see we have the body of our HTML document here with all the tags. So here you can see we have the CSS file as well. We have background color for each class, and then we have the ID as well. So this is how you can access a particular segment of your HTML document with the help of JavaScript. Next up, sometimes it may happen that we may include forms in our website and later we want to access them in our console. So in JavaScript, we have a method for that also. So what we have to do is we have to write here document.forms. So we'll remove body from here and we'll write here forms. Save it. as you can see, we have an HTML collection of forms, but we have no form for now in a HTML document, so it's showing 0. So let's do one thing, let's add a form over here. So we'll write here form, and so let's say our form will take 3 values. So it will take name, age, and then we have a submit button, right? So we'll write here name, then we'll write here input type is equals to text, and then we have name is equals to name. Fine. Next up we have the age. So we'll write here age input type is equals to number, and name is equals to age, right? Then finally we have the submit button. Fine. So we'll write here input type is equals to button, and then we have value as submit, let's say. Save it, and here you can see we have name, age, and submit. So let's do one thing, let's add the break tag or BR tag here. We'll do it here as well. Save it, and now you can see we have name, age, and submit. So this is basically a form. If we go to elements and if we go to a form, you can see we have the form highlighted over here. It consists of 3 different properties. It has name, it has age, and then it has a button, a submit button basically. So obviously it will not work fine for now because we haven't added any functionality till now. So we'll discuss about it in later videos. So for now our main purpose is to access this form with the help of JavaScript. We'll go back to our JavaScript file, we'll save it again, and now if we click over here, you can see we have a form present over here. We have 0 and then we have form written over here, right? So we can see we have input, and then we have the properties of this particular form and all of this stuff. So you can see we have a form present over here, or we can access a form with the help of JavaScript. So now let's say we have a scenario where we have 4 different forms and we want to access form 3 from them. So what we have to do in that case is we have to write here document.forms and we have to provide the form number. So as you know, as you can see here, the form number starts from 0. So for form number 3, the number will be 2. Fine. So if we save it now, it will show an error because obviously we don't have any forms over here till now. So we have added only 1 form, but it will work fine if you try to do it with more than 1 forms. So this is how you can access forms with the help of JavaScript. Next up, we'll try to access images as well. So if you have added any image in your HTML document, you can also access it with the help of JavaScript. So what we are going to do is we are going to add an image over here. So let's do it first. We'll write here img, then we have the image source as simplicode.png, and then we have the alt. So we'll write here SimpliCode. Right, so we have added an image here. Save it, and here you can see we have the image, but the image is quite large, right? So what we are going to do is we are going to use CSS in this case. We'll write here id, and let's suppose the id is 2, right? We have used 1 already, so we'll write here 2. We'll go to our CSS file, we'll write here. So the property we'll write here is max width and max height. So max height, let's say, will be 50%, and then we have max width as well. So let's say the width is also 50%. Save it, and here you can see the image is fine now. So we have added this image over here. The main motive is to access this image with the help of JavaScript, right? So we'll go to a JavaScript file. Instead of document.forms, so we'll write here document.images and we'll save it. So here you can see we have HTML collection with image here. If you noticed here, you can see we have the image with the ID as well. So you can see here 2 is written over here after the img. So this is the image and we can access it with the help of JavaScript. We can access as many images as we want with the help of JavaScript. So for now we have added only a single image. You can do it with the help of more than 1 images. Next up, Just like we can access images, we can access forms, we can access the body segment, the head segment, everything of an HTML document. Similarly, we can access the links as well, we can access scripts as well. So for that we have to make minor changes over here. We have to write, instead of document.images, we have to write either document.links or document.scripts. So the syntax will remain same. All we have to do is we have to write here scripts or links or images, whatever we want to access with the help of JavaScript, we have to write it over here. So I want you guys to check it with the help of links and scripts. Before we look at the DOM traversing in JavaScript, let's discuss another small yet interesting method in JavaScript, that is the query selector method. This query selector method in JavaScript helps the user to get the first element from the document with a particular query. As the name suggests, it will return the first element related to that query. Suppose we see here in the previous code, so we are using the previous code, the one which we used in the previous video. So we are going to use the same code. So we can see here we have an element with class left here, right? So this is a class left, and the element with class left is this div is here with class left. Fine. In fact, we have more than one element with class left, right? So this div also has the class left. Now, if we want to find the first element with class left, in that case, we can use the query selector method. So it will return this div tag in the console or wherever we want to print it. It will return this div tag there. So let's implement this in coding. So we'll go to the JavaScript file, and let's suppose we want to access a particular element, or we can say the first element with the class is left. Okay, so let's remove this and we'll write here where x is equal to document. It's quite similar to what we studied in the last video, like we did for forms and all. So what we have to do here is we have to write here x equals to document dot query selector, and then we have to pass the class name here. Instead of class name, we can pass the element name as well, we can pass the ID as well. So in this particular case, we are going to pass the class name. So we'll write here dot left. So this is our class name, and then we'll print this x on the console. So we'll write here console.log and we'll print x here. So the syntax is quite simple for the query selector method. Let's save it and check the output. So you can see here that in the output we have null here, right? So it may happen to some of you guys that it will show null here in the console. Every one of you or me doesn't need to have to go through it. Like, it happens mostly when we try to access the element before the document object model is ready. So you may have encountered a similar situation earlier in the last video when you try to access a particular form in the document using numbers. Like we were using there, we were writing there, we were doing is we were accessing a particular form. So this will give an error, right? Save it, and here you can see it says undefined as well. So this is the problem. This is because the document object model is still not ready. So we can tackle this problem in two ways. We can use the onload method, and the other one is we can use the DOM content load event. So for now, we'll use the onload method because that method is a bit easier than the other one. So what we have to do is we have to create a function in our JS file. So we'll create a function here. Let's say we are creating a function 1s. Fine. And we have the body of the function. So what we are going to do is we are going to cut this from here and we are going to paste it inside the function. Fine. So you can see here we have a function 1s, and now what we are going to do is we are going to call this function from our HTML file, right? So we are going to call this function along with the onload event. So we'll go to a HTML file and we'll write here along with the body tag. We'll use onload method and we'll write here a function name. Fine. So this is our function name 1s. This onload event executes the JavaScript code right after the web page is completely loaded. Save it now, and here you can see we have the output for the query selector method, or you can see we have the output for the document.forms, right? We have the form present at number 1. So issue is solved now. So what we are going to do is we are going to remove this line from here, and now we'll go back to our query selector method. So save it again, and here you can see we have the query here, right? We have the output as div class equals to left, and then we have id1. So we have this particular element here, right? So this is how we can use the query selector method in JavaScript to access any particular query or to search any particular query. Moving ahead, let's talk about traversing the document object model in JavaScript. In layman terms, traversing refers to crossing or traveling through something, right? In JavaScript, we can traverse a document object model to find some specific element from the document. We know that DOM has a tree-like structure with parent and child nodes, right? Traversing a DOM is important because sometimes we need to locate or modify a particular element, but there may exist a possibility that the code is too long, or we don't want to search for that specific element by going through every element present in the document. So that's where we can use the DOM traversing method to find a particular component. So let's understand the concept of root node, parent element and child element. So here in this structure, you can see we have several nodes present, right? So the first node we are going to discuss is the root node. So this HTML tag is actually the root node, which has no parent and it has children's, right? So this HTML tag is also a parent node. Another example for parent node is the body tag. So you can see here we have so many children's along with the body tag. We have h1 div, and we have div id equals to div2. We have two div tags. We have an h1 tag, and similarly head is also a parent node as well as a child node. A child node to this HTML and a parent node to title, right? So the HTML tag has two children, which are head and body. The head is the first child and the body is the last one. Here you can see we have the h1 tag, and this h1 tag is the child node of body tag. So these all are the child nodes. We have h1 div, and then we have another div and title. They all are the child nodes. Similarly, these div elements are also parent elements to these two child elements, right? The document object model in JavaScript can be traversed in two different directions, either in downward direction or in upwards direction. It's not necessary that traversing the DOM should start from the beginning or from the end. We can begin traversing from wherever we want, and it can be random. All we need to know before starting is the class name, or we can say element name, or something like that related to that particular element which we want to find. So traversing downwards means we want to find the element while coming towards the downward direction. So we have two different methods in JavaScript to traverse the DOM downwards. So we can either use the query selector method, which we came across moments ago. The other one is we can use the children property, so which helps us in find the direct descendants of an element. So let's move ahead and take a look at both these methods with the help of examples. Till now we were using document.querySelector method to find something in our document, right? Now we will use querySelector along with the variable name to find a specific element inside a parent element. So let's do one thing. We'll go to our HTML file, and what we'll do, we'll give this div tag a class. So let's say we are using a class here, and the class name is container. We didn't define this class as of now, but we are using this class for this particular div tag. Fine. Now we want to find a particular element inside this particular div tag. For that we have to take two variables, right? So we'll go back to our JavaScript file and we'll remove this code. We'll take two variables, let's say var x, and we have var y. Fine. So for var x we'll use the document dot query selector method, and we'll write here the class name. So the class name for the parent div is container, right? And for variable y we'll write here x dot query selector. So one thing you might have noticed here is we have used the variable name, right? So we are looking for a particular element inside this particular div tag. So we have identified this div tag with the help of class name. So the class name is container, and now we are looking for a particular element inside this div tag. So let's say we want to find the element with class is right here. So we'll write here dot right. So this is our class name. Next up, we are going to print the element on a console. So we'll write here console.log y, and when we save it, you can see here we have the first element with class right. So we have this div tag here inside which it is written that this is section 2. So you can see here we have the first element present with the class right. So this method so far has helped us in traversing the DOM in a downward direction. Firstly, we found a parent node and then we started looking for the child node in a downward direction from that element. So with the help of this method, we can find any element present within an element in the tree-like hierarchy. So if we use this method for body tag and then we want to find the element with class right, although the element with the class right is not a direct descendant of the body tag, right? So if we go back to our HTML page, so you can see here if we are using any class here inside the body tag and we want to find the element with class right, so we can see this is not a direct descendant of body tag. Instead, it is a direct descendant of this particular div tag, right? So we can still find it with the help of this query selector method. But what if we want to see the direct descendant to a particular node? So for that, we can use children property in JavaScript. So we can see here that this particular div tag has 5 different sections present within it, right? So we have this div tag and then we have 5 different div tags basically. So you can see this is section 1, 2, 3, then 4 and lastly 5. So we'll try to access these 5 elements now with the help of children property. So for that, we'll go back to our JavaScript file and we'll write in our JavaScript file. We'll copy this statement from here and we'll write it in another line so that it won't create any confusion to you guys. So what we have to do here is we have to remove this from here and we have to find the children of X. So what's there inside X? We have the div tag, the parent div tag inside this X, right? And we want to find the children of this div tag. So we'll save it and you can see we have an HTML collection of 7 length. And you can see here the length has 7 and we have all the elements here. We have div 1 and then we have div 2, 3, 4, 5 and then we have form and image as well, because form and image is also present inside this particular div tag. So we have all the elements present here of this particular parent div tag. This children property returns the elements only. If we write here instead of children, if we write here child nodes, so let's do it and check the output first. So we have written here child nodes, save it, and here you can see it returns a node list of 15 elements, right? But one thing to notice here is this text is printed almost after every element, right? So you can see text here, then we have text here, then we have text here, and we have text almost after every element, right? Why so? Because this method also publishes the new line. So suppose if we are using the new line, if we are using a new line in our code, it will publish that as well. And let's suppose we want to write a comment over here. So let's go here to our HTML file and write a comment over here. So where we'll write the comment, we'll write the comment here. Fine. So we'll write a comment here. So let's say we'll write here, this is a comment. Fine. So we have commented this line and save it. So you can see the size changed to 17, right? Because it says there are 2 more lines added to our code. So you can, if you see here, you can see here we have a comment here as well and we have a text added here as well because of this new line. So it will take this as a new line and it will print it as text. So this is how the child nodes is different from the children. So if we want to compare them side by side, what we can do is we'll write here console.log and we'll print x.children. Fine. So save it and here you can see we have a node list of 17 elements and a HTML collection of 7 elements. The difference is the children property focuses on elements only, whereas the child nodes property will print everything inside a node. Next up, we can access a particular element from the list of all children's. So the syntax will be the same as for forms. If you remember from the previous videos, we can access any form from the HTML file by using numbers, right? Form presented number 1 will be treated as forms 0 and then so on and so on. So we'll write here, let's say children at number 4. So save it. And you can see here we have the output as this is section 5. So we don't know. So let's do one thing. We'll copy this line and we'll paste it here. We'll print the children's as well basically. Save it. And here you can see we have all the children's here. So this particular statement will print the element present at number 4. So you can see here we have this div tag here with class as center. So it will be printed in a console. So you can see here it says this is section 5. Fine. Similarly, just like we have the children and child nodes property, we have few more properties here. We have the first child, first element child, last child and last element child properties, which returns the first and last child and elements. So let's use them as well. So what we are going to do is we are going to remove this. We are going to write here console.log and x dot first child. Fine, copy this and we'll paste it again and again. So the next one is first element child, and then we have last child, and finally we have last element child. Fine, so we are good to go. The first child, then we have first element child, then we have last child and last element child. Save it. And here you can see the first one says text and the third one says text, and the other two are presenting the elements present at number 1 and present at number last. So the first child and last child properties works on the child node property, and it returns the first and last child according to the property only. The first element child and last element child property works on the children property. So we know the difference. The children property focuses on elements only, whereas the child node property shows everything inside that nodes, right? So that's why the output here is text for first child and last child, and for first element child and last element childs we have two different elements present here, right? We have an image element and the div element. We can also count the number of child elements present within a single node. We have to use the child element count property for doing so. So let's use it as well, and we'll write here console.log and we'll write here x dot child element count. Fine, save it, and we have the output here as 7. This property is also working on the basis of children property. Fine, so you can see here we have the length as 7. As we have seen earlier, while using the children property, the length is 7 there as well. Like we can find the child element of a particular node, we can also find the parent element. So the syntax remains the same, and we have to use the parent element property to find the parent of any element. So what we are going to do is we are going to find the parent of this particular div tag. We have the parent div tag, right, with class container. So we are going to find the parent for this particular div tag. So what we are going to do is we are going to write here console.log and x.parent element. So save it, and here you can see we have the parent as the body tag here. Here you can see we have body, onload, and then we have function name, and whatever is there inside the body tag, we have it all here. Fine. So this line gave us the parent element of this particular div tag with class container. Now we can use this method to find the parent of any element, or we can use the parent node property as well. The output will remain the same in both cases because any child node in the document can have one parent only, right? So this is known as traversing in upward direction. Now, before we end this video, let me guys take you through another concept in this particular topic. We can also access the siblings of a specific element. So like a parent, div here has so many children, right? We have 5 children for the div tag, not 5, we have 6, and then we have 7 children. So because we have 7 tags present here inside the div tag, inside this particular div tag, right? So we can access the siblings of a particular child. Let's suppose if we want to access the siblings of this particular child, right? We want to access the siblings. So the siblings are, the immediate left sibling will be this one, and the immediate next sibling or the right sibling will be this one. So what we have to do to access the siblings of these elements is we have to write here, instead of document.query selector, we have to write here center, right? Because we want to access the siblings of this particular div tag, right? So what we'll do next is we'll write here console.log, and then we have to write here x.next element sibling for the next one, and we have to write here console.log x.previous. So we can find the previous element sibling as well. And now what we have to do is save it, and here you can see we have 2 different div tags present here, one with class left and the other one is one with class right. So if we go back to our HTML file, we can see here we have the div with class left as the next element present to this particular element, and the div with class right as the previous element of this particular element with class center, right? So I hope you guys understood this. Today we are going to take input from the user with the help of a text box in JavaScript. What we'll do is we'll create a text box, and any value the user will write inside the text box will be stored in a variable, and then we will print that variable in a message using the alert method or in the console. So whatever we want to do, we can do it. So let's create a small login page with no styling, because we'll be focusing more on the HTML and the JavaScript parts. So for that we have to go to our HTML file. So here's a HTML file, and we'll write here input, and then we'll write here type is equals to name, and then we'll write here placeholder is equals to, let's say, enter name. This placeholder is an attribute that gives a slight hint. Whatever value we write here will be printed inside the box. So this enter name will be printed inside this particular text box. So save it, and here you can see on the browser we have a text box here. Here you can see how this value is written inside the text box. You can see here enter name is written inside a text box, indicating the user to write the name here. So let's create another text box here for the password. So we are creating a login page, right? So we'll be needing name and password. So we'll use the br tag here, and then we'll write here input type is equals to password, and then we'll use a placeholder here, and we'll write here enter password. This type attribute here plays a vital role on this input element, because we have different types of values we can use inside a text box, like we have numbers, strings, week, time, email, password, and many more. So here we are using password. So save it, and you can see here we have 2 text boxes over here in the browser. So we have a text box for name and we have a text box for password. Next up, we need a button to perform a task, right? So we'll use the onClick method along with this button. We can either use the button tag, or we can use the input tag along with type is equals to button. So we'll write here input type is equals to button, and the value will be, say, submit, or we can write here login as well. Save it, and here you can see we have a button over here named as submit. So we are done with the login setup here. We have a text box for the name and one for the password. So we'll write any name here. You can see, let's write here Kaushal, and then we'll write the password here, let's say any random password, and nothing will happen if we click on this submit button. So let's add some functionality to this submit button here. So we'll go back to our HTML file and we'll write here on click. So we'll write here a function name print. Fine. We'll create this print function now. So we'll go to a JavaScript file and we'll create a function here. So let's say function name is print, and then we have the body of the function. Now this function will be called whenever we click on this button. So whenever we click on this submit button, this print function will be called. Now we want this button to do something, right? We want it to perform a certain task. What we want to do is we want the user to write their name and password, and we will print this name and password in the pop-up with the help of alert method. So we'll use the document.getElementById method for this task. Let's give those elements their IDs. So we'll give these two input tags their IDs. So we'll write here ID is equals to, let's say, uname or username, and then we have the password. For password we'll give the ID as upass. Fine, save it, and then we'll go back to our JavaScript file. Now both these elements have their own IDs. We'll use them in the JavaScript file. So we want to use the values given by the user, right? For that, we'll create two variables here inside the function print to hold the reference of original values. So for that, we'll write here where x is equals to document.getElementById, and then we have the ID as uname for the username, and then we'll write here dot value. Next up, we'll take another variable, let's say var y, and then we'll write here document.getElementById again. Then we have the ID as upass. We'll write here dot value. Now what we did here is we used the IDs to get the reference of those values which the user will input. You might have noticed here that we have used the value property here after the IDs. So this value property returns the value attribute of any text box. So now we have the values here present inside variables x and variable y. The next thing we want to do is we want to print these values, right? So for that we'll use the alert method. So it's quite easy to use. We'll write here alert, and then we'll write here the name is, and then we'll print x. So because variable x is holding the value of name, then we'll use /n, and after that we'll write here the password is, and then we'll print the value of password. So we are done with it. We have printed the values of x and y here. Now save it, and now we'll enter the values here. Let's say the name is Kaushal and the password is SimpliCode. The moment we click on this submit button, there will be a pop-up with a message. You can see it here. The name is Kaushal and the password is SimpliCode. So we printed these variables here along with the alert method. So this is how we can take input from the user in JavaScript. So we already discussed that we want to create a login form here with a specific name or password, right? Let's say we want the user to be allowed only if the password is SimpliCode. Otherwise, the user should be restricted from entering the web page. So this is a simple task. All we have to do here is we have to use the if-else control statements. So for that, we'll write here after this statement, we'll write here if, and then we'll write here, let's say we are doing it for password, right? So we'll write here y is equals to SimpliCode. Then we have the body of if, we'll write here alert login successful, and then we'll write here else. The statement will be alert wrong password. So we'll keep this line here. So what will happen is the moment we'll press the submit button, it will go to the if else statement and it will check if the password entered by the user matches the correct password or not. So if the password matches, it will print login successful. Otherwise, it will print the wrong password. And then finally, it will print the name entered by the user and the password as well. So let's save it, and we'll write here the name as, let's say, Kaushal. And the password, let's say the password will be different this time. We'll write here Simplilearn. So this password does not matches the original password, right? The original password is SimpliCode. So what we are expecting is it will return wrong password here. So let's save it. The moment we press the submit button, you can see here we have a pop-up with message wrong password, because the password we entered is Simplilearn. So if we press OK here, in the next message you can see the name is Kaushal and the password is Simplilearn. Fine. So let's do it again. This time we'll enter the correct password. We'll write here SimpliCode and we'll change the name as well. So let's say the name is Rahul. Submit it, and here you can see we have the message as login successful. We'll press OK, and here you can see the name is Rahul and the password is SimpliCode.
In this tutorial, we will see how we can use radio buttons to take input from users. Now, HTML radio buttons are created with the help of input tags, and the type for creating radio buttons is radio. We can use radio buttons on multiple occasions. For example, we can create a quiz question using a radio button. At one time, only a single radio button will be selected, and we can use it to find the correct answer. So today we will use radio buttons along with the ID attribute, and then we will create a JavaScript function to find the correct answer for a quiz. So without wasting any time, let's move on to the programming part. So first we will see how to add radio buttons to our HTML document. In the HTML file, we will write here input type is equals to radio, and then we have value is equals to, let's say, option 1, because we are using multiple options, right? We have multiple options for a single question, or we have multiple options here. So we'll write value as option 1, and then we'll write here the value we want to print. So we'll write here option 1. Fine. Save it, and we have a radio button over here. You can see we can check it, and it has no functionality till now. So let's add another button first. So what we'll do, we'll copy this line from here and we'll paste it, and then we'll change the option as option 2 and the value also as option 2. Right. Save it again, and here you can see we have 2 radio buttons now. Let's add a submit button here first. So we'll write here input type is equals to button, and then we have value is equal to submit. Save it, and here you can see we have a submit button as well. One thing you might notice here is we can check both the text boxes, right? We can check option 1 and option 2 both at the same time. So if we want to select only one checkbox at a time, we have to group them. So we'll use the name attribute and the same name for these 2 radio buttons. So the name will remain the same for both of these radio buttons. So we'll write here name is equals to, let's say, G1, and then we'll write here as well, we'll write here name is equals to G1. Now these 2 radio buttons belong to the same group. Save it, and now if you try to check both these boxes, you can see we can't do it now because we have grouped them, and now we can select only one radio button at a time, right? Now the next thing we are going to do is we'll move to a JavaScript file and we'll create a function there. So we'll move to a JavaScript file. So here's our JavaScript file, and we'll create a function here. So let's do it first. So we'll write here function. Let's say the function name is fun1. Fine. And then we have the body of this function. So inside this function, we'll write here, we'll take 2 variables again for both the elements. So we'll write here var x, and then we'll write here document dot get element by id. Then we'll write here the id. So let's provide the id to those elements as well. So we'll write here before name we'll provide the id. So let's say the id for the first radio button is red1, and the id for the second one will be
let's say red 2. Fine. Save it. And we'll go back to our JavaScript file. We'll write here red 1. And then we'll take another variable. We'll write here where y is equals to document dot get element by id method. And then we'll write here the id. So the id for the second radio button is red 2. Fine. We don't need the value property here. Next up, we have to use the if else statement to print something, right? So we'll write here, we'll use the if else statement. We'll write here if, and then we have x dot checked is equals to true. Then it will return something, right? So we have a condition here as if x dot checked is equals to true. This particular statement will check if the radio button whose reference is available at variable x is selected or not. This dot checked is the property for a HTML element. If the radio button is checked, the output will be something. So let's add the output here as well. So the output will be, if the radio button is checked, will be like, we'll write here alert, then we'll write here the option selected is, then we will write here x dot value. So it will print the value of x as well. Now we have another condition here. We'll write here if y dot checked is equals to true, then it will return the option selected is, we'll write here plus y dot value. We are doing this because we have three different conditions here, right? If we select option 1, or if we select option 2, or if we are not selecting any of these options, right? So we have a else condition for that, and then we'll write here else. So here we have to write else if, and then we'll write here else, and the else part will print alert no option selected. Save it, and let's do one thing first. We'll call this function with the help of onClick method. So we'll go back to our HTML file and we'll write here in this element, we'll write here onClick, and we'll call this function onClick. So we'll write here fun1, and we have this function here. Save it, and here we are good to go. So if we move back to our JavaScript file, you can see here we have three conditions: either x is checked, or y is checked, or none of these are checked. So let's check the output now. We'll select option 1 first, we'll submit it, and here you can see we have the output as the option selected is option 1. Fine. Press OK, then we'll refresh this page and we'll select option 2, and now we'll press the submit button. So here you can see on selecting option 2, we have the output here as the option selected is option 2, right? So what if we are not selecting any of these two radio buttons? So click the submit button here, and you can see we have the output as no option selected. So I hope you guys got it. Now the syntax will remain the same if we want to create a quiz. So next up, what we are going to do is we are going to create a quiz. So here is the code if you want to create a quiz on your own. So we have a question here. We have a question as JavaScript was developed in the year. And then we have two options for it. We have 1998 as first option. So if we go here, you can see we have the first option is 1998, and then we have another option is 1995. Obviously we know the answer for it as 1995. We'll change the function name here as fun1 and save it. The JavaScript file for this code will look like this. So we have three conditions here again. If x is checked, then the output will be wrong answer, and the correct answer is y. And then we have another condition for y. If y is checked, or we can say if 1995 is checked, we'll have the output as right answer. And then we have another condition. If none of these radio buttons are checked, we have the output as no option selected. So let's see if the code works fine. So save it, and we'll go to the browser. So we'll select option 1 first. So we'll select this 1998, submit it, and here you can see we have the output as wrong answer. The correct answer is 1995, right? We have the value of
y here, the value variable y is holding is 1995. So we printed it over here and we have the output as y dot value, which is 1990. So if we refresh it and if we select 1995 here, then we'll press the submit button and here you can see we have the output as right answer. Fine. Press OK and we are going to do it again. So this time we won't be selecting any of these options. We'll just click on this submit button and we have the output as no option selected. Fine. I hope you guys understood it. In the last few videos, we discussed the same thing, right? We saw how we could take input using text boxes and then we saw how we can take input using radio buttons. Today we are going to grab users input with the help of a select box in JavaScript. So without wasting any time, let's move on to the programming part directly. First, we'll see how to create a select box in HTML and then we'll move on to the JavaScript part. So let's move on to HTML and we'll create a select box here. If you guys remember, we used the input tag in the previous few videos for text boxes and radio buttons. But for the select box, the scenario is a bit different. We have to use the select element in HTML. So we'll write here select. So we have the select element here. We have to use this for select box in JavaScript or in HTML. So this select box is used to create a drop down list of some elements. So we can add as many elements as we want to that list. So we'll use the option tag for each component we are going to use. So the code goes like this. We'll start with the select tag and let's save this and see if it makes any changes to a browser. So you can see it on the browser that we have a button over here. Now we'll add options to this drop down list. For that we'll use the option tag. We'll write here option and let's say we have three options. We have three car manufacturers name. So let's say the first name is BMW. Then we'll copy this statement and we'll paste it again and again and then we'll change the name of manufacturers. So let's say another manufacturer is Audi and the last one is Ford. Fine. We have three manufacturers now. Save it and you can see it over here. We have a drop down list of three different elements. We have BMW, Audi and Ford here. Next up, we'll add a button. So a submit button as we did in the previous few videos. For that we will write here input type is equals to button and then we have value is equals to submit. Fine. Save it and we'll use a BR tag here. Save it now and here you can see we have a drop down list here. We have a select box here and then we have a submit button over here. Fine. Now we want to print the option we selected by clicking this submit button. For that we have to add functionality to our HTML document, right? So we'll follow the same steps as we did in the last video wherein we used the radio buttons and the text boxes. So we'll write here inside this input tag, we'll write here on click. So what we want to do is we want to call a function on clicking a submit button, right? So we'll write here a function name. So let's say the function name is selected and we have to use the ID attribute in the select element, right? So we'll use the ID attribute here. We are not going to use a ID attribute inside the option tags, but we are going to use the ID attribute inside the select tag. So we'll write here ID is equals to, let's say, 1. Fine. So we have an ID here. Now we have to use the value property here as well. So I hope you guys remember the value property which we discussed in previous videos. So the value property is used to access these values, right? So we'll write here value is equals to BMW and then for Audi the value will be Audi and then for Ford the value will be Ford. Fine. Save it and here we are done with the HTML document. So next up we'll create a function in the JavaScript file. So let's move on to the JavaScript file and we'll create a function over here. So we'll write here function and the function name is selected. Then we have the body of this function, right? So we are going to repeat the same steps. We are going to take a variable x which will hold the reference of select statement. So we'll write here document dot
get element by ID, and then we'll write here the ID. So the ID is 1. So now we have a variable x which holds the reference value of select element, right? Now we have used the document.getElementById by ID method to get the reference of the selected value. Next up, we'll use some properties for select element while printing the value with alert method. So if you guys remember in the previous video wherein we used the dot checked property for radio buttons. So similarly, we have some more properties here for the select boxes as well. So let's have a look at them. So we'll write here alert, and then we have a property which will go like this. We'll write here x dot options, and then we have this brackets and dot value. So this options property here is a collection of all the options we have in our select tag. We have multiple options, right? This property works on arrays. So we have an array of all the elements and we can access any of them. For that we will write here the index value, right? So let's say the index value is 0. We want to print the element present at number 1. So we'll save it, and the moment we press submit button, you can see here we have the output as BMW. Now one thing to notice here is it doesn't matter which option the user chooses, the output will remain BMW for all those cases because we are using the first element of the array. So no matter which option the user is selecting, the message will be there with the value present at index 0. So we can say now that we can't use static values, right? We can't use 0, 1 or 2 here because we want to provide the value dynamically, because we have 3 different values here and we want to print the value which the user selected, not the one present at index 0, 1 or 2. So for that we have another property here. We have to write here x dot selected index, and one thing you have to remember is we have to write here x dot selected index or any variable we are using here. So we are good to go now. Save it, and if we press submit now while clicking on BMW, so our first option is BMW, let's press the submit button, and here you can see we have the output as BMW. And next up we'll be selecting Audi and we'll press submit. So here you can see we have the output as Audi now. And finally we have Ford as well, so let's check it as well. So press the submit button, and here you can see we have the output as Ford. So this is how we can take inputs in JavaScript from drop-down lists. Next up, we'll go through a simple program as we did in the last video, wherein we'll create a quiz question and we'll check if the option selected by the user is correct or not. So this is the code for that. So we have the question here as JavaScript was developed by. We are using another question different from the one we used in the last video. So we know who developed JavaScript, right? So we have a question here, JavaScript was developed by, and then we have 2 options for the same question. The first one is Brendan Ike and the second one is Guido Van Rossum. So then we have the ID as 1 for the select element and the values are also the same. Then we have a button over here which will call function 1 on clicking. And if we move to our JavaScript file, we can see here we have a function fun1, and then we have a variable x which holds the reference of value returned by document.getElementById method, and then we use this value. So we have used here x.options. So what we are doing is we are basically checking that if the selected value is equals to Brendan Ike or not. If the value is equal to Brendan Ike, then the output will be the answer is correct, else the output will be the answer is wrong. So let's save it and we'll move back to our HTML file and we'll save this file as well. So now here you can see we have a question over here and we have a select box which has 2 options, Brendan Ike and Guido Van Rossum, right? So let's select Brendan Ike first, press the submit button, and here you can see it says the answer is correct. Fine. Next up we are going to use Guido Van Rossum and we are going to press submit button. So here you can see the answer is wrong. We have been using the document.getElementById method for the past few videos, right?
We know it is used to access an HTML element with the help of an ID which is uniquely provided to each element. So we used that method with text boxes, then with radio buttons, and then with select boxes as well. So today we are going to use a method that is somewhat similar to document.getElementById method. So we'll be using the document.getElementsByTagName method in JavaScript. As the name suggests, this method is used to access a bunch of similar elements with the same tag. So we have tag name in our method, right? So we can access a bunch of tags with similar name. Like if we have a few div tags present in our program and we want to change each div tag's style, we can do it with the help of this method. So we'll look at the syntax first and then we'll move on to the difference between ID and tag name method. So let's move on to the programming part directly. What we'll do is we'll create a few div tags first and then we'll change the style of these div tags with specific styling properties. We are not going to use CSS for that, but in JavaScript we have other styling properties as well. So we'll be using those styling properties. So let's create the div tags first. We'll write here div and then let's say we are writing it, this is section 1. So we'll copy this line and we'll create 4 similar div tags, right? We have section 1, 2, 3 and 4. Save it and you can see over here we have 4 different sections present. Now this is a very basic example and here we have different sections present, right? Next up, we'll try to access these div tags with the help of tag name method. So let's add a button over here and then we'll move on to the JavaScript part. So we'll write here, let's use the BR tag and we'll write here input tag. Again we'll write a input type is equals to button and we'll use the onClick method as well. So we'll write here onClick and let's say our function name is fun2 and then we have the value of this button as, let's say, submit. Close the input tag and save it. So here you can see we have a button over here, submit button, and you can see here nothing is happening on clicking on this submit button. So next up what we are going to do is we are going to add functionality to this submit button. For that we have to move to our JavaScript file and we have to create a function over there. So we'll write here in the JavaScript file, we'll write here function fun2 and then we have the body of this function, right? So the syntax is a bit similar to that of the document.getElementById method. What we'll do here is we'll take a variable x and then we'll write here document.getElementsByTagName and then we'll write inside the brackets the name of tag we want to access, right? So here we have added 4 different div tags. So in this case we'll write here div and we can similarly access any of the tags present in a HTML document. We can access paragraph tags, we can access anchor tags and any tag we want to basically. So save it and here now we have a variable x that holds an HTML collection of all the div tags present inside the HTML file. This means that we have an array of references of all the div tags here inside this variable x. So if we try to make changes in a single array element, just like we did in the select box example, wherein we use the array index to access a particular element present at a particular array index, right? So we can do the same here. We'll write here x and then we'll write the index number. So this particular statement will access the element present at number 1, or this particular syntax will access the first div tag of HTML document, because we know arrays start from 0 and at 0 the first element will be present. So this div tag will be present at number 0. And then we are going to use the style property. So we know that x here is not a variable only. Actually x here acts as an object, and we know that different objects have certain properties in JavaScript. So style is one of those properties. And next up we'll write here, let's say font family. So what we are doing is we are doing the CSS part with properties present in JavaScript. So let's say we are changing our font to Courier New. Fine. So this is a font name and we can use any font name over here. So save it. What will happen now is on clicking the submit button, the font of this particular section, the font of div 1 will change to Courier New. So let's try if it's happening or not. On clicking the submit button, you can see over here the change between this line and other 3 div tags. Clearly the font is changed. The new font is Courier New, and what we did here is we changed the font family of this particular div tag. So similarly we can make more styling changes to other div tags as well. So let's do it here and we'll make changes to each of the div tags we have in a HTML file. So let's say here we are using the color property and we want to change the font color to blue. Fine. Then we'll do the same for element present at number 3. For that we'll write here x and the index number will be 2. So then again we'll use the style property and then let's say we are writing here font style. Fine. And the font style we want it to be italic. And then finally we have one more property. Let's say for so let's say for the last div tag we are using the background color. Fine. And we'll write here the color name is red. So we are good to go now. Save it and we have 4 different properties over here. For section 4 we are changing the background color. So 3 will be the index number of the last array variable. So save it and on pressing the submit button you can see the change over here. So for section 1 the font is changed to Courier New. For section 2 the font color is blue. Let me zoom it out a bit to show you guys. You can see over here the color is blue. And then we have italic text in section 3, and finally for section 4 we have the background color as 4, right? So you can see how we are accessing any particular element of the array. Now why we are using these properties separately for each array element? So if we try to make changes on each element of the array, we simply can't do it in JavaScript at once. So if we try to write here, so let's comment this out first. What we'll do is we'll write here x.style.font family. So basically what we want to do is we want to change the font family for all the div tags present, right? Because we know the variable x is holding an array of all the div tags present in our HTML file, right? So we'll save it and you can see over here if we are clicking on this submit button, you can see nothing is happening. So if we go to our console, and you can see it over here that we have an error here. So it says it cannot set property font family of undefined. So this is the problem with this get elements by tag name method. To overcome this problem we have a solution as well. So the solution for this problem is we have to use the for loop here. So how this for loop works, so we'll write here for and then we'll take a local variable I and the initial value will be 0. Then we'll write here I less than x dot length because we want to traverse the whole array, right? And then we'll write here the condition I plus plus. So we are good to go. Then we have this body of for loop and inside here we'll write x and the index number will be I because it will keep on changing and we are in a loop. So we'll write here dot style. And then let's say the style we want to do is font weight, and what we want to do is we want to make our font bolder. Fine. So comment this line as well, save it now, and you can see over here everything is clean. Now what will happen is on pressing the submit button the font will change, the font weight will change basically. So let me zoom this, and if we click on this submit button you can see the font is more bolder, right? So if we are using another property here, let's say the font we are using here background color and we want the background color to be yellow. Fine. So save it, and on clicking the submit button you can see the background color for all the div tags for all the 4 section is
changed to yellow. Fine. So this is how we can access all the elements of an array at once. Now what we did is we started a loop and traversed every element in the array and applied the same property to each element. So this is how we can do it with the help of tag name method in JavaScript. Now what if we have hundreds of similar elements like div tag present in our website and all of them are present at different locations? So let's try to do it, and what we'll do is we'll insert certain different elements in between these div tags. Fine. So we'll include a form and then we'll include some radio buttons, and anything we want to do, we can do it. So we'll add some more elements in between these div tags. So here you can see we have inserted 2-3 more elements in between these div tags. So save it, and you can see after each section we have something else. Here we have a form with 2 different text boxes. We have name and age, and then we have a submit button as well. Then after that we have section 2. So this is our section 2. Then after section 2 we have radio button and the value is A. Then we have another radio button B, and in between we have all the div tags present. So basically what we want to do is we want to change the style for each of the div tags, right? So we will change the background color here. So let's say we'll write here red, and what will happen is on clicking the submit button, on clicking this submit button, what will happen is the background color of each div tag. So the background color for section 1, 2, 3 and 4 will change to red. So let's try to do it and let's see if it's working or not. So we'll click on this submit button, and you can see it over here. We have all the div tags with background color as red. So this is working totally fine. One more thing we'll discuss before wrapping up this video is the uniqueness of ID attribute for each element. So we are saying this for a long time that the ID for each element should be unique. Why so? Although we saw in the past videos that we can use the same ID for 2 different elements when we did the same for accessing a CSS styling property using the ID attribute. But if we try to do the same thing with JavaScript, we'll get an error. For example, if we try to access the value of any particular element with the ID attribute, but we have 2 elements in a HTML file with the same ID. So it will throw an error in that case basically. And this is the reason why we use the tag name method in JavaScript, so that if we want to access multiple elements of the same name, we can do it with this method. Because it's not possible to use the ID method separately for each element present in the HTML document, right? Because we have certain same HTML tags present within an HTML document, like we have the div tags here. Similarly, a website is long enough to have multiple similar elements present within it. So that's why we use the document.getElements by tag name method in JavaScript. So guys, in the past few videos, we used 2 different methods of accessing an element from an HTML file using JavaScript properties. So we know the difference between the ID method and the tag name method, right? Today we will use another method to access a particular element in JavaScript. That is the class name method, or we can say the getElements by class name method in JavaScript. So before discussing the class name method in JavaScript, let's look at why accessing an element is important in JavaScript. So we know that the document object model is used to change, add or delete HTML elements. We saw earlier that we could change HTML elements or the CSS style of any element in the document with the help of JavaScript properties. So to make specific changes to those elements, we need to access them using particular methods. So we discussed 2 such methods before, the ID method and the tag name method, right? So let's move ahead and look at the class name method of accessing an element in JavaScript. As the name suggests, the main attribute in this method will be the class name. So we know the difference between the class and the ID attribute used in HTML. We know that ID has to be unique for each element, but we know that many elements in an HTML document can have the same class, right? So we used class to access specific CSS properties in the previous videos, and that is the only benefit of using classes in JavaScript. So we can say that a single class can be used by many elements within an HTML document. So let's dig a bit deeper into this concept. So let's say we have 5 elements present on our website and we want to make changes in 3 of these elements, right? So let's write the code here and it will be easier for you guys to understand. So we'll write here in the HTML file, we'll add 5 different elements. So let's say we are writing here div, and then inside this div we'll write this is section 1. We'll copy this, we'll paste it here. So we'll use 2 div elements and 2 paragraph elements, right? So here in this p tag we'll write this is section 3, and then we'll copy this line, paste it again, copy this one as well and paste it here. So we have section 1, section 2, 3, 4 and 5. So out of these 5 different elements, we have 3 div tags and we have 2 paragraph tags. So we'll discuss why we have taken 2 paragraph tags in between the div tags. So we are done with it. Here you can see we have 5 elements present in a HTML document. 3 of them are the div tags. Section 1, 2 and 5 are div tags, and 2 tags in between are the paragraph tags. So now let's suppose we want to change the style of 3 of these elements. Let's say 1, 4 and 5. So we can do it in 2 ways, right? Either we can use the ID method or we can use the class method. However, we can use the tag name method as well, but we have to use 2 different variables for that, right? That will be a lengthy process. Why 2 different variables? Because we have 2 different tags present here, right? We have to create separate variable for the div tag and separate one for the paragraph tag. So that will be a lengthy process. So we'll consider ID method and the class name method for here. So considering the ID method, the document.getElement by ID method, we have to provide unique ID to each element. So we have to provide unique ID to this div tag, then we have to provide to each and every element here, right? So because we need to access 3 of these elements. So at least we have to provide the ID to those 3 elements which we want to access, right? So in such cases, we can use the class name method where we want to access more than one element, but not all the elements in an HTML file. So we'll use the class attribute in each element we want to access. So let's say we want to access section 1, 2 and 5. So we'll write here class. Let's say the class name is CLS1. We'll copy this, paste it here, and we are accessing 1, 2 and 4 because 1, 2 and 5 are the div tags. So we can access these with the help of tag name method as well. So we'll access 1, 2 and 4. Fine. So we have used the class attribute here. Next up, we'll create a button and then we'll add functionality to a HTML document. So let's create a button here. We'll again use input type is equals to button, and then we have on click, and on clicking it will call func1, and then we have the value as submit. Fine. So save it, and here you can see in the browser we have 5 sections over here. We have section 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Then we have a submit button which will call the function on clicking. So we haven't added functionality till now. So let's move ahead to our JavaScript file and we'll add functionality to a HTML document. So inside this JavaScript file, we'll write here function, and then we have the function name as func1. Then we have the body of this function. So the syntax remains a bit same. So we'll take a variable first and then we'll use the document method to take references of all the elements from a HTML file. So we'll write here where x is equals to document dot get elements by class name, right? And then we'll write the class name here. So the class name is CLS1. Till now what we did was we took the references of all the required elements and stored them inside a variable named x in the form of an HTML collection. So now we can make changes to these elements, and what we'll do is we'll again use the style property to make styling changes in those three sections. So we have these three sections present inside an array, and we can access any one or all the three elements, right? So we'll write here x, and then we'll provide the index number. So let's say we want to access section 1, that is the first div tag. So we'll provide the index number as 0. Then we'll write dot style, and this style is a property dot. Then let's say we want to change the font style. So we'll write here font style. Font style will be italic. Save it. So this piece of code will change the font style of the element present at index 0. Save it, and on clicking the submit button here on the browser, we can see the change in this section, right? So if it's not visible, so let me zoom it a bit for you. Here you can see, guys, the font at section 1 is changed to italic, right? So in this case, we have all the three elements present in a array, and we can make changes to each of these elements. So let's try to do it, and we'll use element present at index 1 now. We'll copy this line and we'll paste it here again 2 times, because we want to make changes to all the elements, right? We'll write here 2 and we'll write here 1. And let's say we want to change the font color for this one, and the font color will be blue. For this we'll change the font weight, let's say, and we want to make it bolder. So we'll write here bolder. Save it, and on clicking the submit button, you can see we have all the three sections with some minor changes. The first one is changed and we have italic over here. For the second one, we have blue color as font color. And for the third one, which is section 4, we have the font weight as bolder. So you can see the change over here. So this is how we can make change to each element separately. And we can also make changes in all the elements at once as well. So for that, we have to use the for loop, just like we did for the tag name method, right? So for that, we'll write here. So let's comment these three statements first, and then we'll write here for, and we'll take a local variable here. We'll write here var I is equals to 0. I will start from index 0 and I will go till x dot length. And then we have the condition as I++. So inside the body of for loop, we'll write here x, and instead of index number, we'll write here I, because we want to traverse the whole array. Then we'll write here style dot, and let's say the style we want is background color. We want the background color to be, let's say, yellow. Fine. So this is how we can use the for loop. Save it, and we'll see on clicking the submit button on our browser, the background color for all the three sections, that is 1, 2 and 4, is changed to yellow. This is how we can use the document.getElements by class name method to access all the elements present in an HTML file with a particular class. Next up, let's discuss the difference between the ID method, tag name method and the class name method. So we'll discuss when to use which method. So let's start with the ID method. So the ID method is used when we want to access a single element, and we have to provide a unique ID to that element in order to access it. So the ID method is quite useful when we want to work on a single element. Apart from that, if we want to work on more than one element, we have two other methods. We can either use the class name method or the tag name method for more than one element. So the tag name method is also quite useful when we want to access elements with the same tag name. We can access all the similar tags present within an HTML document with the help of tag name method. The only problem is we can access similar types of tags only at one time. We can't access two different types of tags with this method. So this is where the class name method comes into play. We can access more than one element with this method, and the elements can be different. Just like we did here, we had div tag and paragraph tag, right? So the section 1, 2 and 5 are
from div tags and the section 4 and 3 are from the paragraph tags. So we can access two different tags with same class name with the help of class name method in JavaScript. So with this we came to the conclusion that more than one element in the HTML file can have the same class and can be accessed with the class name method. So we all know how a calculator works, right? We can make a simple calculator program in JavaScript with few operators and the if-else statement. So let me show you guys a simple program in JavaScript with which we can calculate several arithmetic expressions and get the output. So here's the code. So we have used the script tag within the HTML document. So you can see it on the screen, guys. Here we have four variables, var op, that will take the input from the user in the form of plus, minus, and then we have asterisk and divide, and then we have reminder as well. So depends upon which task the user wants to perform, it will take the user's input. Next up we have two variables n1 and n2 for the numbers upon which the operation will be performed. Also we have used parse float here. We know the usage of this function, right? Whatever input given by the user will be changed to a floating number with the help of this function. Then we have a variable output that will hold the value returned after performing the calculation. So we have several conditions here as well. We have several conditions for each operator. Like if the input given by the user is plus, then it will perform addition between n1 and n2, and the value of n1 plus n2 will be assigned to variable output, right? Similarly, we have other conditions for other operators, like we have for minus, then we have for asterisk, then we have for divide and for remainder as well. So any choice the user will make will get the output accordingly. Like if the user chooses to perform a division, then it will write slash and then it will perform n1 by n2 and the output will be saved in the variable output. Then we can show this output with the help of alert method in JavaScript. We already came across this alert method. It will give a pop-up with the result. Let's check the output once and then we'll move on to the exciting part of this video. So this is a basic calculator program with two variables, n1 and n2. So let's open it with live server. And here you can see we have a pop-up here, and here what we have to do is we have to enter the operator. So here we have to write either plus, minus or any operator from these operators. So let's write here asterisk. So let's say we want to perform multiplication between two numbers. Then we press OK, and here we have the pop-up for the first number. So let's say the first number is 5 and the second number is, let's say, 10. So the moment we press OK, you can see here we have the output as result is 50. So we have a pop-up. This pop-up is made with the help of window.alert method, and the calculator is working totally fine, right? So if we press OK and if we refresh this, let's use another operator as well. So let's say we are using the division operator. Click on OK and we'll enter the first number. Let's say the first number is 45 and the second number is, let's say, 8. Okay, the moment we press OK, we have the output as 5.625. The pop-up here says result is 5.625. So this calculator is working totally fine. Now this is a basic JavaScript calculator, right? So we went through this program so that you guys can revise what we have learned till now. Let's move ahead to the central part of today's video, and we'll create a calculator like the original one. So we use calculators on phones or laptops as well. So today we are going to make one similar to them. So let me show you guys what we are going to create. So this is the calculator we are going to create today. So this looks like an actual calculator, right? We use such calculators daily, either on our phones or on laptops or sometimes physically as well. So this looks like a calculator app. So let's try to use it. Let me zoom it for you guys. So if we click on 8 and then we click on any number, so it will be printed on the display area. Then we'll use any operator. Then let's say we are using 86 minus 5. So this is the expression we want to evaluate. So what we have to do is we have to press this equals to button, and we have the output as 81. So this calculator is also working fine. So today we are going to create one such calculator, or we can say we are going to create this calculator only.
Now, the question that arises here is how difficult is it to create one such calculator in JavaScript? Do we have to write hundreds of lines of code for it, or do we have to write complex code for it? So in this video, we will see how easy it is to write code for such a calculator. The code we saw earlier, that is the one where we used simple arithmetic operators to find the output for simple calculations for two numbers obviously, is not what we'll do in this one. So it will increase the code length. Like if we use operators, if we use if-else statement for each operator, then definitely it will increase the length of the code. So we'll try something different, and this next program for a calculator app will let you know the advantages provided by JavaScript in terms of programming. So let's start with the programming part directly. Now we don't need this file anymore, so we'll clear it. Next up, we have three files here, right? We have calculator.html, and then for styling we have style.css, and lastly we have script.js for adding functionality to a calculator. Right. So today we will divide this code into three different parts. In the first part, we will work on the HTML file and we'll create the layout of this calculator. Then we'll move on to the CSS part, and there we'll add style to the calculator. And then finally we'll add functionality to a calculator. So let's start with the HTML part then. Now we have to keep a few things in mind, and we'll first add the SimpliCode image to a web page. So for that we have to write here inside the body tag, because we want to make a web page more attractive, right? We'll write here div, we'll use a division, and then inside this div tag we'll use the img tag. Then the src will be simplicode.png. so this is the file we have already saved in a folder. Now we'll use the alt attribute here, and the alternate will be SimpliCode, right? Then next up, this image size is quite large, so if we save this program now, you can see the image size is large, right? So what we'll do is we'll limit the width of this image. So we'll write here width, and then let's say the width will be 300 pixels. So this will be the default width for this image as well as for the calculator, right? Next up, we'll go back to the original calculator, and we can see here we have a heading calculator, right? So we'll add this as well. So for that we have to write here inside a HTML file. We'll add another tag. So we'll write here div, and then we'll provide it with a class. Let's say the class is title, and then we'll use the p tag, paragraph tag we can say. So inside this p tag we'll write here calculator. So save it, and you can see here on the browser that we have an image, and over here we have a heading as well, right? So the heading here says calculator. We'll use CSS to style these elements later. For now we have just added them to a web page. Next up, we'll start working on the body of this calculator. So let me show you guys. This is the body of this calculator. This whole area represents the body of this calculator, this display area and the buttons as well. So this is the whole calculator body. So for that we have to write here first, write here div, and then we'll use the class attribute. So the class will be, let's say, calculator. Fine. Now next up, we have to work on the display area as well. So this div tag is for the whole calculator's body. So the whole calculator's body include the display area as well as all the buttons and this whole area basically. So this falls under the calculator's body. So for the display area we have to use input tag again. So what we are going to do is we are going to create a placeholder type of thing. So we'll write here input, we'll use the input tag, we'll write here type is equals to text, and then we'll use the class attribute here. So let's say the class for this display area will be display, and then we'll use a property here, we'll write here disabled. So I'll tell you what this disabled is used for. So for now let's save it, and here you can see if it's visible or not. So here is the display. So this is a placeholder type of thing. So if you can see here, we can't click on it. We simply can't do anything inside it. So this is what the disabled property does. So it won't let the user to enter something on this text box. Now you can see here that we have a display area on our web page and we can't do anything over here. It's disabled, right? That's because we don't want the user to write anything on it. We want to take the input when the user presses a key on the calculator. So let's move ahead and we are going to add keys to our web page. So we have 4 rows here in the calculator body. You can see we have 4 rows starting from 7, 4, 1 and C. Right, so these are the 4 rows. The first row contains 7, 8, 9 and plus operator. Then we have second row that contains 4, 5, 6 and minus. Then we have third row and fourth row as well, right? So we'll use div tags for all the rows and we'll keep all these 4 div tags inside a single div tag. That's because we'll use the class attribute again to add styling to a bunch of elements together. Now, we have several different types of keys in our calculator. So we have 10 numeric keys and 4 operator keys, an equal key and one for clearing the screen as well, right? So this key here where we have written C, so what this will do is it will clear the display area. Every time the user presses it, it will clear the display area. Now, so we are going to create different classes for them. So let's do it here. Let's go back to our HTML file and here what we'll do is we'll write here again a div tag, and for this div tag the class will be, let's say, keys. Fine. Now inside this div tag we are going to create another div tag for each row. So for this div tag we'll write here div class is equals to row, and inside this div tag what we'll do is we'll create buttons. So today we are going to use the button element for it. So we'll write here button, and the first button we want to add is 7, right? Because 7 is present at number 1. If we see the calculator from the start, we can see 7 is at number 1. So we'll write here value 7 and then we'll write here 7. Then we'll copy this and we'll create all the 4 buttons in the first row. So we'll paste it again for 4 times. Then we have buttons as 7, 8, then we have 9, and then finally we have plus, right? So here we'll also change the values. We'll write here 7, 8, 9 and plus. So save it, and if we move back to our calculator, you can see here we have 4 buttons here. We have 7, 8, 9 and plus, right? So we'll style these buttons later. So for now what we'll do is we'll add all the 4 rows. So we'll copy this whole div tag and we'll paste it again for all the rows. So we'll paste it 4 times, and here what we'll do is we'll create second row. So the second row contains 4, 5, 6 and minus, right? So we'll write here 4, 5, 6 and minus. We'll change these values as well. Similarly for third row, we'll write here 1, 2, then 3 and then asterisk for multiplication, right? Then we have the fourth row. So the fourth row contains C, 0, division and equal, right? So we'll write here C, 0, division and equals, right? So we'll change the values here as well. We'll write here the same. So save it. And here you can see we have the body of our calculator. We have a display area, we have all the 4 rows with all the buttons. So you can see nothing is happening on clicking on these buttons. So we'll add functionality to them as well. So for now we are done with our HTML part. Next up we'll use the CSS for styling these elements, and we'll style these elements one by one. So let's add the link of our CSS file to our HTML document first. We'll add it inside the head tag. So we'll move to a head tag and we'll add the link here. So we'll write here link, and then we'll write here rel is equals to style sheet, and we'll write here type is equals to text / CSS, and then we'll write here href is equals to style.css. So we have already created this style.css here. So we have linked this CSS file to our HTML document.
save it, and then we'll move to a CSS file and we'll start styling these elements now. So first we'll apply padding and margin to the whole HTML document. So for the whole HTML document we'll use the asterisk here, and inside this asterisk we'll write here padding and we'll keep the value as 0. For margin also we'll keep the value as 0. So save it. So here you can see the padding and margin are 0, and you must have noticed the change here. The calculator is now a little bit compressed, right? You can check it through the inspect elements option as well. Next up, we'll apply styling to the heading. So we don't have to do anything with the picture, although we can use the on mouse over and on mouse out events with the picture as well, but I'm not doing it for now. But you guys can do it, as we came across this topic in the previous video. So let's move ahead, and now we'll apply the style to heading. For that we have to use the class attribute in a HTML file. So if we go back to a HTML file, and you can see here with the heading, or we can say with the calculator or paragraph tag, we have the class attribute here, and the class is title. So we'll use this class attribute here, and we'll write here dot title. So let me guys first make changes to this particular element, then we'll discuss it. So we'll write here margin bottom is 10 pixel. We want the distance between the calculator and the heading as 10 pixel. And then we'll write here text align center. So this is pretty basic. Then we have font weight as bolder, and then we have font size as well. So we'll write here extra large. Then we have width of this particular element, and we know the default width is 300 pixels, so we'll write here 300 pixel, and then we'll use the color. So we want the color to be pure black for this heading, so we'll write here black and we'll save it. So here you can see we have this heading in the center, and till now we haven't worked on the body of the calculator. So this calculator heading is done. We have the heading in the center. Now these are the styling changes we made in the heading part. So we have used the margin bottom as 10 pixel, and it will keep the heading 10 pixels away from whatever is present on the bottom side of the heading. Then we have aligned the text in the center of the division. Then we have the font weight as bolder, which will make the font bolder, and the font size is extra large. The width of the section is also equal to the width of the image we used. Then the font color is black, and we have seen the changes. Next up, we'll make style changes to our body tag, and we'll put this calculator in the middle of the screen. Also, we will make changes to the font family as well of the whole calculator. Now we are making changes to the body of this HTML document, right? We want the calculator to be present at the center of the web page. So for that, we'll write here body. So we don't have any class, so we'll write here body because we want to make changes in the element. So for body, we'll write here width as 100 VW, height as 100 VH, display as flex. Then we have justify content as center. Then we have align items as center. Then we have background color. So we can change the background color of the whole body. So we'll write here F1, F1, F1. So this is a little bit different from white. So we'll check it. Then we have font family as sans serif, right? So this VW and VH in width and height is the viewport width and viewport height. So this will take 100% of the viewport width and the height as well. Next up, we have used the display as flex, and we have used the justify content and align content as the center. We did so in order to keep the calculator in the center of the web page. Then we use the background color as white. We can change the background color to any other color as well, but let's keep it simple this time. And lastly, we use the font family as sans serif. Save it, and here we have a calculator in the center of the web page. So let me zoom it for you guys. You can see here we have the calculator in the center of this web page. Now, next up, we'll work on the body of this calculator. So the body represents the display area and the buttons, right? Not the buttons, but this whole div tag inside which the buttons are present represents the calculator's body. So we'll use the class calculator to make changes here. For that, we'll write here inside the CSS file, we'll write here dot calculator, and inside this we'll write width. So we want the width to be default, which is 300 pixels. So we'll write here 300. Then we'll write padding bottom 15 pixel. So save it, and you can't see any changes for now, so we'll see it. Next up, we'll write here border radius, and the border radius will be, let's say, 7 pixel. We want the background color to be black for the calculator's body, so we'll write here background color black. And then we have box shadow. So we'll define inside this box shadow, we'll write here 5 pixel, 8 pixel, then 8 pixel and -2 pixel. So what we are doing is we are working on the shadow of this box, and then we'll write here RGBA. For red it will be 0, for green it will be 0, and for blue as well it will be 0, and then for alpha it will be 0.61. Fine. So this color is a bit different from black. Save it, and here you can see we have the calculator's body. So let me zoom it out a little bit. So here you can see we have the calculator's body. So this is the calculator's body, and we haven't worked on the display area and the buttons till now. So it will be fine after we'll work on the display area and buttons. Now we have kept the width as 300, just like we did for the image and heading. So the background color is black and the box shadow is defined for this box as well. Next up, we'll work on the display area, and then we'll move ahead to the keys. So let's work with the display area first. We'll write here display, because we have used the class as display for our display. So inside this we'll write width as 100% of this calculator's body, and then we'll write here height. So height will be, let's say, 80 pixels. We can't write here 100% because we don't want the display area to be present within the whole calculator. So we want it to be this much only. So we'll write here 80 pixels. Save it, and the display area you can see here. We have the display area is 100% of this div tag. The width is 100% and the height is 80 pixels. And then we'll add another styling properties as well. So we don't want any border. So for border we'll write here none. And then for box sizing we'll write here border box. And then padding will be 10 pixel. So we want the text to be 10 pixel above the calculator's black part. And then we'll write here font size as XXL. So we'll write here extra large. And then we'll use the background color. So the background color is little bit grayish. So the code for that is CCCECC. So this is the color of a display area. Then we have the font color as black, and the text will be aligned. We want the text to be aligned at the right. So we'll write here right. So next up, what we want to do is we want the display to be a little bit curved from the top left and right corners, right? So for that we'll write here border top left radius will be 7 pixel and
border top right radius will be 7 pixel, right? Save it, and you can see here we have a display area perfect now. We have curves from left and right side, from the top and left and top and right side. With this, we are done with the display area as well. Next up, we'll move on to the button part. Here we have a class named row for all the buttons, and then we have a class as operators for all the operators button, and then we have class as equals for the equal to button as well, right? So if we go back to our HTML file, what we'll do is we'll define two more classes. So for operators, like for addition, subtraction, multiplication and division, the class will be operators. So we'll copy it from here and we'll give it to almost each operator as well as the clear screen button. So we'll give it here as well. We'll give it to minus. We'll give it to addition as well. Save it. And for equals to, we have another class as equals. Fine. Save it. Let's move back to our CSS file, and firstly we'll use the class row for styling all the buttons. Similarly, then we'll use class operators and equals for making minor changes to those particular buttons, right? So first we'll use the button tag. So we'll write here button. So we'll make changes to each and every button with the help of this button element. We'll write here width as 50 pixel and height will also be 50. So we'll write here for height 50 pixel, and then we have border radius as 50% because we want our buttons to be circular, right? So we'll write here 50% the border radius. Then we'll write here for border, we don't want any border, so for border we'll write here none. And for outline also we don't want any outline as well, so we'll write here none. For font size, so let's say the font size we want is extra large. Fine. The background color for all the buttons will be white, and the font color for all the buttons will be black. So we'll write a white and black, and the font weight will be bold, and lastly the margin for each button will be 10 pixel. So save it, and here you can see a calculator information, right? So we can see here we have all the buttons circular in shape. We have 4 rows and all the buttons are circular in shape. If we compare this calculator to the original one, to the one which we are going to achieve later in this video, so you can see here both of them looks almost similar, right? We have all the buttons here, and next up what we'll do is we'll add some more styling to these buttons. So let's move ahead and we'll add hover effect to the buttons to help us change the mouse pointer when the user takes the cursor over any button. So if we go here inside this calculator, and you can see here on taking the mouse cursor over any button, the mouse cursor is changing here, right? But if we go back to this calculator, you can see there's no change in this particular calculator, right? So for that we have to write here button, and then we'll write here hover. So inside this we'll write here cursor as pointer. So save it, and if we take our cursor to any of these buttons, you can see the cursor is changing to pointer, right? So we are done with it. Next up, we'll use 2 more properties for each row, and our buttons are almost done with some part left, like the color and all. So we'll write here row because we have defined the class as row for each row. So we'll write here display, and the display will be flex, and we'll justify content as space between. So save it, and here you can see both the calculators are now of similar size. There's no difference in these two calculators. Now
we'll make changes to the colors of operator buttons and the equal to button. So for that we have two more classes, operator class and equals class. So we'll write here for the operator class. So we'll write here dot operator, and inside this we'll write here background color as, so we want the background color to be a little bit golden, or we can say it's different from yellow and golden. So we'll write here, we have particular code for this color. So we'll write here hash ff9500. So this is the code for this particular color. We'll save it, and the mistake is the class name is operators. Save it, and we have all the operators with this color. Next up we'll write here font weight as bold. Save it, and then we have color, font color as black. So it will be default as well because these properties we have already defined in the button tag. Next up we have another class for the equal to button. So we'll write here dot equals, and inside this we want the background color to be a little bit on the grayish side. So for that the RGB code is 85, 84 and 84. So save it, and here you can see we have the equal to button in gray color. Next up we'll copy these two properties from here and we'll paste them here. Save it, and here you can see with this we are done with the calculator, and we have the calculator almost same. Suppose we compare this calculator with the final one, we can see we have the exact same calculator here, and the HTML and the CSS part is done. Now we are left with only one thing. The next thing we have to do is we have to add functionality to this calculator. So we have the body of a calculator, but if we try to click on these buttons, you can see nothing is happening over here. That's because we haven't added any functionality to a calculator yet. So let's move on to the JavaScript part, and we'll create certain functions here to add functionality to a calculator. Talking about the functioning of a calculator, we need three functions. One for the display area, one for the calculation part, and the last one is for the clear screen. That will be used when the user presses the clear screen button. This particular button, when the user will press, the screen will get cleared. The idea behind the working of the calculator is whatever button the user will press will be displayed on the display screen. Then we'll use the eval function to evaluate the expression we get from the display, and then the estimated value will be printed on the screen. So the last function will clear the screen again and can be used again for another calculation. So the concept is simple. Let's start with the programming part directly, and before that what we'll do is we'll add this JavaScript file to a HTML document. So we'll write here script src is equals to script.js, type is equals to text / JavaScript. Save it, and we have connected the JS file to a HTML document. Now we are inside a JavaScript file. So the concept is simple. Let's start with the programming part directly. So we'll create a function for the display first, and that function will take the input from whatever will be there on the display screen. So we'll write here function display, and it will take a parameter as well, and then we have the body of this function. So here we are, and we have a function display with parameter value, and then we'll update the value present in the display box. So we'll use the onClick event first, and we'll display the value of these buttons on display. So for this we'll go back to our HTML file and we'll use the onClick event there. So what we'll do is we'll write here onClick, and on clicking button 7 we'll call display function, and it will display something on the screen. So we'll write here 7, and similarly what we'll do is we'll copy this and we'll paste it for each button, right? So let me do it for you guys. We'll paste it here, then we'll paste it again and again for each button except the clear screen and equal button, right? So we'll write here 8, then for 9 it will display 9, and for plus it will display plus. Then we'll again paste it here for all the buttons. What we have to do is we have to keep one thing in mind. It won't work for equal and clear screen button. Apart from that, all the buttons will call this function on clicking. So we'll write here minus for minus operator. For 6 we'll write here 6. For 5 we'll write here 5, and for 4 we'll write here 4. We'll do this. Okay, we forgot to change the values here, so we'll change the values as well. So we'll write here 1, 2, 3, and then we'll paste the on click event here, and we'll change the values here as well. So we'll write here 1, for 2 we'll write here 2, for 3 we'll write here 3, and for operators we'll write here asterisk. Then we'll do the same for on click display 0. It will display 0. For division it will display division. Save it, and you can see nothing is displaying on the display area yet because we haven't added the functionality to the function display yet. So before moving on to the JavaScript file, let's add the ID attribute as well to the display area, because we are accessing the display area and we'll access that area with the ID attribute. So we'll write here ID, and the ID, let's say, will be ID1. So save it, and we'll move back to our JavaScript file now. Here inside this display function, we'll write here document dot get element by ID, and the ID is ID1. So we'll write here dot value plus is equals to val. So we'll discuss it what we did just now. So save it first, and if we click on any button now, you can see we have all the values in the display area now, right? So other buttons are not working yet. So if we click on this clear screen button, it won't work, or the equal to button either won't work now, because till now we haven't defined these functions. So this statement here, this document.getElement by ID, ID1 dot value plus equals to val, this particular statement will use the ID attribute, and we have written here plus equals to. So basically what we are doing is we are appending any new value to the previous value present in the display area. So if we remove this plus here and save it now, so if we click on a button, let's say we are clicking on a button and we want to print 89 on the display area, but if we click on 9, you can see it's not appending, right? The values are overwriting because we are using the equal to operator only, and the value will be assigned to display screen again and again. But if we want to append the value with the previous one, so we have to add plus here, and if we save it now, you can see now we can add as many numbers as we want to the display area. Right, now we have the expression present over here in the display area. So if we refresh it, and let's say the expression is 87 plus 3, the next thing we want to do is to calculate the value of this expression. For that, we can either use the if-else statements, but then the code will go so long and complex, right? In order to solve this problem, JavaScript provides its user with a single function that can compute complex calculation in the blink of an eye. So today we'll use a function named eval. So this eval function will take any argument as a string and it will execute it. The string can be an expression, it can be a variable, it can be a statement or a sequence of statements as well. So we'll call a function solve on clicking the equal button to solve the expression written over the display area. So for that we'll move back to our HTML file, and here on the equal button what we'll do is we'll write here on click, and on clicking it will call the solve function. So save it, and we'll move back to our JavaScript file, and we'll declare a function here. We'll define a function. So we'll write here function solve, and then we have the body of this function. So let me cross check it. Yeah, it's solve. So inside this function solve, we'll take two variables. So let's say we have two variables, let x and y. So inside the x, we'll take whatever value present in the display screen. So we'll write here document dot get element by ID. We'll write here ID1. So we are taking the value present at the display screen. So we'll write here dot val. And what we'll do is, now we have a variable x which holds the reference of the value present at the display screen. So we'll write here a single function. We'll write here eval, and then inside this eval we'll write x. So with this we are done with the calculation part. Next up, what we have to do is we have to assign this display screen the value present at y, because now we have the answer, right? We have the answer to a particular calculation. So what we'll do is we'll write here document dot get element by ID. The ID is ID1, and we'll write here dot value. We are updating the value, so we'll write here dot value is equals to y. So the value present at y will be assigned to the display screen, to the element with ID as ID1 basically. So save it. And if we write here 86 plus 4, and if we click on this equal button, okay, so we have to write here dot value, save it now. And if we write here 86 plus 4, you can see the answer is 90. The mistake was here, we have written val here instead of value, so it's working fine. Now next up, what we have to do is we have to clear the display screen on clicking this C button, right? So first we'll use this function. We'll create another function for function clear screen, and then we'll use this function with the on click event inside the button C, right? So we'll go back to our HTML file. We'll write here on click, and inside this we'll write, let's say, CLR. Our function name is CLR. So what we'll do is we'll define another function here. We'll write here function CLR, and what we'll do is, to clear the display area we have to provide empty space to this area, right? So for that we have to write here, we have to again use document dot get element by ID. The ID is ID1 for the display area. Dot value is equals to, the value will be empty space, right? So this single statement will clear the display area, and our calculator is finally ready. So save it, and if you can see here, we'll write here 89, and then we'll press C. So you can see on clicking the C, the display area is going blank again. And if we write here, let's say 58 plus 2 is equals to 60. So we have the correct answer as well. And on clicking the C button, the display area goes blank again, right? So let's start using this calculator. Any expression we'll write inside the display area will get evaluated, and we'll have the answer in the same display as well. So let's try. So we'll write a bit complex equation here. So we'll write here, let's say 74 into 3 plus 55 divided by 5. So the answer will be, first it will divide 55 by 5, then it will multiply 74 and 3, and then it will show the answer. So if we press this equal button, so you can see the answer is 233, right? So this calculator is working totally fine. You can check the answer by yourself as well. So this is how we can create a basic calculator in JavaScript, and you guys saw it in today's video. The benefits of using JavaScript is JavaScript provides the user with so many such functions like the eval function, making the daily life of a programmer easy and exciting. And so with that, we come to the end of this full course tutorial. If you enjoyed watching this video, do give it a thumbs up, comment your doubts below, and our experts will answer them for you. Thank you so much for being here. Watch out for more videos from us. Until then, keep coding and stay tuned to SimpliCode.